Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello. And sorry, let me just adjust things over here. Whew. Okay. How's everybody feeling? Day 19. Everybody ready for it? I feel like I'm rushing to make it on time these days, but we're here. I see hello from Minnesota, hello from Australia, hello from I got some Buckeyes in the chat from Sweden. Where we got people from? This is awesome. I love this. I love seeing how many folks we have in here. We've got over 5,500 people in here already. How amazing. All right, here we go. Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? I think I'm back. Whew, some internet issues. Oh man, what a time to do that. Hopefully that doesn't happen during the actual live stream. Let's see here. Okay, how are folks doing? I don't see an update in the chat right now, so I can't tell. Oh, okay. Now I do see a little bit here. I really hope that I don't have major issues during today's live stream. Okay. Hang on just a second. I'm trying to use a new way of like tracking the stream here, and I want to make sure that things are going on. Okay. Because I can't see the chat updating. I'm sorry guys. Give me 1 second here. This is brutally frustrating because I tried a different way of monitoring things and I'm not enjoying this right now. Okay. Why is this not showing up on my channel even? Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm seeing things. I'm sorry, guys. Whew, that was terrifying for a moment there. Just make sure that I've got this. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't happen during the actual trial. We will probably be getting some friends in here with us in case something happens, to make sure that we've got some shared screens that we can do here. I've got, okay, cool. Okay, let me get some super chats up in here, I think. I love seeing all these folks in here. Got 9,500 people in here already. And we haven't even started talking. I'm just babbling, trying to fix my tech here. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's get some super chats. Okay. Eduardo Portas, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. This is for Rick Hogue. He's going to be here in a minute. He's I believe wrapping up his stream here. But he says, question, Hogue, I feel like you might agree with me. I still don't buy the whole finger story. I think it was an accident. JD hurt himself, and AH in that state thought she did it. I believe the antique phone did exist, and Mr. King got rid of it. As always, the butler did it. Yeah, but yesterday's testimony from who was it? Christy Sexton. That story that she gave, after she gave some very credible testimony on the other stuff that was more helpful for Amber, the fact that she said that Amber then also told her about how he cut his finger, and what she told her previously was that he had cut himself with a bottle. The fact that is closer to the fact that it was closer to Johnny's story than Amber's story previously makes it sound like this was what she was telling people initially, and then when she realized, oh, that's actually not beneficial for my situation here, that she was like, oh, well, never mind. Maybe I should modify things a little bit better for a better story. That's what it sounds like to me. That's how it feels to me. Thank you very much for that generous super chat, though. We got a few in here that we missed in between the stream and then this morning. Suk Madik says D19 predictions. Video Depp causes more angst and moves the credibility balance. Fear not. Rare do trials leave one side of the scoreboard zeroed. Yes, agreed. I mean, it's so rare for the entire time to have, we could say, let's use a football reference, right? Let's say, you've got one side that keeps scoring touchdowns, and then the other side never gets to maintain possession of the ball even. There's going to be some moves by the other side that are going to be a little bit frustrating. If you're Team Depp, you don't necessarily want to see those moves at all, but it's going to happen, right? There's a back and forth to every trial, just like any sports game. Kristen Hill says, do you know how long after closing statements that the verdict will be ready? Will it be on TV? I actually don't know if it's going to be on TV, but I will be live streaming while we are waiting for the verdict. I'm anticipating up to a week. I don't think that it should take longer than that. Kurt has said that he thinks it's going to be in an afternoon. I think Joe has said the same thing. Kurt being uncivil law and Joe being good logic. I think that's a little bit too fast. I would say several days, probably. At least a full day of them deliberating and going through everything. Kristen Hill says, oh, sorry, I just read that one. Dan E says, hello to all my friends. Let us have open minds to the evidence and open hearts to each other today. Love you all. I agree. 100% agree. I think we had some really great discussions in the last few days with having several of our guests on, like having Dr. Tracy on. I think that has been such amazing insight to get from her. And then also, of course, all my great lawyers of LawTube coming in and giving their perspectives, and having all of our back and forth with one another has been great. Nurse Liz, Spidey, we've had some really, really great insight here. Ria. Okay, good. I've got this one captured. So I think now we're caught up. Ria says, let's talk about Jennifer Howell. What are your thoughts on her and Whitney? So I only know what I've been told about Jennifer Howell, right? So yeah, I don't know too much about her other than the fact that she has okay, yeah. I don't know anything about her other than the fact that Whitney has told her a previous story. I think she was like Whitney's boss or coworker or something. That was like something that I think was some kind of a story there. I'm sure people in the chat know a bit more than I do. Let me see if my USB should be connected. I'm going to try something real quick, guys, before we get trial going, because I know it starts in 17 minutes now. I'm going to try turning off my Wi-Fi again, see if this works. If I go blank for a little bit, just bear with me, okay? I think it should be okay. Hopefully. I appear to be okay still. Okay. I think that was a smooth transition. Okay, good. Roger Agnew says, question, what would be the one thing JD needs to do at this point to clear up the muddy middle and secure him a win? Well, for me personally, I think that the muddy middle was something that we were much more concerned about before Amber testified, because as soon as she testified, it became clear that there was no muddy middle. There was one universe or another universe, two different universes of facts. And so I think that once we got to that point, I don't think anybody has been concerned about a muddy middle, but we can ask folks when they start to join us as well. Yeah. Actually, before I bring up this one, I see that there's I've been told that there's one that did not make it into StreamYard from Ronnie P. Says, check yellow flash vid on Jennifer Howell Terror. Okay. I'll have to do that. It'll have to be after the stream, realistically. But thank you. Yeah, I know that Yellow Flash has been covering this case quite a bit too. So I'm sure he's got some interesting stuff on there. Dan E says, hello to all my friends. Let us have open minds and open the evidence. Okay, yes. Oh, sorry, I did catch this one. Good. And then I also caught Kristen Hill. Thank you. Yeah, if it's going to be broadcast with cameras in the courtroom, but while they're waiting, then yeah, we'll be showing that. But regardless, I plan on live streaming on those days. I see a question in the chat. Is it last day of the trial? No, we have a full week first. We've got 4 days left of testimony after today, and then next Friday is closing arguments. So we've got a good amount of time here. Nikki Honders says, Runkle of Bailey's at 96.7K. Can we get him to 100K for his line efforts? Yes. Okay, so let me see here if we can update. Yeah, we're gonna get his tag in the description below at some point. Yeah, we've got to push him today to 100K. Let's keep our eyes on this one because he is so close. I feel like there's no good reason for him not to get to 100K today. He's been going into that courtroom. We love him to death. He's been giving us such great insights from there. So folks, if you do show your appreciation by going to his channel, Runkle of the Bailey, and subscribing to his channel. Let me in a minute, I will see if that's something that we can update in the description below, but it should be in there momentarily. In the meantime, Mary Finley says, question, how long does each side have for closing arguments? Is it as long as needed? Also, will JD's team be last, and which attorneys will we see? And yes, it's pronounced Finley. Okay, great. So as far as closing arguments are concerned, Johnny Depp starts, and then Amber Heard responds, so she gets to go second, and then Johnny gets to reserve a portion of his time for afterwards for rebuttal in order to respond to her stuff. It's very limited in scope. It should be a much shorter portion of his overall closing, and overall he should have the same amount of minutes as Amber Heard's team does. So aside from that, I don't know exactly how much time each side is getting, but I'm guessing we're getting like a half a day for each of them because this is a very big case. It's been 6 weeks of trial testimony, and I would imagine that the judge is going to allow for more robust closing arguments because of the number of facts that have been alleged in this case and the amount of controversy. And also, by the way, as a note on Super Chats, I want to remind folks again several times today that the way that we're going to do Super Chats here is if you want to just make a statement and have it flash on the screen, go ahead and just make a statement. Just like this one. Ronnie P. Jennifer Howell has made a deceleration about Whitney Heard. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what you mean by deceleration. I may be misreading that, but if you want it to just be flashed on the screen, just like this, be just type it in just like that. But if you want a question to be actually discussed on the stream, I will save it so that we can talk about it on a break or in between stuff. So add question colon or Q colon or question mark colon, something like that. Oh, declaration. Okay. Sorry. Folks are saying declaration. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it in the chat. Thanks. Yeah. So if you want it to be addressed, have question colon, and even still, if it looks like something that's more of a statement than a question for us to answer, I will probably push it through after looking at it and analyzing it. So that'll be good. Let me just double check here that we've got. Yeah. We've got some time here. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen really quick too, just to make sure that we're all queued up on this. Really quick. Okay, good. There we go. Okay. Rick Cormier says, "Oh, looks who knows so much. Sorry, LB stream was only mostly dead. Bring out your dead. Ding. Bring out your dead. Right? That's a Monty Python reference. I get it. Thank you." Christopher May says, question, how was Amber's sister able to testify yesterday if she did not complete her deposition? Isn't it a discovery violation? I'm surprised the judge allowed her to take the stand. There was some kind of conversation that we were not privy to. And they may have had some kind of a discussion about like, okay, you can have a very limited in scope, what's it called? Testimony because of the fact that she wasn't fully deposed. Now, at the same time, I was also saying that there was a chance that they probably would have brought in the argument of the fact that she testified in the UK trial. So it's not like there was no opportunity for them to use prior testimony for an impeachment. I mean, that's one of the things that they would be particularly concerned about. So that may have played a role as well in allowing her to testify, the fact that she's already testified before. So because you're able to use any of those prior statements as possible foundation, you could say, for impeachment. And also, if I may put on my Rick Hogue hat, guys. I do see that we've got 20,000 people in the chat. That's amazing. I don't want to hawk the like button too much, but I do see we've got 2.9 thousand likes. I wonder if we can really boost that up so that we can get as many people in this chat as possible. See how many. Oh no, that was a typo. No, Andy. But yeah, let's see how many likes can we get on this. Hoglaw and their videos just joined. Say hello. I see we're getting a bunch of more folks in here coming on over from Rick Hogue's live stream, which means I will probably be joined by Rick Hogue himself soon. He's been doing a live stream with some headlines and what is it? What's the other H? It's H and H, something in headlines and something. Hey, Uncivil Law, how's it going? Hey, Rick.
Well, over on Hogue Law, and he had some articles he wanted to share, and my soul has escaped my body, and I'm looking for it. So if anyone sees a soul,
what happened? What happened to your soul?
Kurt joins me for headlines and hangouts in the morning.
Hangouts, that's the other one.
And we did the Vogue and New York Times articles that came out in the last 36 hours that are both effectively, now it's time to believe Amber Heard, and this entire case signals the death of Me Too, and it's undeserved, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And I think I killed Kurt. So I apologize. I also apologize if you were rolling alone here for the first 20 minutes, but I tried to bring it in at 8:30 as much as I could.
Oh, no. That's okay.
I used to have feeling in my heart and care.
I had the joy of doing my first solo internet issue.
Oh no!
I went live and I was just about to like get into stuff and like pull up some super chats and be like, "Hey, how's it going, guys?" And then everything just like died on me. And I was like, "No!" But luckily the chat was kind. They stuck around for me to figure out my stuff and come back and kind of try to smooth things out a little bit.
That is very good. Apparently the redirect didn't work. I don't. Does it ever work?
It did. It informed me that I had folks coming in from.
It informed you?
Yeah. A little thing came up in the chat saying, "Hey, like Hogue Law's sending people over to you."
Oh, I hadn't seen that before. I hadn't seen the notification.
Okay, well
so
then
either I'm not getting
it didn't work for everybody. So for those that don't know, YouTube's working on being able to send things across, which of course would help LawTube in general.
Yeah.
But I knew I was going to step on this broadcast by at least a few minutes. And so I tried to redirect over here, and apparently it worked for some folks and not for others. So YouTube will continue to work on that. It's essentially a beta feature, obviously, because it went live during this trial. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yep. So, and we've got
like all these people coming from headlines. Fantastic.
That's great. Yeah.
Yes. And
I did appreciate the 2,000 Alita sent me yesterday, because I forgot to make my own stream public. So all I had was the people Alita sent to.
Oh,
it wasn't public. That's awesome.
No, I kept it. I forgot to change it from unlisted to public.
Oh man.
Good times.
Oh man. So yeah, that's fun. So we've got, but I'm glad that it worked then. So you were able to at least get some folks in there.
Yeah.
It a little bit works.
Yeah. So we've got some good courtroom feed right now, and let's get some more super chats. Christopher Mays says, question: how was Amber's sister able to testify yesterday if she did not complete her deposition? Isn't it a violation? Oh no, sorry, I just got this one. Kadon IR, I think. I should be working. Please don't tell my boss. Also, thanks for all the analysis and content. It's just between us. Don't
be like me and quit.
Maybe you're a legal analyst. Maybe it is work. We'll wait. We'll make it work. We'll figure it out.
Mike the Dad Crosby says 1,000. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. SP Gaming says, hey, Legalbytes, many of our team have been watching eagerly and really enjoying your coverage. What are you most eager to see today? Anything you think needs to happen to help the most for each side, and what would it be?
I think there's a live witness today.
I'm eager to see the live witness. That was my exact thought, Kurt. I'm eager to see a body.
Yes.
Actually,
a live body warm in the courtroom. I do agree. I'm excited to see Ian Runkle, who's right there. We can see him in James.
Man, he keeps nailing that front seat.
I love it. And he's got his trademark hair, his trademark super blonde hair. That makes him so easy to recognize too.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Hey, Muffin.
We need to get some. We need to get some LawTube lapel pins or something so he can wear them to court and represent.
I know, that'd be funny. In terms of fully answering this, let's see here. So what else are we looking forward to on either side? I mean, I'm looking forward to see whatever cross-examination they decide to do on I think we're gonna get some experts today, because look at that. That looks like Mr. Dennison.
That is Dennison. Yep.
Who's
yeah,
Dennison?
he's their expert witness guy.
No. Dennison's their expert guy. So he handles expert testimony both on cross and direct.
I'm excited to see what they're going to do about these expert witnesses. Maybe some kind of economic damages going on to figure out how they can get from $2 million to $100 million in damages. What kind of magical conjuring are we going to do to expand $2 million into $100 million?
You see, it's a woman, and women only make 78 cents on the dollar, so therefore we need to give her 50 times as much.
That still doesn't work.
Well, it doesn't. It does in their math equation.
Speaking of which, I actually want to see if I don't know whether Nate has done the CBA's got signed for the soccer teams. I'm really curious about that. It's
I hear from Nate about it more, because I can't believe the men cowered.
I cannot believe the men's team agreed to it.
No,
the pressure on them must have been immense.
Men are pussies.
Oh, well, hang on.
Sorry, it's too early in the morning for that.
Kurt, we have to behave now.
It's too early in the morning. I'm sorry. That was my
we already had our little bad boy moment earlier. Okay, it's over now.
That was totally my fault. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Mike Qualia, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. It says, do you think Amber doesn't know the difference between spin and outright lying? I think it's kind of difficult for some people to figure that out. I think that for her, she's been telling these stories for so long that she might actually believe some of them. But either way, I think that she's trying to also maintain some level of consistency with the ever growing, ever complicating story that she's been telling. That's my unvarnished opinion. This is just me as a human being reading this stuff. I don't know if it's particularly legal or whatever, but yes. So anyhow, thank you for your very generous super chat. Let's see if we can get some more in here. Because we've got a lot already. Okay, we've got this one already. Sophia says, "Don't scare us like that." By the way, love the sweater. Thank you. Thank you. Righty. Lulu Bot says Elizabeth Mars testified that she hid in the gym, but cops testified she was working out. Did you pick up on that? Oh yeah, they did say that
Was she the
that they
working
went
out
by
lady?
the gym. I thought she said that she was hiding out by the pool. Is the pool the same thing as the gym?
Well, we've been told that the pool and gym are over on like the side of like
Okay,
that diagram.
honestly, I was just confused. Like the more I thought about it afterwards, like the more I thought about yesterday's testimonies, the more I was like, it wasn't actually that powerful of a day for Amber. Like it was not great for Johnny, but it actually was not that great of a day for Amber either, because the more I thought about the things that these witnesses were saying, I was like, this is kind of interesting. Because what she said was he busted out through the door towards me. He was running at me, and I was worried that he was coming at me. So I ran past him and then out to the pool. That reaction to me just felt weird because I was just kind of visualizing him in my head, and I was like, I don't know what the layout of this space is with doors and entrances and pieces of furniture, but like it seems weird that she would run at/past him as opposed to in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and I don't think Josh Drew, when he was describing that event, those events, he didn't describe that happening with Liz in exactly the same way either. So there's clearly like mismemories. I don't know that it matters that much.
Yeah.
But they're not lining up fully.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, on the just watch the Hogue takeover vid. It was epic. Yes, yes. Thank you. And just so you guys know, also, by the way, I haven't seen any the recap is coming. I see some folks here asking about the recap. Of a lot of people are waiting for it. I'm so sorry that it's a little bit delayed. It will be out today. It's on its way today. So please be patient. And it'll come out. But we're working on finalizing it. Hopefully it'll be rendered out and uploaded soon. Yes, I'll try to get that linked in the chat as soon as it's up. So okay. Anyhow, let's get some more super chats before we get silenced by the court. Drew Radley says Josh claims in a clip that from his depot that AH had a 3-way affair with EM and Cara D while married. Why wasn't this shown, as it would violate JD's jealous rage? I don't know, but
probably.
Was it? Well, I mean, not necessarily, because that is one of the core allegations here is the fact that he was very jealous and he kept accusing her of cheating during the marriage.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, was that 3-way affair during the marriage? Because if it wasn't, then it's not relevant. But if it was, then it's something that's highly relevant. My guess is that it probably was not during the marriage, according to what he said in his deposition. Bria Celine says, finally caught alive. Kind of want to be a lawyer now. Hey, well,
don't do it. Save yourself.
Seriously.
I don't know. I mean, that's we say that, but I do know quite a few lawyers that do actually enjoy their work. So if that is something that you are thinking about seriously, reach out. Maybe after the trial, I can maybe chat with you about it. Who knows? Hippie Koala says, I've been watching so much of the trial in your stream. I had an actual dream last night. I was one of the jurors. Haven't we all?
I had a dream that I was unable to capture the super chats. So,
no, that's an anxiety dream, for sure.
No, I'm waiting for the moment when I'm doing these streams and panel discussions that I start seeing them in like the real world. The Tetris effect, if anyone is familiar with the concept, where people like play video games so much, they start to like see kind of elements of it in the real world. I'm just waiting for that to happen about LawTube. That'd be good.
Yeah. Peru Sravasva says, is there any way to convince a pro Amber asking for a cousin?
It's easier if they watch it all.
Yeah, if they watch all the testimony.
Yeah,
because most likely, I think that it's interesting because even in the chat, in the first couple of days, we had a lot of people that were pro Amber, that were very vocal about being pro Amber, and then all of a sudden that stopped. Those voices were no longer in the chat, and I don't think that it's because we've been banishing anyone, because I've said that I appreciate having different voices. How about this? How about we can make a poll in the chat for
who should be banished?
No.
It's funny though. I'm looking at this clock and it says 9:02, and I'm immediately concerned for the judge. Like, that's how on time she is.
Here we go. I'm gonna have a poll here saying, "Are you pro Amber?" So that people can secretly tell us if they are pro Amber without getting called out by the whole chat. And
Yeah,
I
that
guess,
that should have the scientific measurement.
yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
gonna go in
exactly.
and I'm gonna say yes.
Plus or minus 3%, right?
Yeah. So far, it's 98% no.
You have to count for the
but
trolls.
but the thing is, yeah, and I wasn't sure if those were just trolls or if they were real people. But I have noticed a significant drop off in people that are pro Amber, and that could be that they are just going away, or it could be that they are changing their mind. I don't know.
I would
Bridget A,
also
yes, Kurt,
argue, as
always get the
benefit
Tetris
as
effect.
devil's advocate, as I like to do, I would also argue that we are getting into an increasingly zeitgeisty moment in social media that is not terribly conducive to a pro Amber stance.
Sure.
So much like whether or not you feel that's right or wrong is completely separate from. It tends to be the case that you don't show off your non-conformist stance.
And that is why I decided to do a poll instead of having people in the chat say that they're pro or against. Because I wanted people to feel comfortable and secure with being able to do that anonymously.
Sure.
Yeah. So Aaron Vitito says, can you and Ho give a percentage rating on how likely you think Depp and Heard are to win their sides at the end of each day?
End of each day. Oh,
thanks for everything.
We kind of do that already, don't we?
Yeah,
we do. We can focus a little bit more. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to address something that I got some messages yesterday about Christy Sexton's pronunciation of what we would say is skeletal. I got some folks from Australia, the UK, elsewhere saying that it actually is fairly common in those parts to pronounce it skeletal. So they said that she may have just absorbed like an Australian manner of speaking for that, and that is entirely possible. So I feel far less, I don't know, jokey about that one. So I really appreciate.
I'm still gonna joke with you Australians and British people on skeletal. So I'm still gonna say.
Wrong.
I mean,
the
Australians can't do that because they're not a real country. It doesn't exist.
Well, that you say it that way is enormously useful. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm still gonna say that sounds funny.
To us it does. It's not American.
Not American. Got some voir dire up in here. And our skeletons are skeletal, not skeletal. Come on now.
She was looking rather skeletal when she was up there.
Yes, this is Australian or is that West Virginian, man?
Hey, look, I think that is useful information, 100%. But yeah, I'm still gonna say, British, Australian. There's a lot of weird things they say. I think during the cross I said that's a knife. So hey, it's fun. I love Bluey. I love Bluey, Australia. Don't send me away. Bluey is fantastic. Your best cultural output. Love it.
Yes, and I apologize also for the Crocodile Dundee accent that someone asked me to read a super chat yesterday, because it's my accents are maybe not always the best. Maybe they're okay. I don't know. I guess they're all right, but I'm sure some Australians were probably
all
like, oh
in
my
good
God,
fun.
kill me now.
We love the Australian people. We love the British people. Maybe not that Judge in the Sun case. Haven't read his decision yet. But yeah. What the heck happened to the Johnny Depp side of the court?
I don't know. They're having a team huddle. There's
no one
on there. It looks like.
Where's like the rest of the court? I mean,
I wonder if the judge has. Remember, we saw it once before where she had a scheduling obligation, like she was in charge of the courthouse scheduling and came in about 15 minutes late. So if they got a note that she's on that tally, they could have gotten out of the courtroom to have some kind of conversation.
Yeah, maybe let Johnny have a smoke or something.
I mean, look at this. I think we're being told it's going to be later than we think, right?
Yeah. Okay, but that's fine because then that means that we can go through some more questions in the chat.
That's fine. We can hit more super chats.
Yeah, let's do it. Michael Gaunt says British here, and I'd say it how Hogue says it. Though I could be wrong too. I did live in Indiana for a year when I was 19. Indiana ruins you.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Some of my worst memories are in Fort Wayne.
Oh man. So yes, thank you for a very generous super chat. I love it. That's so funny. Hans Voss says, what is your favorite brand and model pen to write notes with? Does paper make a big difference? Well, actually,
whatever's in the supply closet.
Whatever's in the
whatever box is there for me.
You know what? These Pilot ones that are a little bit bold, I like them because it doesn't take a lot to get stuff writing very fast. But I will say, so lately for the trial, I've been doing a lot of actual pen and paper on like literally like printer paper. But usually, if I'm not scribbling so quickly, I'm not sponsored by Remarkable 2, guys, but this is legitimate.
Not yet.
Mr.
Not yet.
Bites. I know. Yes. Hey, Remarkable 2 people, come at me. But Mr. Bites bought me this for my when I reached 5,000 subscribers. We were so excited.
So like 3 weeks ago? No, I'm just joking.
No, but it's currently out of battery, but it basically is like the best thing. It has a stylus. It's like an iPad, but without all the distractions. And it feels like you're writing on paper, and then you can integrate it very quickly to get PDFs in and out of your computer between there and your phone and your Remarkable.
What brand is this? This is literally a talked in ad. I love it. Brand, get in touch with Alita. She likes
this is integrated.
It's Remarkable. It's Remarkable. That's literally the name of it, but it is also very remarkable.
Oh man,
so much money.
She's just chilling now.
I'm getting zero money for
legitimately
this.
Off the top of her head, espousing the values of your brand. These are million view videos. You really should get in touch with Alita.
I really do love this product. They should really send me a commission.
Okay, Alita, you're overselling it now. You haven't been paid.
But you know what I love?
It's
Raid
kind of okay.
Shadow Legends. It's the all-new mobile game.
No Raid Shadow Legends. Come on. People accuse us.
I personally am waiting for Malort to sponsor me.
Yeah.
So I love that because I love how thin it is, and I love that I can fit a lot of notes in there, because otherwise I've got like I have this ever-growing pile of paper notes.
Alita, you have to capture these chats. What was that brand again? I need to look it up. You need
no, we're not going to mention it.
Remarkable.
Pay us.
Yes.
Alrighty, Ashley Woods, thank you for joining us and for the super chat. Says, I feel like Johnny has learned the hard lesson to stop allowing everyone to live in his house. Yes. But I mean, it's so sad.
Yes,
it's so sad because it's like he's just been so generous, right? And I see in the chat that somebody said that Runkle tweeted something. So let's see if we can.
Runkle tweeted something. Oh, Runkle has absconded and tweeted. Oh, he's going to tell us what's happening.
He said start time will be 9:30 a.m. as a juror is running late. So we've got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Let's do some lightning round of super chats here. Alrighty. DL0 Entropy says, did you do a recap of yesterday? And did you all share the stories of your worst clients today? So Joe shares his worst client because he was strangled in open court. The rest of us are a little bit more hesitant to share because it's like we don't want people to come back after us, right?
Well,
to talk about this
privilege. There's all sorts of reasons to be like,
and privilege, all kinds of things. You don't really want to give out client information, but his was in open court, so I feel like that's a different situation.
Yes, there's a difference when you're strangled by an open court.
Exactly. So a recap of yesterday is pending. It will be here very, very soon, within the next 30 minutes, I think, something like that. So, but yes, it will be here very soon. Gymnastics Mom says, I did a full analysis of the Stair story, all the discrepancies and similarities, wrote it down. By the way, I'm a lawyer. I would love to send it your way. Yes. Oh yeah, please do. Shoot me an email or something, or a DM. DW says, have you seen that Amber also posted her op-ed Instagram with the title included in the image? Would that be more damning than the tweet since it's concrete and not a result of the hyperlink?
No, that's not quite true, because the thing auto-resolved, I think. It didn't. She probably posted the hyperlink and auto-resolved into the image.
For Instagram, that's probably right.
No. I don't think so. For Instagram, if she posted a screenshot of it, that's different.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what they meant. Oh, okay.
Well, if she did a print screen and captured the freaking headline and actually manually put it in, I don't know that you could have a better republishing argument.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But the question is whether she did that before or after. Does that matter if she did it after he already filed the lawsuit? He could amend it, right?
After the lawsuit.
After he had filed it already?
Yeah, I'd let it happen.
No, I mean, do we know from the charging document? Is the Instagram post already in there? Because like there are various aspects of that I haven't seen.
No, because we would have heard about the Instagram post, because that's a pretty damning thing. DW says, have you seen? Oh, sorry, just kidding. We already did that one. Rebecca Ong Lee Yuan says, hi, Alita. Good evening from Malaysia. Love your stream. Thank you.
Malaysia.
Crystal
Awesome.
Luxinski says, my first thought with Amber's witnesses is almost none of them felt it important to make it to court. I think it shows to character. I think as a lawyer, I want to say that we really can't can't make that conclusion, but as a human being, I completely understand what you mean. And I think that the jury is going to read it as exactly that way too. Casper with a K says, doesn't Samantha McMillan's testimony contradict Melanie about the James Corden appearance? Samantha was a stylist. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking she might come up on rebuttal.
The
possibly.
really interesting thing about that piece of the testimony to me was that the makeup artist says that the stylist was already there. So I was interested in whether or not the makeup had already been applied, because that would discount a stylist saying, I didn't see anything. If she's there before the makeup applies, then that's much more useful testimony.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah, I would agree. Tegan not telling says Edward Portis is from AH's PR company trying to buy and sway public opinion with weird theories about the butler did it. Weird. Strange. The Art of Zem says the amount of people in full denial and refuse to acknowledge good points from AH team worries me. It is as if some have left any critical thinking at the door. Love your perspective. Hashtag justice for Johnny.
It's easy to fall into that. So
It
avoid
is.
it. Avoid
And
it.
some of the Johnny Depp fans have fallen into that at least somewhat too.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely agree. Dancing Beagle says, what are the odds of a hung jury? I think Depp's team has been focused on the physical assault. Yeah, and I haven't heard much about specific points of the op-ed being false. Does this hurt their chances? The odds of a hung jury, I don't know exactly what, like over under. I don't.
Material.
Yeah,
Existent.
like there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Significant,
but yeah, there is for sure.
I
wouldn't
Dumb and
put
Dumber,
money
and
on
I would
it,
say it's
though.
much better than 1 in a million. I mean, I think there's an actual percent, like real chance that you hang this jury.
Yeah,
and to the other part of the question, you don't argue that something is false till the end. So you get those facts in evidence, and then at closing you say, clearly, you've seen all the evidence, and these allegations were false, and that's how you tie it up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm going to turn your mic down just a little bit, Mike's mic
is too Mike.
Just because it was out of balance with everybody else's. But we're good. Okay, so Dancing Beagle already got that one. Tails DMs this question: could/should JD recall AH for rebuttal and question her on all the inconsistencies from all the theories? Stories she's told her ex-friends over time, or leave it for closing. Because the problem is, if you do that during witness testimony, you give them the opportunity to comment and clarify and give context. You don't want to give them that opportunity.
You don't want to give them defense rights. I honestly think that's why you saw Whitney's be so light and cross with just the Jennifer Howell. You don't want her to explain anything that you think that you can bring in later.
Exactly. Marie Holman says it is reported that FBI is investigating witness tampering, the Jennifer Howell break-in, and the complaint against the nurse's license. I
don't know what the source would be at the FBI.
Yeah. I'd like to know who's reporting that. That would be interesting. David Greenberg says, will AH have any more live witnesses in her case in chief? It looks like it.
We were promised one today. So
I think because Mr. Dennison is in that courtroom, I think that there's going to be at least one expert witness. Xtina or Christina Hay says, hey, hi, Alita. Where is the day 18 recap from Australia? It's coming.
Did you sleep again last night, Alita? Come on.
I got about 3 hours collectively, I think.
3?
Yes.
God.
Yes. The weekends are for sleeping. But we're almost there. This is the last trial day. So highly caffeinated says, question, how was AH able to change locks on property JD owns? So here's something about some property law here. So when you don't own property but you live there, you have the right of possession. Basically, you're right of possession, right of exclusion. Like when you, let's say, a hotel room, you rent a hotel room for several days. You don't own that space, not at all, but you have the ability to exclude anybody else from coming into that space. And that includes the hotel staff. If you tell them, don't come in here to clean my space, they're not supposed to come in and clean your space. So likewise, they're not allowed to just like waltz in. So as for the locks, she's got a little bit more of an argument than a hotel room to say like she's possessing this space, et cetera, et cetera. So like she can say like, I want to change these locks. Now, of course, Johnny can then come in and say, well, I'm going to change them again because I actually own this space and get out of here. Yep. Like he can actually like kick her out. So it's not the strongest argument to say why she can kick him out because he actually owns the space, but she could theoretically at least change the locks. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to that.
Only
yes.
that if you think about it in a different context, right? You do want people that are being abused to have certain abilities to protect themselves, especially if they don't have the resources to go find a hotel and something like that. So there are areas of the law when there's actual like violence in play that get a little bit more, let's call it equitable on specific property and contractual rights and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So
I want to do a half hour on President Estates and the bundle of rights theory.
The bundle of rights. The bundle.
It's funny. I do bundle of sticks all the time on intellectual property. So hey,
use the UK word for it.
I don't know.
For a bundle of sticks. Really?
Is this going to be appropriate, Kurt? When
No.
you finish off this line. Okay.
The right to exclude is the biggest stick. Let's just start with that.
Yes.
It's the same thing you call cigarette in the UK.
Yeah, I figured that was where you were going, Kurt.
Yes.
I'm glad you.
I showed restraint.
Hey, I got in front of that one. See, I feel responsible.
But I recognize the
Kurt 'cause
time of
made him
day. I
miserable.
recognize it's 8 o'clock, and I decided to refrain. So I
love
do
it.
have
I
self-control
appreciate it.
sometimes.
Yes.
I just feel guilty about this. State you're in.
Let's
Kurt.
get the next one here. Hank Hauser says ACLU donation page says donations are not tax deductible. Doesn't AH say that is why she wanted to be paid directly?
It probably does, but if you actually go back and look at those documents, there's two. The ACLU has two things: the ACLU organization and the ACLU Foundation. The donation was to be made to the ACLU Foundation, and it has all the language you want it to say it's tax deductible. So yeah, I get you. The two different entities, they run exactly for that reason.
Perfect. The Shovel 3R 29 and recently decided to pursue law school. Thanks to you and the person yesterday for making it feel not too late.
It is not too late.
It's
never too late.
Get it.
Life is a precious gift. Go nuts.
Never too late to throw your life away.
Oh, come on.
Mike.
No, because
the person that just said they signed up for law school, we can at least pretend.
Absolutely. Go to law school and get married while you're at it. Let's have more bad ideas.
More bad ideas. Oh, come on. Come on.
I can't.
Yeah. So no, absolutely. You can definitely start a whole new career in your late 20s. 100%.
Absolutely.
So long as it's not like, trying to get into the NBA or something.
I started doing this crazy stuff in my late 30s. So, what, believe me, when I'm sitting in law school, it's not like I'm going to be on video all the time. No. So
yeah.
Don't listen to Mike. Follow your dreams.
The audible silence from some of my friends when I told them that my response to getting laid off from my job during COVID was to start a YouTube channel that was like very palpable.
Well, you know what people used to say about me and the big law stuff and business stuff, and he's a YouTuber and he has a podcast. Now it's all, how did you do that? How does that work? How are you getting subscribers from big law firms? It's like, well, I'm thinking about a consultancy. Come back and come to ask me a little bit later.
Also, Mike, Mr. Bites says to say that you look like a mid-90s radio host.
Mike does? It's because of his.
I think I'm going to take that as a compliment.
The face for radio routine.
Mm-hmm.
No.
We can do a whole trial day in radio voice. Coming at you next, it's Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp.
Yes. What
face
was
for radio and a voice for print.
Yeah.
No. What was that TV show for Talk Radio? With the one with Joe Rogan before when he was actually like acting or whatever for a while? News radio. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. And I'm sure that's where he's getting that vibe. Narrow Sparrow says consensus in Australia seems pro AH. Is there any chance that AH was telling the truth and JD's or team did a good job with PR? Saw some criticism towards Camille about the way she questioned AHRESA. I'm sure somebody's gonna find some criticism of her for going too hard about it, but that's her job.
It is. And I would say this, based on my research on the Sun and the New York Post, I believe a good chunk of Australian media is owned by News Corp. So if there's anything that's true about this, is that News Corp is very anti-Johnny Depp as a parent company. So I don't know. I don't know Australian media, but you have to keep that in mind when you're looking at those particular articles. That said, you asked if there's a chance Amber Heard is telling the truth. There's 100% a chance. Absolutely.
There's absolutely a chance, but if all of her story is true, she's doing a horrible job presenting it in court.
It's buried in crap. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's not true, and that's what makes it so difficult. If there is truth there, it's buried in crap, and I don't mean that as a pun.
I know that folks that have been joining the trial streams have seen me, coming from a certain angle of making a certain decision in this case. I've been pretty pro Johnny Depp since the beginning of this trial. It is not because I have been doing that blindly. It's because I've seen a lot of the evidence that has come out in the weeks prior to that, and I went through a lot of the filings, a lot of the arguments from both sides.
Yeah.
So I can understand people saying that I might be biased, but these other guys joining me on this panel knew nothing about the case before they came in and gave their commentary. And they are seeing things the way that they are seeing things, coming from probably as objective a standpoint as you can get. So if there's anybody that's going to be a good bellwether for bias or non-bias, it's these guys right here with me.
Yeah, I mean, outside of not ever having heard of either of them, I mean, I do like Pirates of the Caribbean, so, but yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, but you also are not like, you're not jazzed about Hollywood in particular. Like, you're also very ready to be critical of Hollywood and movies and TV shows and stuff, like without being an overly like fanboyish kind of person.
I'm not a fanboyish kind of person, I'll grant you.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Justin Levy says, thoughts on Megan Fox, the writer, not actress, YouTube video on Josh Drew v. LAPD testimony, body cam footage not good for his testimony. I have not seen that at all.
I don't know the writer Megan Fox, I'm sorry to say, but I think it's clear that the body cam footage does not work with what Josh Drew said.
The body cam footage not good for his, not good for Josh Drew's testimony.
Yeah, Josh Drew's testimony.
It's good for Johnny Depp. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, and we talked about that yesterday as well. To say that in this case, it's like Josh Drew sounds good until you compare him to the police, until you line him up with them in this case, and then folks are coming back.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Thanks for the compliment by the hat, by the way, to the super chat.
Of course. I mean, this is why we get the cowboy hat emojis in the chat.
Is this stuff accurate coming in about Ian's channel? Did Ian go flying? Is he at 100,000 today?
He was. Oh yeah, yes. Okay, people were saying just before, like at the very beginning, people were saying that he was at like 97.6. Wow. So I was like, guys,
you flew past me, you runkle of the Bailey. I love it, Ian. I love it.
And he
Hoke him.
Does he even know?
I know he wouldn't know right this second. That's fantastic.
Well,
we know
actually,
he's
not sitting there, so he may actually know.
It's like that episode
he's on with Emily.
Good. It's like that episode of Scrubs right now, where Kirk finds out his wife is pregnant before she does. We should have like some kind of celebration ready for Ian.
Yeah, we should.
Yes, I'm going to equate all of today's testimony to Scrubs episodes. We're going to give it a run.
I like it.
Amazing.
Ian is flying. Look, one
the judge
appearance.
The judge is not late. There's a juror that is running late to court today to answer that other super chat.
Probably
hi from Australia, Richard Jones. I love it.
I'm at 75.3 this morning. That's not bad at all.
Let's get it. Let's get Kurt. Let's do a subscriber drive for Kurt today. Let's get him to 80,000 at least.
Thank you.
Let's do it because he's got some really great commentary on the law. He's got a really good channel talking about a lot of Supreme Court stuff where he analyzes things in a very, very precise intellectual way. And I think that you guys need to go and check him out. You need to watch his stuff. He also does, he'll do reactions to some of the audio of some of the oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court.
Kurt, what kind of number would we have to get
hilarious.
You to? What kind of number would we have to get you to wear an Ian wig for at least an entire episode on your channel?
That's a good question. I'm open to negotiations.
You're open to negotiations. Okay. What if we get you an 80 number? What do you think? 80,000 Ian wig for an episode of Uncivil Law.
Have to do the voice 85. Too.
No, you don't have to do a voice for Ian. Just hey, an Ian wig. An Ian look. What do you think?
Let's say 85.
Have on maybe.
I feel like we could do 85.
Okay.
It's the day is
85 for that. All right, we got bids. Yeah. We're like running an auction here. All right.
85. Yeah. 85. I'll get some sort of Ian wig. That sounds fair.
Okay, 85,000. Maybe we can
with Ian's permission, of course. Ian. I don't want to be mocking him.
No,
of course.
We check with Ian. It wouldn't be mocking. It would be celebration of him hitting a silver play button number.
Ian would love it.
Ian would be totally in.
He'd be all about it.
He'd give you a metaphor about a hockey game he once saw and a moose in a ditch, and it would be fantastic.
And yes, so we did also have Ian linked in the chat
so happy
here, and
for
I'm so
Ian.
happy for him. I'm so happy. I'm seeing
I'm
that he's
so
at
happy for
103,000. So thrilled, so thrilled. I mean, he does such great work.
He's a sweetheart. I could not be
he really
happier.
is. Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
Maybe I should
Justin
upload
Levy.
a different video for the latest video on my channel.
Oh wait, we got that
than
one.
the one I put up this morning. As people go check it out.
KXT82 says, question, is it weird the AH best witness husband and coach met AH before the depot? Coach learn about SA during meeting. Is it witness tampering? Well, I think she learned about it before that prior meeting. Oh, there's Ian. Look at him. Look at him walking in all excited with his silver play button status. Is he gonna tell James about it? Or no?
Tweeted
He's
it out
just gonna sit down
46
there,
seconds ago.
being all humble like he is. Look at
Just
that
stand
guy.
up and say, "May it please the court, I have a silver play button."
Ian says, I can't even properly grab a screenshot as I'm running back into court. You guys are awesome. So
Aw.
Ian, killing it, man.
Yes.
Yeah, he earned it the hard way. He got there through sleep deprivation.
He did.
It's true.
He went after it.
Yes.
I love it.
I respect it.
All right.
love it.
Sorry, I know people don't like when we talk about subscribers, but you know what? If we feel strongly about the message we're putting out here, the content we're putting out here, like I feel strongly about Legalbytes, LawTube, Ian, Kurt, Mike, everyone else, that's why we get excited. Yes, we get more super chats. Yes, we make this possible. We can feed our families with this kind of stuff. But I love Ian putting out the content he puts out. I love Alita putting out the content she puts out. I love Kurt some days when the content he puts out. I'm just joking, Kurt. I'm just joking with you. And Mike, I've only gotten to know during this trial, but he has a great presence. And I'm going to check out his content after we're all done. So I love that stuff. I love seeing subscribers find that stuff in the morass of the internet. That's why I say these things. That's why I say like and subscribe. I want to see these people succeed to put more content out like that. And so, yes, I get grifty, I get hype manny because I believe in it so damn much. So thank you, subscribers. Thank you, chat, for making that possible. For Ian, for making it possible. For Alita, for Kurt, for Mike, and for me. And I will shut up about this for a good long while so we can actually watch Depp v. Heard. But I want to say that. Call me out on grifting and hype man stuff. It's because I believe in it so damn much. I'm done.
Agreed. Thank you, Rick.
That was good.
God, such a great hype man. World's
Seriously.
best hype man right here. World's best hype man for sure. And if you guys, if I can just add one little self-grift thing here, if you guys are enjoying it, if you are enjoying the commentary, if you could like the video, that really helps so that we can try to push this out as far as possible through the internet. Let's beat law and crime. Let's beat court TV. Let's beat all of these corporate media goons. And get this commentary out there so that more people can see the real trial. If you guys want to know how to convince an Amber Heard stan, what is actually going on in this trial, get the trial in front of them. Get YouTube to push this out by liking that video, liking this video, and seeing if we can get some more impressions on it, because it really does help. So, alrighty. With that, let's get through some more super chats while they do one last huddle with the judge. And so to finish answering this question, it is a little bit weird, but it's not that weird. As far as lawyers are concerned, like, it doesn't concern me that much. There's a question of what all they talked about, but it's not so super crazy weird. Bedford Unicorn says, question, apologies if already asked. If Amber believes what she experienced was abuse despite not being, can it still be defamatory? If she believes it, I don't think so. But the question is, does the jury believe that she believes it? I don't think so. If you ask me, I don't believe that she believes it. And that ultimately is what matters, right? Does the jury believe that she believes it? Don Lionheart says, did you guys see the Getty image Ian retweeted of Wit? Yes. I retweeted his retweet. She was mean mugging. I called it an RBF, but realistically, she was mean mugging. Amber Lucas, she was very uncomfortable. And also I understand why she was very uncomfortable. She was around a lot of people that do not support her and do not support her sister. So I would be physically uncomfortable if I were in her position as well. Amber Lucas said, check your email and DMs on Twitter, FBIG. I sent you a message about being a mod for the chat. Thank you. Okay. Yes. I got some DMs. I got some emails from folks. I'm so sorry. I haven't had a chance to check it, but yes, I'm trying to run on stuff. Probably Friday is going to be one of the best days. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow, Friday, if we'll do some kind of a hangout stream.
So real.
And that will be
What day is it?
It was unfortunately very real. But we'll do some kind of a hangout stream, and it'll be a little bit easier to add some mods here and there. But first I will be responding to folks to get some dialogue on modding and that kind of thing, because I would like to have conversations with folks before I hand them a wrench, so that we can just make sure that everybody's on the same page. But yes, thank you so much for that. I will be checking out for it. Maria says, I'm just happy everyone gets to tell their side of what happened and move on at the end of the day. It's a shame it's out there for the world to see, though. That is litigation, unfortunately. I mean, this is like amplified times a million because it's two celebrities and there's a lot of interest in the trial. But any kind of litigation, it gets like it's like your guts just get put on display in front of so many strangers. And it can be humiliating, absolutely. But it's unfortunately the best method that we have for our legal process. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because I like having an open judicial process so that we can, be able to monitor the wheels of justice and see if they're returning properly. Sharon Alma Mary says, do you think that if she took responsibility for the finger incident, it would be easier to believe some of the things she says?
Yes.
Broadly, if she took
100%.
responsibility on any of the stuff that we kind of know, it would make the rest of her stuff sound more sincere.
That's the core of
Absolutely.
her problem. She takes responsibility for nothing, so then you don't believe her
Zero.
about anything.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Yeah, no, exactly. If she literally took responsibility for any single thing, that would be that would be helpful. Charlie Reed says, if JD wins, is he guaranteed the 50 million? And how would you turn this around for AH? He's not guaranteed. He could win $1. He could win technically, but then be awarded $1.
Yep. They could assess damages at whatever, and he's never collecting it. But I mean, maybe
going to her house and taking her stuff.
could be. And how would you turn this around for AH? I would have done it. I don't see a way of doing that right now personally, because it's so late in the trial. But earlier on, I would have. I don't know, because it's so hard, because how much of this has been driven by her and the way that she wanted to tell her testimony. It's hard to figure out a strategy if you don't have your client on board with you. But I would have wanted things to come out differently. I would have wanted her to take responsibility for things. I would have wanted like so many things to humanize her and to show, to lean into some of her vulnerabilities, lean into some of her issues, and basically go that route. That's what I would have wanted to do. Lori, thanks so much for your very generous super chat. Says, listening from Australia, love your channel. Just wanted to add to the Australian support of AH, our 2021 Australian of the Year, Grace Tame, a very popular and influential activist here, posted stories a while ago about a rich, powerful man versus a woman.
Sure.
That is a common narrative, whether it's in Australia, in the United States, or elsewhere. That's a very common narrative. And I understand why, because there have been many women who have been in those kinds of positions who have been harmed by men wielding power. Not just men, though. Women also. Anyone is capable of wielding power against someone if they find themselves in an advantageous position. I don't want there to be some sort of a misunderstanding that women are somehow incapable of that. Women are absolutely capable of that. And it doesn't just take obvious versions of wealth and power. There are different forms of power as well that can be used and utilized against someone. Sexual power is another one. Fame, celebrity, all kinds of things can be wielded against another human being. Aladdin says, been lurking here for forever now. We just wanted to drop a big thank you. This is a really big thank you. Thank you for the great commentary. Kurt is the man. Special thanks to you for being here. Great insights. Greetings from Switzerland. Man,
Awesome.
amazing. I
I love it when they say where they are. It's just
Very
really
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
Tell your friends in Switzerland. They don't have to be neutral about subscribing to Legalbytes.
First of all, I knew that was where Kurt was going to go, and I love it. I love it as a tagline.
They don't
Throw
have
off
to
your
be neutral about-
neutrality for Legalbytes.
I love it, guys. Next one is Oliver Charles. Alita, can you do a chart for your sub count through the trial? I think one day I saw you at like 75K, and then a week later 215K.
Are you
Amazing.
familiar
Thank
with
you.
Magic Mountain? You know that the first hill, that's Legalbytes doing the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, and well deserved.
It's been kind of a parabolic sort of. It's been a very like Bitcoin in a bull market kind of rise. That's how it's felt.
We don't want the other side of Bitcoin.
No, hopefully
we'll
we don't go
that.
bear. I don't want to go Bitcoin bear. Good morning. Is Christopher Walken the Muffin Man? Is Christopher Walken the Muffin Man?
God, I knew
that's not a good impression. I was actually thinking about because somebody asked me to do more cowbell yesterday and through a super chat, and I was thinking I could have done that better. I could have done that better. Like I got a fever.
Am I the Muffin
and the only solution is more muffins.
God.
Finally a reference I actually know.
There you go.
Because it's a good 20 years old.
We'd like to call Bruce Whitkin, and it's by deposition designation. All right.
Vita Fry would pronounce that Whitkin.
I think we have
sorry.
questions for us. All right, thank you.
Whitkin.
That's right.
Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Leviosa, not Leviosa. Good, we got an early.
Oh, this guy's seen some stuff. All right.
Perjury. The counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way.
Steven Spielberg is having a rough day.
That he is in fact Bruce Whitkin.
Hang on, let me turn you down, Kurt.
Yes.
I like to believe I get prepped more for a deposition than this, but that's fine. Let's see what he has to say.
Mr. Chu.
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Whitkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
Medeiros, thank you so much for the very
He
generous
joined
super
the
chat.
band that I was in Florida.
And this is a very important point
And
too. Women also lie. People lie.
Did
I
Depp
love it.
ever
Thank
become
you.
family?
I'm here for this.
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes,
Okay. And was that around the time?
right when we moved out here in 1984.
Alita, can you pop the captions?
So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
Got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah,
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah, we had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we
I'm expecting a
were as
falling
close
out.
as you can get.
Yeah.
And do you agree to
And
tell
what
the
4 years
truth
happened 4
today,
years ago?
regardless
We
of
could be
your
better friends.
close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
Tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that you would? How often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know,
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but you know, I think that yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh,
Getting high.
okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while if I saw it, you know. I mean, I've handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him, I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber.
Painter, I don't know
At
the
the
answer to this
time.
question.
I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know, I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through. And so, yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be. And, you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You can tell. And I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
We'll answer this in a bit.
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse.
I don't know, Mick. Sorry.
Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And was besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
We'll ask him later.
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up. You know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, by hit it hard, they would
drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson
Kristen,
do both.
send me an email.
I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
do you know what kind of professional help more specifically?
Manson's back.
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know? And I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with that. That's my opinion.
Vítej, it's Nicholas Brzeziszka.
So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the Mansion or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12?
In closing, probably.
April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit.
Part of the team.
Depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have
probably a bit.
Mike, this one's for you.
do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah, smoking weed.
I
Morning,
think
Wolfman.
Your testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that?
We'll still be
wrong?
here.
I've
Alex, we'll still be
never
here
seen
talking about the
them
law, talking about all kinds of fun cases.
physically abuse each other. No.
Marilyn
Did you say
Manson.
this was at 3 a.m.
Yep,
when you
that's
called?
one.
It was
Hey,
late.
can you
I can't
unmute yourself
exactly
so that I can?
what it was.
I gotta
Later
adjust your
than I
audio.
imagined that I'd get a call,
Thanks.
so I thought it was, something
There we go.
bad. So
That should
yeah,
be
I
good.
went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m. And then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah,
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. The first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. Usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. It was almost like
This is
shit's going crazy down here. Can you come?
May 21st. Is
Did
like
he
the
say
basis
that he
of the
wanted you to
hoax
come
claim.
urgently?
Yes.
There's
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around
really.
and people going in and out of the bedroom. And, I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me.
True.
I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right. Like by the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, a little bit of an edge.
Lawyers are allowed
And
to
look,
check
I
media and
got
social media.
Called down
Johnny's
there at
not.
3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Whitkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah,
Is it-
one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Whitkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise
Nothing new.
that you saw was?
Not yet, Brioni.
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to me. Finger
Matt,
mark.
it's highly relevant.
And did you ever talk to Amber
very
about
relevant.
that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
I haven't seen it.
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
If we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Wicken, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text?
That's from Dudes, yeah.
And do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
Well, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working? But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
We can sign off at the end of the day.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
If there are,
When
we'll be
was that?
covering them.
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it because I was quite surprised because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, "Why are you doing this?" he kind of hid it from me for a long time until I believe in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Kurt said that he's going to cover it.
Time. There's something about the business manager and, you know,
Fair point.
spending too much. And I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me, and I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit, and if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom
I'm gonna
case.
save
Is
this
that
one.
is that right?
Yeah,
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to
Sure.
your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much I haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, "What are you talking about?" I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. Or we would just talk about it. And he would say, "Oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right." And I said, "Well, you're not all right." And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
It was a decent cross.
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but that's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you
No.
with anyone?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Tracy Jacobs.
That was it.
There, huh?
I
One
think
more
the
time.
whole point there
Your
was
Honor, we'd like to
was
call
get that
Tracy
last bit.
Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me
All right.
asking questions.
All right. Thank you.
I think the whole point there was to get that point in about the guys that can be yes men to Johnny.
Yeah.
To question his people.
One much up there.
That seems like that was the one thing.
California.
Oh, she's a
What
ghost.
is your current occupation?
Talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent. So my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
Yeah, I think the threesome testimony is the problem is it's hearsay.
Do
He only
you
knows it through Rocky.
take any
No personal
credit for
knowledge.
that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I
Clients
know
will do
is he
that sometimes
terminated essentially
with
everyone
oceans.
in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
Hiya, thank you very much for the generous super chat. We'll have to answer it in a bit.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore,
we're really using a fired agent at this point,
which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, this is not, it's not a good idea.
Disgruntled agent that apparently knows all of the
Now, my question to you
skeletons
is,
in the closet, should I
do
say?
you agree
Okay.
with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope. Never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
Well, he rose to stardom.
This is a very careful answer
His
here.
unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question.
It does, but
What
that's
do
not
you
helpful to
mean
a
by
deposition.
Mr. Depp's
Right.
unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk, it's a small community, and it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr.
Yes.
Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on the plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp.
Yes,
Was it
covering
your
Manson for sure.
observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And
That doesn't mean
in
it's
your
admissible.
observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines when it fed to him during films.
Yes.
Yeah, she did say no to the violence.
Do you
Chat.
have a
This is really about
recollection of
damages. This is that he did this to
issues
himself. The op-ed
associated
didn't
with
kill his
London Fields?
chances so far.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first, so you can just read the frame. And
Well, that's a lot of
really
caps there, Ms. Jacobs.
part there.
Johnny Depp likes a cap.
My opinion, Rittenhouse was
And
properly
here's
acquitted.
where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you
So answering that super chat.
on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
It's a
Harley,
good
he
question,
says
Elaine.
fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. I've spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why
Email me or send me
Harley,
a
he
DM.
means
Knock knock
Hanley.
81.
They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pirate 6?
No.
Kimberly,
You
they
testified
could,
at the beginning
if they could find her,
of
they
this
could.
deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp,
That's a really
he
interesting email
was,
on London Fields.
I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Well, that
Have you ever
doesn't
seen
help
Mr. Depp
Amber's side. I don't know what his
engage in
reputation
angry
is.
behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a Viking?
Yes.
They got that
Have
straight
you
into
ever
the jury,
seen
eh?
Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge,
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No,
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
no,
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
no,
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
no.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes,
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
no.
Kathleen, that's up to the
Have you
jury
ever
to figure
seen
that
this
out,
document
really.
before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you
Yes.
referring to when you
Yes,
said
very
at the
problematic.
top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial
I love Samwise.
desperation.
I'll be Samwise. I love
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp,
And what particularly was good news?
that we were able
talked
to
about it.
secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final
It's going to come out on cross.
deal for
closing.
Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid 25 million with the back end.
would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Have you been with Johnny Depp every
Yes.
moment of your life?
Can you say one way or the other
Yeah.
whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No,
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp
How is she going to
terminated?
answer that?
correct, yes.
Earlier you said
Why would
that
Elaine
Mr.
ask it
Depp's
that way?
reputation
She says there's
that
10
he
years of bad
became
behavior, and the
the
agent, you
greatest
make the agent
actor
say
in the
yes.
world, right?
Movies were coming in throughout that whole
That's
period.
not what I
That was a
said.
stupid,
I
stupid
said
question.
he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No,
Why not?
Because you got fired.
because his star had dimmed due
You
to
didn't have Tracy
it
Jacobs
getting
anymore.
harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
Mr. Samara was like
And what were the
3% for
other
Amber.
things?
Everyone else for Johnny Depp.
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior
really.
included,
I think I've described it
That's not a
several
question.
times.
What kind of
would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes,
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
Objection, lack-
I read that. I don't know.
All of
Do
her prior
you
statements can
have
come in
any
Shimpasta. So
understanding of
she would
why
still be
Mr.
impeached.
Depp
Same thing.
needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
That's not a why.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he
That was
needed
Emma.
$20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why, he just expected us to do it.
So so Mr. Depp came in and
Thank
said,
you, Legalbytes.
I want you to
very, very
get
generous
$20
of you.
million for me.
Actually, it was, I want you to give me
Yes, he's
$20
there.
million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
Well, come on.
And what did you say? in
He's not
response?
robbing you.
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that
Super chats will
point. I
go
was
towards
just in the
hopefully
meeting.
paying off some law school debt. Some, not all.
In the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money.
Mhm.
We're not a bank.
Sure. I've said that to clients.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
Come on, Elaine.
What
He felt that it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
This is, there's no way he thought just give it to me.
you ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out,
I'm gonna double check
for
this, Daniel,
Universal with Blumhouse.
just to make
You
sure.
were asked about whether there was
It's not
any
actually
option
accurate. That
contract
Invisible
for
Man's not part of their
Pirate
dark
6.
universe, but we can talk
And
about it later.
I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
I think Dr. Curry could help to button things
Yes,
up.
ma'am. Your next witness.
What even was that?
It was for damages. It was trying to say he ruined his reputation prior to the
Your Honor, our next
op-ed.
witness is Joel
Which is
Mandel.
exactly why
He's
Elaine
also by
solicited, but
deposition
you got him good
designation.
work right until the end, didn't you?
And we start the question.
What in the world?
I mean, it's forgettable. It doesn't matter. But that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
can't help
yeah.
but feel like those two were filling time. Do you have anybody else,
Can you
Elaine?
please state your name
If
and
it's on
business
the
address?
record, Kirsten,
Joel
then
Mandel.
it can be made public if you buy a
With
transcript. It's a lot of
Mandel.
money, though.
It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena, is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983.
It's a good law school.
I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Lyman, Boutzer, Rothman, Keekel, and Silber. And I
100% Augustine.
left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
Let that lie for the jury to think about.
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. We pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes and We help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
Rich ones.
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for
the guy that
all
lost
of
him
our
a bunch of money?
folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this, but early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they've changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's
everything would need to be true.
All changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010.
Save the question for later.
And I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, I mean, if you're only judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions. What I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And
most likely.
And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
Okay. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, You know, there were times when he would be upset about something, and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. You know, I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, you know, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, you know, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would.
Super chat.
You know,
yeah, it's relatively.
He seemed to
relatively
become
on big cases,
increasingly less filtered and increasingly you know, the notion of I want to answer you accurately. You know, people moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, you know, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would
very concerned
express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
I'm going to say this.
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described in that 2010 and on time frame.
That was them.
As I recall, income was very significant. Spending was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
I don't know. Did Ms. Heard?
Approximately how much?
Sorry, Rick, I totally talked over you.
No,
Less
I was
than
making a snide
50,000.
comment. It's totally fine.
I don't
I
recall
was just saying hi to
writing
Piedra
large
in
charity checks.
Lithuania.
It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
Confirmed. The only Friday is
And were
closing
there
arguments.
occasions
There's no
that
trial
Mr.
tomorrow.
Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
Upsetting.
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very
We
high.
didn't get any answers to those tax questions. We just got the
but I can't
question.
say that
What a
I'm
weird
here.
edit.
Do you have a recollection of whether
I might need your guys' input on
TM
this witness, to be honest, because
G
I'm
had
trying
pay
to work my way through
paid
the super
for
chats.
property damage?
My
and
attention is
other
split.
rental
I'll let you
property
know if I
damage
think there's anything
properties
actually
that
pertinent.
Okay.
Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing
We'll have that
25
one again,
million
for sure,
by
Megan.
the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and
depositions have
obtain
both.
25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
There's a big backlog.
Correct.
Peter Pan Jam.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that you were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
Probably even more specifically, Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on because the circumstances were more dire.
And would it be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I'm going to see.
I think they hand delivered like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity
Made
with
before
Edward
you go to court.
White as of the time of the termination?
A lot of preparation.
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
Easier to pay attention to.
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
Did you steal $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any
talk about this
agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
All right, well, we go ahead and take our morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Disgruntled Family Members and Employees Day.
Again, court is still in session. If we could.
Yeah, Rick, be quiet.
Court
I'm
is
sorry,
still in
Judge.
Session. Thank you. Thank you.
Court is
Ian,
still
be
in
quiet.
session. Everybody shut your mouths.
Ian was just pumped about his
Shut up.
100K. Little outburst from Ian.
Yeah, Ian
There's
and
Ian right
James.
there.
We know you guys are there to
With
riot.
his legal pad, he's showing it off.
All right, we'll go ahead and
Look
take
at
a
the notes
recess
I've
until
taken.
11:15.
World.
There are
All right, thank you.
to answer this one, there are some folks that are talking about Roe v. Wade. Kurt has done a breakdown on that leaked opinion that went out. I haven't had a single minute to even think
Yeah, I
about
have
it
a
for
Dobbs
more than
video.
a minute.
I have a
So-
Dobbs video in virtual legality.
Yep, Rick has talked about it. A bunch of folks have. I have not, because I have not had any time to even think about approaching that subject.
Nope. Gotta do
And
your
yes,
homework
we
on
can
that
see.
one.
Yes, I'm not going to talk about it before I spend a lot of time on it. Yep, Ian's right there. You can see him. You can see him right there.
He's got the notepad. He's got the hair and the notepad. You can't miss him.
Yes.
Oh, well, now
yes,
you
and-
can.
There will
Now
be
you can miss
tweets
him.
incoming.
There probably will be
Yes.
tweets.
Yes, there will be. I should pull up his.
I
page
like
just
I
to-
like my money on the jury was asleep.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
mean, there
so,
was
so,
nothing-
so
there
I
was nothing
probably
in these
wasn't missing all that much
witnesses.
then.
Well, so that was the gentleman. You saw it from the end of Elaine's questioning there. That was the gentleman who is accused of stealing $650 million from Johnny Depp. He denies
And
it.
there's an-
That's wise.
Right.
You were never
That's
going to
why-
get
yeah, I'm
anything
like,
else.
Are you going to admit to a felony on the record under oath? No.
Big
no,
old
I'm not.
felony. Well, that's the same thing for the tax question, right? There were a couple of questions that we didn't get answers to. I saw chat yelling at me saying he said no. What he said was, essentially, were you ever responsible for filing his taxes and failed to do so? At which point you say no.
Yeah, right.
Because if that was my job, no, I never did anything wrong with federal statutory requirements
Right.
in a
Right.
deposition to be publicly displayed. But that isn't quite the same as did Johnny properly pay his taxes. So it's there's a whole bunch of just mudslinging in that particular interview. Did you know he didn't pay his taxes for 15 years? Did you know he's overspending? How much did he spend on prescription pills and that kind of thing? The interesting thing, of course, being that both the agent and the money man there seem to indicate that a certain set of events happened in like 12-13 that really sent him on a downward slide. I don't know. Do we know if anything
That-
happened in
that was my
2012/2013?
I think they were
Maybe he
trying
met
to
a certain
beat up.
individual.
What is YouTube using right now? It's a certain
A certain
Aquaman
Aquaman
starlet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's things to tug.
Yeah, I
That's
think they
his-
were trying to
that's
beat up
thing.
his damages, but implicitly they were undercutting their own argument.
Yes. Yeah, no,
there was
absolutely.
a-
But when Elaine asks Tracy, which an agent has to say, but you were still getting him work during that whole 10-year period, you just said things were sliding. Yes, I was getting him good work.
Yeah.
What are we
Really
talking
quick,
about
let
here,
me-
kids?
Let me get the super chat because I want to get it before it slips away. Rhonda
Yes.
Ernst, thank you very much for this very generous super chat. Says relevance of anything this guy is saying. Do you think the jury cares about this? This is the last witness, I believe, that they are responding to.
No.
A jury that's possibly thinking that Amber Heard's stories could pay out. It's character stuff, right? So the money guy he doesn't pay his taxes, bad person. Look at all this money he spends. Let me just use some numbers to show you how different he is from the rest of the world. That dude that you just got testimony from, he was getting paid $10,000 a day. Well, you didn't get testimony from Jerry Judge. That would have been difficult.
Right.
But like the rest of his security team, he's getting
Beyond
huge
the
amounts of
grave.
money.
Yeah.
He's getting huge amounts of money. So they get that on the record. They get
Yeah.
they get, he's spending so much on prescription pills. I don't think it's that useful. I wouldn't pay that much attention. But if you were inclined, if you're already thinking, maybe there's something there. Now you have at least a little bit more to add to the maybe Johnny Depp is a skis ball pile. I mean, like that's what it was.
I don't know how they saw it, but I saw it as this is exactly what I would expect behind the scenes. The guy owns his own island. He's maintaining 6 penthouses for hangers on. Yeah, he's overspending.
Well, also, however, as soon as I saw I mean, it was like what, like the third or fourth question was like, "Who are you?" I'm a business manager, and then how long were you a business manager, or when did you first meet Johnny Depp? You know, at what point did you become his business manager? 1999. We know that there was a business manager that was in charge of his finances for a very long time, who was fired around 2000, whatever,
That's how it works.
for losing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We know that that is in front of the jury. They are very well aware of that. So as soon as you hear that, it's like, okay, I understand that he has a bone to pick, or at least he's under fire at some point because he's been sued by Johnny. There are all kinds of reasons why he would give a particular type of testimony that wouldn't necessarily be unbiased or objective.
What was so funny is, have you been adjudicated as committing malpractice? I'm like, I want to think. I mean, if I'm the jury, okay, so the law takes a while. We're talking about 2016 right now. Is that even done?
Yeah.
If he sued him, is that still pending? Like, I don't know. I literally don't know, chat.
And if that wasn't a question that was asked, is it
Elaine
still
didn't ask
pending?
it. Elaine have you been found? It's like, that's a very specific legal question.
Like,
Yes.
like for instance, there were 3 witnesses here. The first one that looked like Viva with the hair, you know?
Yeah.
That's
I
mean to
completely
Viva.
forgot. I want to say something about it. I completely forgot now what he said. And I
His
was
was I saw a potential grip bruise during the Rolling Stone incident, and his money men are paid a lot and will say whatever they want, whatever Johnny Depp wants.
The agent is he destroyed his career himself. It didn't have anything to do with the allegations. It's a horrible argument, but you have testimony so that if you're on Amber Heard's team, you can make that argument in closing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's not compelling.
Fired agent might be the least compelling witness that we have seen.
Yes.
The bitterness dripped off the video screen.
And even if you believed everything he said, it doesn't really go to any of the issues.
Yeah.
Other than a generalized dislike of Johnny, I suppose.
The entire end of her testimony was like, he would be doing better if he still had me. I mean, like, okay, cool.
Yeah. Like that has nothing to do with anything here, lady.
You getting him roles. Give me a break.
Yeah. Alex Franco 25, thank you for your very generous super chat. I find it weird that all these people stop being friends around the same time. Is it possible that Amber was convincing Johnny that they were after his money to isolate him while she and her friends leech off his money? That she was convincing Johnny that they were after his money. I don't think so.
I don't think he ever respected her enough in terms of things like that to really be swayed by her. That's just my gut feeling.
I will say the weird part about Whitney's testimony was she's tried to go for that isolating abuser type stuff yesterday. And I'm struck by the fact that by the time May 21st rolls around, there are a ton of Amber hanger-ons to still testify about May 21st. So if he was isolating, he was doing a really poor job of it.
Mm-hmm. Because he's inviting everybody to live with them. They don't have a moment alone.
Freaking Liz Mars is there, who was apparently there for all of 2 weeks. And his testimony now makes much more sense, where he's like, I go into PH1 and like, there's some lady here.
Some lady, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that sound like somebody who's controlling? I don't think so. Let's get some more questions in here.
Well, I really did like the London Fields email. I would have liked to have seen actual cross on it. Now that I think about it. So that's presented to the agent. You get some angry Johnny Depp stuff. He's very upset about something happening with London Fields. And some of it sounds like what Amber Heard's team has stated about no nudity and things. But if you read the email more fulsomely, he's clearly pissed about either an editorial or directorial change. And as part of that, and the fact that they used his work, Johnny Depp's work, without like doing the edits properly. So it's, yes, he's upset that they didn't follow the no nudity clause in Amber's contract, but with all the rest of the contractual stuff, you read that in full context, and like, he's pissed that they're not following their contract, and it's all part of one thing. So I thought that was really interesting. But again, commercial contracts lawyer here, I'm not saying the jury found it as interesting, but I'm like, ooh, okay. So you got an edit change there. You've got a credit change there. Yes, you've got a nudity clause. And then I'm like, I wonder what the contract says if it's nudity for the character, but it's not Amber Heard. This is where I get interested. But, you know, we have different proclivities in terms of what interests us. I would be willing to bet.
Of course. And that's why I love having all of you guys here. Mike the Dad Crosby says, do any law tubers think there might be a law tube Patreon that all law tubers could access, post, and share proceeds?
I can't speak for everybody, but you know, we share time in such random ways.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to prorate or otherwise figure out these things. And I would never want to lose the spontaneity and the drop in, drop out that makes this possible for
Yes.
me.
Thank you.
Because like I'm gonna have to, I have to do a call in about an hour, and I have to do some law, and I might have to do some documents after that, and I can drop in and drop out. And like just people ask about the super chats, but if you think about a Patreon the same way, it's like what in the world, we just can't spend that much time and effort figuring
Especially
out
with-
and billing hours.
Especially with like the ever growing, like number of faces that we have in law too, which is fantastic. And I love it. But it makes things even more complicated to try to have agreements with a bunch of other people. And
So
then
we play
there's,
home field.
and then also like, when it comes to all of these social media platforms, when you are building a platform, you're building a following, a lot of times, the audience you bring is like a source of value when you're talking about these kinds of things, number of viewers, number of super chats that you bring in, like that kind of stuff, like, and that can change over time. It can change very, very swiftly, as folks have been noting on my channel.
I was
So,
welcome
like-
on this channel at the start of this trial because Alita and I had comparable subscribers, but she's already sent me a note. That, once this is all over, I'm not in the league anymore.
No.
So we're gonna I'm just kidding.
That's so not the case.
I'm just
No, but
she's gonna go over $250,000. She's hanging out with different people. She's in different penthouses. You get it. You get it.
No.
I just did that
but
to her.
it's one of those things that makes that kind of a formalized agreement even more difficult because
can't.
things change so quickly. So
It's so fluid.
having something having like a venture that you just decide to go on with like one or two other people is one thing, and especially because you can kind of like figure out what the four corners are over time. But having this number of people, it's so hard to figure out like a
I think
centralized.
ultimately you'll
kind of thing.
see you'll see side projects with shares and things like that in the future from all sorts of corners. You'll see people isolated, like we'll put Mike out in the pasture somewhere. We don't like Mike, yeah, no, it's we appreciate it. We're getting so many questions about what are the splits? How does this work? It's like we are a loose coalition of sovereign nation states.
Yes, we're a confederacy
that row in the same direction. I prefer not to use the term confederacy.
I
But
suppose, yes, for the historical reasons, yeah, I get it, and I'm very much a fan of the union.
What did I just jump into?
Discussion of the Confederacy, Peter.
The
Confederacy
or
of
what
Denver.
I should have said is rather than the formalized constitution that the United States has, it's like we operate under the articles of confederation.
And so you get your historical knowledge.
That's more
here
how you
on
get it.
Legalbytes as well. Absolutely accurate. Yeah. No, loose coalition. That's how it works best. We'll continue evaluating these things. This has all gotten bigger than anybody had thought. So but no, we can't do formalized stuff. Good thought, but we will we'll keep you apprised on all
and
that.
the way that we try to sort of balance out the scales is by going onto each other's channels. This is why, like, around the weekends and stuff, I try to go onto other people's live streams. I try to tell everybody to go onto people's channels and subscribe and watch people's videos. I try to Rob's video when that came out and went super viral. I'm so excited to like share that with everybody too. It's we try to do that kind of stuff, and at some point someone else is going to have a really big trial too, and all of us hopefully will flood onto their channel as well, and support them in that kind of way as well. So
yeah, we're doing good. How are you doing this morning, Peter?
Yeah,
I am doing well. It's been a busy morning around here, but I've tried to catch as much of it as I can. And I keep thinking I must be missing something because
you're not.
It seems like these are Johnny Depp's witnesses. I keep being like, yes, finally, somebody from Johnny's past that's really going to have something for Amber. They've got to have this. And then it's like, yeah, his career wasn't as big in 2015 as it was 10 years ago. It's like, okay, maybe, which I think was a smooth move by Johnny's team. When we were talking, I think I was on here when we were talking about the damages guy who was showing that he averaged $47 million a year, but that's not what they were going based off of. They were going off the last 5 years, which was much less. Yes. They weren't taking his peak years to explain what his damages were. And basically, I know people in the chat are always going to disagree with me when I say it basically sounds like Pirate 6. Like, give him the money for Pirate 6 and some emotional damages, and we can get close to 50 million. And they're trying to act like he was never going to get another movie deal in his life. Yeah. And there's no such thing as damages only witnesses that are also fact witnesses. If you're a damages only witness, you're looking at data, you're making charts, you're making graphs, you don't even know who Johnny Depp is, you're just looking at what he's made, looking at his W-2s, whatever. These people are not damages only witnesses because they can all testify that nobody's ever accused him of abuse before. They don't see him getting angry and violent. They've never seen him punch anybody or strangle anybody. Amber never told them that he abused her. They are more than damages witnesses. They are also fact witnesses. It just so happens they're fact witnesses for Johnny, and I guess limiting damage witnesses for Amber. That's what it feels like to me, at least.
Even Tracy Roberts, did you guys catch her response when they were like, so what's like, how has his reputation been damaged, or has his reputation been damaged, recently? And she's like, I don't know. I don't follow him anymore.
I'm not selling him. That's what she said. I'm not selling him.
Yeah.
We do have a couple tweets from Ian. So Ian says that was rough to get through, and I think the jurors were feeling the same way. Some of them were writing and some expressions at the big dollar amounts of mega celeb life, but generally they were waiting for the break. Juror I, which is the one that both Rob and Ian have said is all in for Depp, is living the sort of life we all wish we could, in that he seems to have absolutely run out of Fs and is just straight up napping in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, I wonder if he means that literally, or if he's being a little bit hyperbolic about that, because I feel like Judge Azcarate would notice that and say.
My impression of Ian tweets is that he exaggerates for rhetorical effect.
I think so.
Yeah, they're getting a lot out of that courtroom. I got to be honest. They're like, it's like they're getting a lot out of that courtroom, which, hey, that's why they're there. They're hyper focused on what's going on. So it's really helpful to hear that stuff because, we're on the outside here, and the chat and society and the public are on the outside on what they can see and read on Twitter and TikTok and YouTube versus hopefully what these jurors are seeing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, we can basically give our thoughts and whatnot, but we are able to maybe sometimes hopefully focus a little bit better than the jury, because we can have coffee, we can have snacks, we can, like distract ourselves with multiple tabs sometimes. And so it's like that kind of keeps us, it keeps our brains moving sometimes. The jury can't do any of that. All they can do is sit and watch and listen and take notes. Like that's all they can do. Maybe make a little like Sudoku puzzle for themselves. But like, yeah.
Is Mandel the guy Johnny sued?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what those last questions were about.
I missed part of his. I missed the very end of his because I was on a call before I jumped on here. But so I mean, that's about as biased as it gets. If I'm going to cross one person off, it's him.
As soon as he said that he was the business manager since 1993, I was like, oh, that's the guy.
That's the guy why he's slamming all the cabinets, because this guy stole millions.
And but don't worry about it. He testified that he didn't do anything wrong. So I believe everything else based on that right there.
He did testify he didn't steal.
# believe all Mandels.
What more do you need?
Oh, no.
Yeah, so that's tough to me. I probably wouldn't have called him if I'm Amber Heard, to be honest. If that was going to be his testimony now, she might have thought that because he hates Johnny so much now for Johnny suing him and paying, he probably had to pay Johnny millions, I would assume. But it's like Johnny sued him, so maybe he's going to show up and be like, I'm going to get this guy. Now's my chance. But he did. It was pretty soft testimony, I think, for a guy that hates Johnny Depp.
Yeah, but once you didn't, why do you offer it?
I'm not sure what the status of that claim is, but I'm not sure it's settled or not. So we might want to look that up. Elaine's last question is basically, has a court ever found you to have embezzled? And he says no. I'm like, I'm not sure the legal process is even done on that.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Yeah, and keep in mind too that this was not, if he were so passionate, that's what folks are saying, but the jury doesn't know that.
No, we didn't get that info.
They did not. If he had been so passionate, if he had been so passionate, he probably would have come in to testify in person. The fact that he didn't is interesting. And they probably took his deposition thinking that they were going to get some juicy details, and then realized, oh, this is not so great. And then Johnny's team was like, oh, but we don't mind. We don't mind bringing some of this in.
But they can talk about how Johnny used to be a bigger actor than he is now, which is like every single person in Hollywood has a peak. So that to me is not bothering me at all. As far as if I'm Johnny's team and all they're doing is saying he's not making $100 million a year anymore, it's like, we agree. Amber's the one that asked for $100 million. And she's never made it. So like that to me, I don't think these witnesses are effective at all for Amber Heard's team. Yesterday, I felt like there was some effectiveness, and I would love to get your guys' take on another break. I'm gonna be in and out today. I'm definitely gonna come back this afternoon. I'm probably gonna have to leave around noon. But on how 6 witnesses can testify to similar things, And some of them you can be like, okay, yeah, all right, I buy that. And the other ones you're like, oh, I don't believe anything they're saying, even though they're saying the same things. It was so weird yesterday to find some of her friends so much more credible than others, from me personally, at least.
Yeah, this was definitely, it felt to me like they were, so you thought yesterday was boring, hold my beer, kind of thought process, because it's disgruntled family member, disgruntled ex-employee, disgruntled ex-employee / advisor. It's like, I always will discount those no matter what they say. And then it was weak sauce anyway.
To me, though, when her friends are testifying, we know what they're going to say. That's what was boring to me yesterday, is I pretty much felt like I knew what everybody was going to say. Today, every time they've announced somebody and I've been listening on 2x speed, I'm like, oh, yes, are we going to get something good? And then it falls flat. So I feel like there's more intrigue today, but less points for Amber.
It feels a little bit like they're running out the clock. Like if this is the next sequence of good witnesses, I'm worried about you guys.
Yeah, they don't feel like they're short for time if they're playing these depots. Because I would have kicked Mandel and been like, we don't have enough time for that.
I definitely would have kicked Johnny's brother-in-law. Like, I don't think that did anything.
Yeah.
And I guess I would have kicked Agent. I would have kicked them all probably.
Yeah, the agent at least gives you the chance to argue in closing that he destroyed his own career. It's not.
Yes, I think the agent had some good for Johnny. Yeah, I agree, Mike.
She's 6 years removed from the time period of interest. I mean, and she gets asked the question, you were still getting him good roles throughout that 10-year period. Yes, I was. Okay. So it wasn't that stuff then, right?
Let's get another question here.
Sure.
Okay. Anthony Scribner says, would any lying under oath charges be found out during trial or post? How does that work?
Post is what it would likely happen, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Perfect answer. Jake West says, wondering if it was worth calling out Josh Drew's cartoon style wine bottle shaped dent in the door. Are the famous Magnum wine bottles smash proof? A jury is going to be wondering about all that kind of stuff as well. Absolutely. I don't think you even necessarily need to call out that kind of stuff. There's so much for Johnny Depp's team to be calling out during all of this stuff that, like, you can't possibly get all the details. Jury's probably going to notice that themselves as well.
Are we ready for the jury then? Okay.
JJ Schmiel 78 says minimum time jury must spend before hung jury can be declared. Judge Azcarate is going to try to be as patient as possible. I would say probably about a week minimum is what she would allow them. I don't think she would necessarily go too much longer than that, maybe, but I don't think it's going to take that long for them to come to some conclusion.
Ian put out a tweet that said, wait, I was wrong. The Give No F's champion in the courthouse is actually the guy who was using the urinal with both his hands behind his head. Ian's having a fun time.
I thought that he saw a juror. Wait, that's a juror doing that, or just someone? Okay.
No, he's just having fun. He said juror I was the champion in the courthouse, and he had apparently a bathroom encounter. He felt he needed to tweet.
This is in the entire courthouse. Okay.
Yeah. And he's not back yet. So no, he's not back yet.
Witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that.
Another
witness for Amber, huh?
Next, and then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
This one has to be good, right? Adam
Waldman, attorney-client privilege, and his words are in their lawsuit.
I don't know how much they actually were able to get. I'm very curious about this.
He's got to be careful.
Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure, it's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
Oh, interesting.
How long have you been an attorney?
Somewhat ironic.
I think since 1995.
Amicus Cream.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege
an attorney work product. He can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoft, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear,
All
since
that.
we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp
I wonder which
is
side really wanted
as
that
an
in there.
attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection, and I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I
Says this
referenced a
from
moment
what to
ago
a
asked me to
impression.
go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. He can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Why are the questions coming in though? If they're inadmissible, I don't know why the judge would let the question come in.
Attorney-client
I don't
communications.
know either. One side or the other
Okay, I
edited
accept
it.
the
They
instruction.
wanted this. They wanted to show this happen.
For sure.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Broadly, yes.
He was waiting
And
for an objection.
You have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to
This-
answer
this
that
feels like
question.
pleading the
Can't
fifth.
answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications.
On advice of
the
counsel, I'm going to
arrangement in
plead
any
the
event
fifth. My right to remain
is,
silent. That's what it feels like. They're trying to get admissions
irrelevant.
out of this objection.
But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand.
That's my
the
profession,
attorney-client relationship.
as it is yours.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
I would instruct, I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice, and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness
Yep,
not
nope.
to
Can't ask
answer
about the
the
specifics of
question
Depp.
based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think we need to let.
Would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman.
This is all about establishing vicarious
Did you
liability
finish?
for Adam Waldman's
Yes, I did.
statements. That's what they're trying to do here.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016?
So you didn't fire him.
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a
So
slightly
Elaine's
different
trying to
way.
get
So I
to,
would instruct the
you
witness
said these
not to
things
answer
and then
that
Johnny
question.
Depp didn't fire you. Isn't
Accept
that
the
right?
instruction.
And so he adopted your statements. That's what
Now,
she's trying to
and
get
Mr.
to.
Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without
Brutal
disclosing
Deppo. Just
communications
brutal.
with Mr. Depp.
Get
I
excited
instruct the
because they're
witness
all going
not
to be
to
like
answer.
this.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for
We can't sign off for it.
deciding.
So the people that ask about vicarious liability, remember Adam Waldman's statements are what
You
Amber is
met
countersuing
Mr.
on. So
Depp
the question is,
after
can you
he and
attribute those
Amber
statements to
Heard
Johnny
had
Depp?
split up. Is
Is
that
Johnny
correct?
Depp vicariously liable for what Adam
That's
Waldman
correct.
said?
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior
But
to
he couldn't
October
know this unless Johnny
2016.
Depp
Is that
told him,
correct?
basically.
Again,
we're
if
not
you're asking
generally
me,
in the
do I
room where
have any
things
knowledge
happen
of their
as lawyers.
conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did
But
I
actually, he
witness
could have
it?
made this determination based on
And
other
that's your
evidence that he
personal
got, not just Johnny
knowledge,
Depp's
which would
word.
mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client.
Attorney-client
Mr. Depp.
privilege is very strong, and anything in the solicitation or working with legal
I accept the instruction.
counsel as legal counsel is going to be
Once
protectable
you
by
came
you.
into
Johnny
Mr.
Depp
Depp's
did not
life
waive
and
privilege.
became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes,
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
it would.
So don't answer.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to
So I
disclose
strongly suspect
communications
that
that you
Heard's
had
team
with
has to
Mr.
keep
Depp.
these things
I would
in
instruct
to
you
make it
not
look,
to
as
answer the
Peter
question.
suggested, as if the
It
Depp
would.
team is trying to hide something, which is a little
Was
bit
it
unfair as
Mr.
a
Depp's
characterization.
decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
I have
That's
the
correct.
PGA tournament
And
on
you represented
as
Mr.
I'm watching
Depp
this
in that
because it's just
lawsuit
too boring.
Against Joel Mandel and his
Got to
family,
distract
did you not?
myself.
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
I could see that. I could see that.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
These are all proper from Benchu.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
Have they gotten anything out of him?
You missed a lot. Just wait till Benchu's next objection and you'll realize everything you missed while you're
Again, I would.
And
Right
Mr.
here.
Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun
No, Alita,
and
no.
Dan
You're
Wooten
good.
had committed libel.
I was
by
explaining
what I thought.
vicarious
Mr. Depp
liability.
Of being a, quote,
This is
wife
what
beater
I
and, quote,
thought.
and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was
What's
Mr.
the date of
Depp's
this depo?
decision on whether to bring
It's
the
this
UK
year.
lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten,
It's a
correct?
couple months
And
ago.
again, I would instruct the witness not to answer any.
I think it was like
any,
March
uh,
of this year or
If you drop
February.
it,
It's
instruct
the
this
him
year.
super
not to
chat
answer
real quick.
because it
We can
perforce
see.
would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as
You know
to
what?
the thought process that went into filing.
Yeah, it's February
that
15th,
particular
2022.
lawsuit.
I accept the
Just after Benchu's Valentine's Day, he's
After
out
you
there
began
blocking
representing Mr.
attorney-client
Depp,
privilege.
Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber
Just out
Heard,
there.
his former wife, correct?
I was wondering when
That's
I saw
correct.
that he had been deposed, I
And
was
you
like,
represented
what could
Mr.
they
Depp
possibly get
in
out of
the
him?
lawsuit.
They're just
against
doing the
Amber
old plead the
Heard from
fifth,
March
make it seem
1,
like an admission.
2019 up until October of
I think
2020. Is that correct?
there's a certain
Yes.
patina of trying to make it look like Depp's team is hiding something.
And it was Mr. Depp's
Which is
decision
legal,
on whether to file the
pleading the
lawsuit
fifth in a
against
civil
Amber
case.
Heard.
This
Is
just
that
seems
correct?
inappropriate to me.
Would
but-
instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney
To include all the to include the
I accept
banter
the
about
instruction.
privilege. Yeah,
And Mr. Depp is alleging in
we could talk
this
about it at a break,
lawsuit
but attorney-client
that
privilege
Amber
is so
Heard
necessary to
defamed
have
him by
candid
suggesting
conversations
that
to
he
get
had
proper
committed
legal
domestic
counsel.
abuse
That
against her, correct?
obviously we're lawyers, we're going to feel one way or another about it, but
Yes.
all of this
As
is
part of
legitimate.
your
To say, no, you can't say
representation of
anything
Mr.
about
Depp, you
anything you said to
contacted
him.
potential
And frankly, it almost
witnesses, is
feels
that
like
correct?
Johnny
And
could
I
be
would-
insulated with
that is
malpractice
attorney work product,
if he
and
loses
that
based on his
is
attorney's words
protected,
to the public. Like
in Virginia. So I would
Yeah.
object
Folks
on
in the
that
chat
basis,
asking,
but you
I'm
can
eating a
answer that
salad.
question, yes or no.
Holmes is interested in it too, apparently.
Yes.
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
All right, this is the
And
actual
I would
countersuit.
instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
It would.
And therefore,
And therefore I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client
I think the
privilege.
question is, will the jury resent this video
I
by the
accept the
time it gets
instruction.
done?
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
I want a paragraph in
you
the closing
hoping to
statements about how
gain?
important privilege is.
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs.
Yeah,
isn't
Elaine's
that correct?
basic thesis is you said this stuff and he didn't fire you. You can, you
I'm
can
going to
collect
instruct
that
the
from
witness
his,
not to answer that
this
because
video.
I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
Yeah, I can't wait to have
That's
this
true,
discussion
and I
on
accept the
attorney-client privilege and
Mr. Waldman,
pleading
I'm
the
going
fifth.
to ask you to take a look at what has
It's
been
going to be,
marked
I feel like it'll
as
be an interesting.
Exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications
On his
with
behalf,
Mr. Depp, I would
work
instruct you
product.
not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
So this is primarily for us to hear Elaine's questions.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21,
I am going to be interested to hear how they
2018,
object in
Stephen
closing to facts, not in
Broderick.
evidence, because
Were
just because
you
she asked the
present
question
when
does not
Mr.
bring that
Broderick
fact into
interviewed
evidence.
Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
It was
Okay,
Holmes that
thank
was
you very
interested in the
much.
salad, but
And is that
Andy
an
is
accurate
also
statement?
often interested in all of this. She does eat vegetables.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding.
He's
why did
literally
Mr.
waiting
Depp
for objections.
contact Rolling
He was.
Stone?
I
would
was
instruct you not to answer that.
I was
question.
wondering too. It's like, is he allowed to say it's Johnny Depp?
I think he was trying to indicate my
Did
answer is
Mr.
going to be
Depp
Johnny Depp. Would you like to
authorize
object?
you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Did you say with the Rolling Stones, Elaine?
I was just going to say that's.
Again, I don't think you can
I know
answer
she
that question
mispronounces basically
without
everything and
disclosing
everyone's
your
name. She even
communications,
said Laura Amber
with Mr.
Heard
Depp
when she
about
announced her.
authority. So
God.
I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
When you talk to the Rolling Stones about
It was
this
Mr.
issue,
Depp's choice whether you said anything to the
Clement
press
M.
relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
There's
I
chicken,
instruct the witness not to.
spinach, rice, oddly enough.
Mr. Waldman,
Tomatoes,
you reached out
beans.
to a number
This is how
of
boring
other
this deposition is that
publications
you want to know the
to speak
specifics
on
of my
Mr.
salad.
Depp's
I was actually
behalf.
thinking
Do you
describing your
recall?
salad ingredients would
Again, I
ordinarily
would
get us
instruct
yelled
not
at,
to
but
answer
probably to not
the
over
extent
Ben
it
Chu
requires
just
you to
claiming
disclose
privilege.
communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
Peter's already just
accept
watching
the
golf,
instruction.
just over frame.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same
I
instruction
was
on
gonna
the
say
same
that's not getting
grounds.
through either.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
I wouldn't be either.
Prior to 2005?
Sometime between 2010 and
2020.
2020.
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate.
Okay. I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had a Twitter account?
That's a person that's been in a
Not
deposition
precisely,
before.
no.
Give me some ranges.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now,
Great. It sounds like Name That Tune.
you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
It's very topical and
Yes,
timely
that's
reference.
true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Do you see his smirk? Yes, in fact, it was.
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
I'm legit curious why he got suspended from Twitter.
Well,
Attacking,
I
probably?
wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform.
For objection relevance?
The
For life,
response
Dane
I
Mithra.
received was multiple violations
Dane
of their
Mithra, thank you
policy.
for the very,
So
very
I
generous
asked,
super chat.
could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
I feel like this
So
is like
just
every
so the
Twitter
record's
user that has
clear,
ever been
so
suspended from
you have
Twitter,
been
ever.
Suspended for life by Twitter?
They're black box platforms, folks. You'll never
Yes.
see it.
How is this
Do
relevant?
you have
Twitter suspensions
a
now
Twitter
actually mean
account
something in
now?
court?
I don't. Depending on the jury composition, that could be relevant one of two ways, depending on how you feel about Twitter.
It could be positive for Johnny, honestly.
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question.
But they're almost
to
saying
the
like it's
extent
a
that it
crime of moral
requires you to
turpitude.
disclose
Like he must be
communications
dishonest if
between
he's
you and
suspended
Johnny.
by Twitter.
This is a relatively
It
young
would, so
jury,
I
and I
accept
feel
the
like they'll understand.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Who knew we'd have
Same
Elon Musk and
instruction,
Twitter
same
suspensions in
grounds.
this case, huh?
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
This is the
Same
real reason,
instruction, same
actually,
grounds. That-
why he wanted to buy Twitter.
On its face,
is
it
because
would require Mr. Depp.
he
Mr.
understands
Depp to
his role in this
disclose his
place.
Communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to
It was
speak
just a
to the
reference to
press?
an Indiana
I will
town.
instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
I like that.
Has Mr.
Clever.
Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
You could just do themed salads for any of the topics in your videos. Just have
Has
a recipe
Mr. Depp ever
portion of the
asked
video.
you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp?
We're doing this
and
one,
Mr.
one bite at
That's
a time,
attorney-client
guys.
privilege,
Would
obviously.
instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of
That might be the
attorney-client
easiest one.
I accept the instruction.
I see everybody
Would you
complain about Elaine.
follow
Elaine
Mr.
has a
Depp's
script
direction
here
if he had
where this
asked you to
deposition, she
correct
essentially
or
has to make him
retract
say
any
this
statements you
every
made to
time.
the press
So
relating to
I
Mr.
can
Depp
at
or
least
Amber Heard?
be sympathetic.
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept
Ben's over it too.
the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct
Nobody.
or retract
Nobody just bought Twitter.
any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
He just
I accept
asked
the
for that
instruction.
objection.
He did. I'm going to ask you to take a look at
I'm sorry, are
what
you telling me I
marked
shouldn't
as
respond to this?
Exhibit number
I was thinking
4.
about saying something that might be
I'm gonna try
bad.
to blow it up
What do you
just
think, Ben?
Does this exhibit have any amica cream on it?
Um,
All right, so
it's
here are
a,
his Daily Mail quotes.
Yeah.
It's an article.
I don't understand why they
July
redacted everything
3,
else.
2020.
Hearsay. So we got
guess so.
we got them
Online.
talking
This is
about
Daily
articles
Mail
and why they're
online.
redacting
You
everything
see
else
that?
in one of these past few days, and everything that's not directly relevant is quote unquote
No,
hearsay.
no, actually.
But my
if- I'm just
question
gonna
is,
go
what about
to
the op-ed?
Page 8.
They didn't do that for the op-ed.
I'm going to ask.
Well,
you
that's the
to
Amber's
take a
statement,
look
right? She claims writing it all.
At the following. It says,
Yes. Oh,
Adam
yeah, I guess so.
Waldman, Depp's
Michael
lawyer,
Gaunt, thank you
said
for the very generous super
afterwards,
chat.
Quote, Amber
Just yell
Heard and
Captain,
her
tell them it's always the
friends
same
in the
instruction.
media
That would be
test
funny if you said that at the top.
sexual
Here's the deal.
violence
I'm going to
allegations
say it's attorney-client
as both a
privilege,
sword
but
and
we're
a
just going to use a
shield,
shorthand.
depending
I'm going
on
to yell
your needs.
couch.
They have selected some.
I've
of
had
the
lawyers
sexual
say,
violence hoax facts,
I'm having a running objection through this
hoax
whole
facts,
depot.
end of quote,
Sure.
as the sword in
Preserve it.
putting them on the
Mhm.
public
I disagree with
and
all of
Mr.
this.
Depp. Do you see that?
Everything.
It doesn't usually matter,
I do.
but
Did you make that
Yeah.
statement?
I mean, yeah, arguably you would still have to
I
make the
believe I did.
instruction or still make the objection in the moment. And
Did you
so,
make
because it's
that
like,
statement
you
on
can't just have
behalf
like a
of Mr.
catch-all.
Depp?
Instruct the witness not
Yep.
to answer.
So that was what that's
question
Elaine's kill
on
shot, right?
attorney-client
You made this
privilege
statement
grounds.
on behalf of Mr. Depp. There ain't no way in hell
accept the
Ben she was
instruction.
letting him answer that.
and so it's not in
Why did
evidence.
you make the statement?
Mm-mm.
Same instruction, same rationale.
All of this
You
stuff.
can't answer the
This
why
is
question.
why Ben
without
Chu got up that
disclosing
morning,
attorney-client
was to
privilege.
say no to
So I instruct
these.
you not to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the
Don't answer.
instruction,
It
but I
doesn't matter,
probably
Adam.
should.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment.
Ben Chu can
Were
just
you
take a tape
representing
recording of
Mr. Depp
himself.
at the time you made
just-
this statement?
We would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
And thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Same
Did
Z's.
you discuss
Same
the
Z's.
statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
He's definitely not allowed to answer that.
Same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the
Chat, how
instruction.
could Waldman be lying? He's
Was
not
Mr.
answering
Depp
anything.
aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Over under on the judge dismissing her counterclaims.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct?
I don't see
this
any
statement?
reasonable
Same
evidence for
instruction, same
vicarious
grounds.
liability, but the judge is letting in the reproduction of the tweet on kind of
If
the
Mr.
jury can
Depp
decide it
had
grounds.
asked you to retract
So
or correct the
maybe
statement,
you'd get
did
into
But there's
you
nothing in
retract
evidence
or
for them to
correct
look at.
Same instruction, same grounds.
But he is his lawyer, so you could
Accept the
say
instruction.
he's his agent.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct,
I'd probably kick
would
it,
you
but I'm
have
not sure this
corrected or
judge will. How about
retracted
that?
it?
Same
There's
instruction, same grounds.
all kind. We could go
accept the
through the
instruction.
elements during one of the break for vicarious liability here. I mean, I feel like there's a strong
you
argument to be
rely
made
upon
after
any
the
statements
close
or
of
evidence
Amber's case in
from
chief
Mr. Depp in making
Well, they're going to make
for
it.
why it should be
You-
kicked.
We'll see if
Same
the media
instruction,
covers it in the
same
same way,
grounds.
but there'll be a motion to
Yes, I
strike
accept the
from
instruction.
Johnny's team as soon as they're done, right?
Johnny Depp's lawyers
And if you could
tries
bring
to
up
hide
exhibit
from Amber
number
Heard's
5,
claims
Mr.
to get
Waldman,
them
I'm going to
dismissed.
be asking you a
That'd be a
question
headline.
about
Hides
Adam Waldman
behind.
refuses to be
statement
to
in this one,
testify.
if you would like
This
to.
is a
behind
tactic
attorney-client privilege.
to mislead the jury, but it shouldn't work on the judge. But
Thank you, I will.
yeah, I would say the jury's going to misunderstand this to be some
this is, I guess,
admission, which it's not.
Maybe. Maybe.
I think they might
Maybe.
resent this at this point in the
The
trial.
Daily Mail
Probably.
They
published
might
on July
understand.
3rd,
I mean, I think a lot of people
2020.
understand that what attribute-client privilege
brings
is,
now
generally
record
speaking, even if they don't know the intricacies. It doesn't take up
Depp's
that much
lawyer,
to really understand.
Adam Waldman.
I think you can easily have a paragraph in your
said the
closing
various
just
discrepancies
espousing how
proved nothing
important it
further
is
than
to
friends
have
said about
sanctity in the
events of May
relationship between the
21,
lawyer and client.
2016.
So
Yeah.
based on the evidence that's coming out, you think a reasonable jury
say?
could find that this was Johnny Depp's words to Amber Heard? Because I don't.
No,
I
no,
don't think there's
absolutely
any
not.
evidence based
There's
on it.
nothing.
Direct your attention
There's
So if the
nothing.
judge lets it go, the only way they win is if they misunderstand this depot.
Quite simply, this was an
I'm not saying they
ambush
will
hoax.
misunderstand it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that's the only way they can win, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yes, and
That
that's
the
a
first
strong
attempt
argument for
didn't do
kicking
the
it.
trick.
No
We know he
reasonable
is his
jury.
lawyer. We
No
know
No
we get
reasonable jury would take this as.
But see, oh, your inference is based on facts, not in evidence, and knowledge that's not.
He says he's his lawyer, and the
No, I
privilege
know,
can
but
only
just-
attach to him being his lawyer.
But just because you're somebody's lawyer doesn't mean everything you say is coming from them.
Placed a second
I agree.
call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
I'm really not disagreeing with you. I'm a little
are two
surprised it
parts
came
to
in at
what
all.
you've shown me. The first part didn't have.
I like that you're
quotation marks.
thinking and making sure, like, is
And-
there
and
some
I'm not
argument
asking
against
about
this? I
that.
see the
I
wheels
understand.
Where
turning.
it said nothing.
That's
could
why
be
it's fun
considered
discussion.
credible. That's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
Well, as a
So
lawyer,
starting from
when
quite
Adam Waldman comes in
simply-
as the baseline for the countersuit, you know,
Hey,
my
Bree.
heart thumps.
Good
It's like,
morning.
Christ, I say a lot of things.
Immediately, I'm like, nope.
911. You stated all
Hey,
that.
Bree.
Is that correct?
Yes, I
Hi,
believe
how
so.
are you guys?
We're talking a lot because Adam Waldman isn't saying
Did
anything.
you make this
'Cause of
a
attorney-client
statement
privilege.
on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Oh crap!
Who's
Actually,
attorney
it's
is
perfect
the one that
timing.
hopped in
Bree,
with-
you're in charge.
answer
I've got to
all kinds
leave.
of attorney
I'll be
Bree,
back
you
this
are in
afternoon.
charge because I got a noon
I
o'clock.
accept the
I will be
instruction.
back.
All
See ya.
right.
Why did you make these statements?
See you
Same
guys.
instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction.
Same instruction.
reason.
They're getting nothing. I am increasingly thinking that her
Did you
counterclaim is
discuss
going to be
this statement
dismissed
with
after
Mr.
this.
Depp before making these
Yeah,
statements?
whose attorney is
Same
this?
instruction, same
This
reason.
is Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, the
accept the
one who
instruction.
made the statements that are the basis for Amber Heard's counterclaim.
Did
So
you
these the
discuss
statements that
these
you can see on the
statements
right
with
hand
Mr.
of the
Depp
screen,
following making
Mhm.
these
and he
statements?
hasn't answered a single
Same
thing because of
instruction, same
attorney-client
rationale.
privilege,
Right.
Yes, I accept the
which
instruction.
makes me wonder. I don't know why
Was Mr.
her
Depp
counterclaims
aware
weren't kicked
either
in the first place
or
before we even
after
got to
that
trial.
you were making these
Or
statements?
why they
Same
are
instruction,
presenting this
same reason.
evidence. Hopefully hopefully, I mean,
Except
maybe
impeachment.
something's going to come out.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's
They got him
authorization
getting
or agreement?
kicked from Twitter. That's all they got from it.
Same basis.
Because he was able to answer that.
I accept
That's
the
it.
instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction.
Yeah, I would say it's not fun to depose a lawyer.
I accept the instruction.
Yeah.
If Mr. Depp had
I've
asked
never
you
had to, but
retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted?
I think that probably is
Same
what happened
instruction,
here,
same
Angela
basis.
Ramos.
I accept the
Yeah.
instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected and retracted them?
He would be
Same
dead.
instruction, same basis.
Accept the instruction.
They should have
Did
just
you
cut
rely
it
upon any
at what they
statements or
needed.
evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3,
Yeah.
2020.
Rob, I really think that it's
And if you
yeah,
would like
I agree.
to go
And this
ahead
is
and-
why
and,
this
read
claim
the
should be
article,
kicked.
this
Because
would
the
be a
only
good
way
time
that they
to
can
do it.
find in favor
Thank you.
of Amber
Mr.
on her
Waldman, we were
counterclaims is
looking
by
at Waldman's
misleading
exhibit
or by
number
misunderstanding this
6,
deposition.
and
No
it's the
reasonable
Daily Mail
jury
from
could conclude
July-
in favor of her.
lost
Right.
there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredehoft, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading, and I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Right here. Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax.
I think it was a
against
mistake too.
Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
It created so many unforced
Did
errors
you
for
speak
Amber's
the
team
words, quote, the end
that made
of
her
Ms. Heard's
winning
abuse
against Johnny
hoax
Depp
against
so
Johnny Depp?
unlikely.
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make the statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute the kitty because he's also bored, guys. He's chattering because
I was gonna say
well, also
thing.
yeah, he's Holmes is saying the marketplace of ideas needs my voice, and actually he just wants to be let out of my office. So I might get up in a second to let him out.
Yeah, probably because this is so boring. The cat's like, no.
He's like, let me out of here. I can't stand getting all this non-information.
So maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist, he's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waltman, I would instruct you not to answer any, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17 February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no, but I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
Yep.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with
Holmes
Mr.
is
Depp.
definitely protesting against Elaine. Absolutely.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking,
Johan.
forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or or had domestic violence
I would
committed
not
on them
answer
other
this.
than Mr. Depp.
I didn't like
Potentially.
that first question. What
you hadn't-
experience or do you have any
you never
training in
saw
domestic
any,
violence?
let's say,
You mean
element or
domestic
elements
violence
of
law,
things that
or
Ms.
is
Heard
he
claimed earlier.
trained to be a domestic
I
abuser?
never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can
Even
recall
Indy's
today,
protesting now.
who are the eyewitnesses that you,
Hey, Puffer.
among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text that Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good.
Got a whole chatter of cats
it's
across
also
the world.
probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police
No,
officer.
Victoria, I'm not really sure.
Testified over and over and over that there was no damage.
Why is the
to
judge allowing this?
Penthouse, which Ms. Heard
I
claimed
mean,
was
maybe to see
destroyed
if there's
by the
any
drug
single
destroyed.
question that can have an answer. I mean, this one has some substantive
There
answer.
are,
Em
I
que
can
mais
think
chega do
of,
voz? Em que mais
9
tal?
other witnesses.
I think
the
she
majority of
also
whom,
wants to say he did this, but he just can't answer it because he's a lawyer.
Ms. Heard's own witnesses who have testified.
I mean, because the
in
question would
various
be,
forms,
then what's the point in having him
various
sit for a
times
deposition at all? There has to be
that,
something probative that they
there
could
were no
think that they
injuries
could
to
get
her
out of
face
him.
whatsoever between the
Right.
21st.
I think they're trying to, or Amber wants to play a mind game. Believe me,
Yeah,
because he
I think
couldn't
that's
answer.
Let's see.
that's ultimately what they would like to do.
Laura Divinier.
They do have better arguments than Elaine. I think I agree with that.
Melanie and
Okay,
Lindsay.
let me step away for a sec so I can let the cat out.
Okay.
He wants to go run around.
Laura
I'll be back in a
Divinier
sec.
Was Ms.
No
Heard's
problem.
assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on,
We can't. I'm sorry.
witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured.
They can
on
decide that they're
CCTV
sick of
also.
her. They can, based on her voice. Yeah.
Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building.
I think they've already done that with
Brandon
Elaine.
Patterson also testified about the
I think you're right too.
absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people.
I love that he's just going for a very long
specifically
soliloquy here
have given testimony that she was
about all the
Ms.
stuff
Heard
that he's
was
seen
uninjured
that proves that it's a
between
hoax.
the 21st
Right.
Of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May. And then, of course, she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers.
Thanks.
But I think that's an illustration of what I was referring
All
to.
right, I'll turn this down a little bit.
In the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660?
Bree, can you unmute yourself so I can?
But you
turn
do believe that the
adjust
pictures and
your- yeah,
videos Marilyn Manson sent you helped
actually,
disprove
you're probably
Ms. Heard's
fine.
allegations, correct?
It was just me.
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013.
They technically get one, but they're able to split it up.
Videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
No.
Have you communicated
don't
with
bounce
other
the shishers.
social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media
Judge sees
users
all of this first.
about this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Tug.
I've had several phone calls.
Shout out to Tug.
With the person who goes
Holy
by
crap.
the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his name.
Involved in the
Have you
Holy crap.
communicated with him
Good
other
for you,
than
Tug.
phone calls?
Four for you, Glen Coco. Go. Good for you, Glen
Shout
Coco.
out his channel.
I don't remember.
That's
doing this.
awesome.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom?
What
I
about
hope
someone
so.
who goes by the name
I think-
Real Laura B?
Real Laura B.
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed
We know these people.
evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media.
Holler. You heard it right here.
If they have questions about
Just as good
evidence
as
or
mainstream
facts,
media.
I'll inform them.
I think we're gonna start seeing a lot of like
And have you-
YouTubers
when you
named in
communicate with them,
lawsuits
did
like
you
this.
Oh yeah.
You testified some by phone,
Emily D.
correct?
Baker has been
Yes.
named before. I
Do
can't
you
remember
do
who
so
else.
by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I
Hodis
communicated
Brashka
in
listening in the
writing, it
background
would
got
be
confused hearing
probably
Lithuanian
by
language.
signal.
Yeah. I know it happens.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
Showing on the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement, then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Hurd and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Sorry.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training,
that way.
but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you
they're just
offer
trying to look
legal
more
services
supportive.
to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll
Maybe
say, do
keep her
you
from
offer
bolting?
legal
Could be.
services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and
Okay.
have that witness. And is
All
that,
right.
and go ahead.
We start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Sandanaga.
What's your name
Santiago.
and business address for the record, please?
Marie Sadanaga, Marie Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute. And then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014.
You'll get a summary for sure. If not through this live stream,
And
on the
it's
recap for sure.
Subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadnag, I'm going to show you what is marked
I think this is
as
another attempt to
deposition
say that
exhibit
they
number
didn't
9.
investigate properly or something.
And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental
Except she said that she's
form
from the
that was referred
LAPD,
to
so I don't
in
know.
Exhibit number 8.
I don't know how much she's actually going to be
Yes.
willing to do that.
Okay. Now, if we look at this, and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur.
Hasn't been clear yet.
Things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I
she
had
continues
on
on.
the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean,
It's such a long question.
Every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime. And that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
Detective Santiago from
So the
99. She kind of does a little bit.
domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same. I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them. And that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be. If there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Is do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
What criteria do
Rob,
officers use to make?
welcome to our video game. We are having a discussion with an
They
NPC.
use the
Is my mic super
interviews
loud?
with the parties
No,
that
no,
are
I got
there,
you already. I adjusted
what
you before you
they
came in.
observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination.
So this is to
of
impeach
crime
the
is
officers, right?
Can you just
Yeah, but I
generally
haven't seen
describe for
anything
me
so
the
far
circumstances under which a domestic incident
that
report
would.
is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So I think the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument there was no physical injury. I wasn't. Both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of
investigated
harm.
for DV, and they found nothing.
Okay. And so, in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required
Adam
typically?
Waldman is asking questions now.
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it
deposing her
makes it
before
no
he got
incident
kicked from the
report,
case
it's only
because of Amber's
documented
counterclaims.
on that daily field.
Is there a date
activity.
stamp on the video?
Ms. Bredehoft asked a
can't see
line
it
of
'cause
questions
it's just
earlier
showing
on in
us
the deposition about
Amber's Heidi hair.
victims of domestic violence being
I hate
reluctant
that style.
to come
When she
forward
does
and
that,
speak
she's
up.
done it
Do
a
you
lot
recall
in this
that?
case.
She has
Yes.
done it a lot.
Is
I
that a
don't mind
significant
it.
problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
But in this case, it's
yes.
Is that a problem that you have
I
personally
don't like it for
experienced
court.
on your own calls?
Wait till you see what Spidey comes
Yes.
out with.
When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually, we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim.
Yeah,
and
so
get
far
them
this
to
feels like a nothing
discuss.
burger.
But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
All of them.
We can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode,
March
does the
12th,
fact that
2021.
the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh.
Not necessarily. They would need to investigate more, but you do have
Yeah, I
the
can't remember
visible
if he was kicked
injury
before or after this
and
point.
evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a
Alita, I
number
found
of
you a link. I'm going to
questions
drop it in the
asked,
private chat. You might like it.
about
Okay.
if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth. And both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May
Bubbles, yes.
2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone
Eric,
that
you're
is
gonna need
at
chocolate,
scene,
not popcorn. This is boring
seeing
AF.
if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on
I'm about to bust these open soon.
the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends.
Look, she's confused
each
too,
one's
Christine,
different,
so
but just
you're not the
doing
only
a
one.
thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call. And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes. And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and guess what I'm trying to say? I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back
All
in
right.
an hour.
It's just now lunch. I feel like we've been going on all day.
I think the jury does too.
Yeah. I mean, it might just be like that we're on the last court day for the week and I'm fatigued, but like this just feels like it's been dragging on today.
I mean,
Yeah.
have you been looking at James's tweets? Like Ian, Larry, and I meeting that kid in line is like the best thing that ever happened.
It's gonna be live, all right? So we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
All right, it's at 1:45.
Yeah, seriously. Laura S37 says, question, at this point, could the jury have checked out because it's so boring? Like this is absolutely dragging on. Ridiculous. Oh, yeah, it sounds like they are.
And they're not getting any information, really. It's just trying to convince people or convince who they're interviewing to kind of side with them, which I guess is the point, but I feel like they're just not pulling anything out.
Yeah. Yeah. That Adam Waldman deposition was a complete disaster for Amber.
It
I
made me
think that
so
they have the strongest argument to dismiss all of her counterclaims now because of the fact that there is nothing. They have nothing. They have nothing that they can link back to Johnny Depp through vicarious liability. The only way that they can find in favor of Amber is by misinterpreting the attorney-client privilege, which means no reasonable jury could find in her favor.
I mean, it was inherently misleading, that entire deposition, because you're just asking questions that you think are the most offensive thing in the world.
Yeah.
That, isn't it true that you're a monster? Well, if he had to have a conversation with Johnny Depp where Johnny Depp said, no, I'm not a monster, then he can't answer that. That is not fair to put in front of a jury and then somehow try to represent to the jury that means anything about Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Completely agree. Yeah, no, I think even just looking at it from a legal argument standpoint, I think that there is a very, very, very strong argument that no reasonable jury, I mean, right? Like, is there, like, take devil's advocate on another position. Is there anything that they could at this point, look at to say that Amber has in her pocket that could prove that Johnny Depp has made a false statement about her regarding a hoax? Nothing. They cannot link anything back to him.
And
Is
has
it
she
really?
proven that it's not a hoax yet?
Well, I mean,
I think he
you would-
has. But even still, I mean, she's the one that has the burden to prove that that Johnny Depp, not Adam Waldman, that Johnny Depp lied about the statement that Adam Waldman put out to the press. Like they basically, he was the mouthpiece for Johnny Depp is what she has to prove. And so she has to prove that there's a link between Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp.
Right.
And they got nothing from that deposition. The fact
I'm
that
mad
this
that
even
didn't
went
get
to
thrown out on
trial.
summary. Yeah, I'm mad it didn't get thrown
agree.
out on summary. If
I
they had
agree.
that deposition, if they had that testimony and that summary judgment proceeding had those affidavits and statements and knew that the only evidence they were going to have to tie Adam Waldman to Johnny Depp was a bunch of privileged communications that we have to draw some inference from, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I did murmur the bullshit because I forgot what channel I was on for a second.
Oh, it's okay. You can say bullshit. Bullshit's
I
fine.
know. I'm dead.
Language actually, bullshit is fine. It is a daytime stream, and I know that some folks are I think listening at work too. But I'm gonna say that's okay. That's okay to say. Because no, it absolutely is. I do think that there's a good possibility that based on what we know about the jury, that they are likely to not really care so much about the attorney-client privilege. But I mean, I also would love to hear from Ian and James about what the jury was doing during Adam Waldman's deposition. Because at first, I mean, at me being a lawyer and understanding this issue was going to come up about the attorney-client privilege, I was very curious to see what was going to happen in this deposition, like what they were going to be able to get from him. And I think the only thing that I detected in that long list of questions that could not possibly legally be answered was the only thing that he could answer was about him getting kicked off of Twitter.
Right.
And the fact that
apparently
Twitter didn't
made
tell
the
him.
jurors laugh, and it made the jurors laugh.
Did it?
Yeah, apparently juror 8 and 9 both laughed. 8 laughed almost like, yeah.
Oh, like
At
as
that
in, look,
comment.
I understand the problem of people getting kicked off Twitter. This is comical. You're like everybody else. That kind of laugh.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, then that's a complete disaster for Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Absolutely is.
Yeah, that made me mad. That irritated me. I hated that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Oh, just practicing law, hanging out with friends. How's it going for you? Did Adam Waldman ever wind up saying anything at all?
Just the thing about getting kicked off of Twitter, and apparently a couple of the jurors laughed at that, as in like yep, yeah, right, because it's like it's such common knowledge that people get kicked off of Twitter, and Twitter is not exactly open about the reasons why they kick you off usually.
Nope. I think, what did Adam Waldman say? He said, I violated policies multiple times. It's like, could be he's an evil stalker and harasser. Could be he said something bad about an election Twitter didn't like. Who knows?
Could be he said something bad about Amber Heard, and somehow there was
I think that's the most likely. I think it's most likely a cyber harassment policy violation per Twitter would be my guess.
But also, like, I mean, who doesn't know of someone who's had an account taken off of Twitter for reasons that they don't understand, and they have never been given a reason for it? You know,
I don't,
Twitter.
but I've only had Twitter for 2 weeks.
Rob, you do.
Okay.
You're in law too.
Sure.
Now. You do know people that have had their accounts suspended. You do. You just didn't know you did, but you do.
I didn't. Oh, by the way, I
Yeah.
loved the hangouts and headlines this morning. Now, you tried to wake me up early. I didn't like that, but I did go through it at 2x, and those articles, man.
I'm so sorry I missed it.
I'm never going to have a lack of articles for that show. So
that was
good show
bad.
idea. Past me.
Everyone, when this stream's done, go watch it. Those articles, the article and the shift in the narrative and how extreme the narrative is crazy.
Wow. Once I hit the New York Times, I knew I had to have a headlines one. So I was like, okay.
So what's the TLDR on that one? What was the shift?
So Vogue and New York Times, big outlets, both went out. Vogue went out with a headline saying now is the time to believe Amber Heard, which is rhetorically, it's not very effective. The whole article is basically online people suck. It's all misogyny, etc. Not LawTube specifically, but just putting everybody in a bucket. And then the last paragraph is essentially we need to believe all women. We need to believe Amber Heard, like really like doubling down, really primarily in my opinion for the headline. It doesn't like flow from the logic. But there's a lot of things to pick apart there. Obviously I did, an hour and a half on these two articles. And so Vogue said that, I believe New York Times is something like the death of Me Too, and complaining about things, most notably of which, I don't want to give away the whole video. Come on to check out Virtual Legality when you're not hanging out with Legalbytes, is the notion that Amber Heard, because she's smaller and less famous, could never, it defies logic is the phrase they use. It defies logic to characterize Amber as the primary aggressor. Like it's impossible because of the relationship she had with Johnny, which I outright rejected, because that can't possibly be the fact that by the time they get married, there is nothing Amber Heard could do to be a domestic abuser. Because everybody should be intuitively rejecting that notion. She could have, but Elaine Bobbitt. I mean, there are things that clearly can cross that line. Yeah, I rejected that. New York Times really went hard on it, though. And so both those articles go out within about, I think, 36 hours of each other. And so you've seen this advance now from Kotaku to the New York Times and the Guardian. Washington Post kind of is a special case because they're involved. But like you're seeing it now in mainstream media, not just TikTokers suck, potentially if you're an insider, law tubers suck, but also like doubling down on the reversal. That now is the best time to say we have to believe Amber Heard. Why? I don't know, because she's so intrinsically unbelievable and it's like symbolic. I can't tell you that, but I know that Kurt came in so depressed because whenever he visits me in headlines, he doesn't love it. He doesn't love the experience.
All I can say is, guys that are watching, get ready to start repeating this refrain to people on social media, to the mainstream media, to all of these jokers. Tell me you didn't watch the trial without telling me you didn't watch the trial. Because you're going to see a lot of this kind of crap. You're going to see a lot of this kind of crap from people that are uninformed, and get ready for it. And
like
just
the New York Times. I mean, you'll see in that piece the assumptions that are made at the top, right? Not that they're wrong necessarily, but like everything that Heard's team either said or characterized from the Depp side is right. And then none of the stuff we know that counters some of that stuff is even in play. It's not referenced. So you can do that. It's an opinion piece. I say on headlines over on my channel. Yeah, I'm not begrudging anybody writing their opinion. I am going to criticize the rhetorical effect of ignoring things that are in the public eye.
Yes. Okay. Ian has
Thank
tweeted.
you, Rob, by the way. I appreciate it.
The Runkle has spoken. 5 minutes ago, he says, and that's what deposing a lawyer about their client looks like. Privilege is an iron wall unless something pokes a hole in it. Yep. It's one of the strongest privileges that you can possibly have. He said, okay, this is what I was thinking. Jury was initially engaged by the back and forth of the question and privilege assertion, but quickly figured out that it meant they weren't going to hear shit. And then they looked annoyed their time was being wasted.
I felt like it would be easy to be resentful of that. Once you realize that nothing of substance can possibly come in, because Ben Chu is going to be like, hey, was that of substance? I didn't hear that question. Substance? Oh, it is. Yeah, no. I mean, like that's how it was. I would be resentful of that. We're at the end of week 5.
Did we already talk about the fact that Runkle has hit 100,000 subscribers?
We
did.
You weren't here for the celebration. Well, he hasn't been on the channel yet today, so we haven't celebrated with him, but we have been celebrating behind him, I guess, next to him.
I haven't seen him since last night. Like it's so funny. We're in the same house. And then he's streaming.
I got a bathroom DM from Ian, so I feel special.
Oh, nice.
So he's streaming from my kitchen table. And then last night I was filming for Spidey and other people like in my shop. And we just didn't even see each other for the entire night. And he texts me. He's like, I'm going to try and wake up at 4. And I was like, okay. I went up to bed, wake up, and he's gone. It's like Runkle in the wild.
This feels a little bit like me and Mr. Bites. We get maybe like 15 minutes when like I'm working on my recap still, and then he's getting ready for work, and then he goes out the door and I'm like still working on the recap, maybe filming it, and then eventually going to bed at some point in the middle of the day.
One of my favorite games with Alita is to look at my DMs and look at her tweets and look at her comments and try to figure out what window she slept in.
Yeah, there's no, it
Because
doesn't
they don't
exist.
exist.
It
don't
doesn't
exist.
happen.
I will
There
tell you,
has to be a ghost that
I've got
takes
a
Alita's
message from her
place.
at like 1 a.m. my time and then another at 5:30 my time. And I'm like, okay. And then she'll be on Twitter like between then. It's like, I think she's a robot.
Like when, the fact that
I am
the
a
fact that
cyborg.
You just plug in.
I put out like a 2 minute before I was going live. I put out my very first live stream link in the group chat, and I didn't even look at it. I went on there and I looked back at Twitter and I was like, how is Alita responding to this? Like, how?
That's right. That's one of those that was the weird timing because she says she can't make it. She can't make it when you announce it, which is midnight East Coast. And then there's like one from her like 3:30 in the morning. That's like I can't make it. It's like, yeah, no shit. You shouldn't be conscious.
You said that at midnight. You said that at midnight.
I don't. It's funny because it's like if we're not like while live streaming or like maybe like the few hours before live streaming, I don't pay attention to what time it is really anywhere other than maybe where I am. It's like there are a few like timestamps in the day that I'm like, okay, I need to be at this point at this time. I need to be doing this thing at this time. And then everything in between, I'm just trying to fill with like things that I need to get done, including finding time for some sleep. But
I just think it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it's awesome. That's you know why I hype man and Griff so much is I'm literally watching this for the last 5 weeks going, I don't know how she is ever on camera because people come up to me and say, do you sleep? It's like, I know exactly when I slept. You can go find the hole in my commentary in terms of like, there won't be tweets or anything. I can't figure it out for Alita.
Yeah, that's I was joking about that last video deposition witness being an NPC. The reason why I'm able to recognize them is because I am an NPC. No, but
You knew it.
It's full on Turing test here on Legalbytes. Absolutely. I like these people. It's an opinion piece. It's not the New York Times, folks. There's limited space to put under a masthead. The New York Times and the Washington Post and whoever else you might like to read picks who they publish. Okay, I'm not saying like it's all of the editorial board of the New York Times, although that happens too. It is, in fact, under the New York Times masthead, there is a certain amount of endorsement and prestige granted from that role.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So yeah, fun times. Have we gotten any kind of value out of any witnesses today that we have listened to?
Today sucks.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did you see?
Not
So
at all.
Runkle just sent something to the Law2 group chat.
Oh.
He would love to pop on a stream right now, except for the fact that the jury is spread out all over the courtyard, which is the only place in the courthouse where he's allowed to do photography, and he doesn't want to capture any of them on film.
Yep, no, he's been very.
Why are they
specific about that.
releasing them with the general public?
They're allowed to. They walk in, they park in the same group. I'm not going to say where they park.
Why
I'm not
is
going to
my
go into any of that
question.
because anyone who's following
Yeah,
this is going
yeah,
to do something stupid.
Yeah. No, I don't want to give too many details, but I am just I had assumed that they were taking a lot of precautions on that. Now I
No,
understand
but
why people were very concerned about people like pamphleting all the cars around the courthouse. I was like, disregard that, guys. There's no way that they're gonna be anywhere near any of that stuff.
I mean, based on the jury reactions that I have seen, doing that kind of pamphleting or talking or persuasion is only going to convince them to side with Johnny and not Amber. I mean, you're not going to convince them to change their mind. You're only going to make them more obstinate.
Well, I think you'll make them obstinate for whatever you're not advocating for. You know, if a bunch of Johnny Depp fans came up, I think this might just be me and my personality type. I'd say I need to re-examine the other side more. That's just how I am.
Yeah. No, I agree. I get very, very suspicious when I feel like someone is pushing something on me, pushing a particular narrative onto me. So,
but if they are in the courtyard, there are people in the gallery that like wear "I Love Johnny Depp" shirts and things like those are
which is
just
allowed.
hanging out together.
Which
I mean,
is
they see it anyways. They get a chance to view the gallery. I talked about this with Spidey yesterday. Like Amber Heard on the stand, while we're being critical of why she's looking at the jury, remember that she sees the gallery too. She doesn't have an ally in that court. Like she has her table, which you don't want to be seen looking at. She has the podium, which is on cross and adverse party. And then she has the jury. Other than that, she's going to look at the ceiling?
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
And I
And
feel like
then-
if she loses, she would probably say it's because everyone liked Johnny, but the jury should have already been screened for that.
Well, I do anticipate that the immediate response from the Amber Heard team is going to be something along the lines of the reason why she lost is because of misogyny and because, you know, it's a man's world. The legal system needs to be overhauled. There were too many men on that jury. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know, like I could fully anticipate, and this is exactly what she was talking about, you know, the system existing to hold powerful men in power. And you know, I can totally see a double down happening. I hope it doesn't happen. I would much prefer to not see it, but I could see it happening.
I mean, I think it's going to be even worse with the Adam Waldman. That depo had no validity being played in front of a jury because there's nothing the jury can glean from it. But what it does do is it does give media outlets a lovely headline about how the information was being stonewalled and that Johnny Depp hid behind his attorney. And that's
that it. Yep.
Just wait for the headlines. Yep.
Your countersuit is literally about his attorney. It ain't my fault you picked his attorney statements.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's grabbing for anything to sue him a countersuit for.
Yeah, that's why I said if it survives the motion to strike that will undoubtedly be coming from the Depp team on the vicarious liability question, then there needs to be a paragraph in the closing statement about the sanctity of attorney-client privilege and, you know, just how awesome it is. Just a paragraph. Move on to better fields because she's not going to win her countersuit. But I would absolutely have a paragraph in there because that's not stonewalling. That's the most important privilege in our justice system.
It absolutely is, because if you don't have, let's talk a little bit about the importance of the attorney-client privilege while we're at it. I mean, if you don't have a very strong privilege for communications between an attorney and a client, then you have clients that are afraid to talk to their attorneys. They're afraid to get legal representation. They're afraid, and then you end up having a lot of vulnerable people in a lot of vulnerable situations not get any kind of legal representation for any kind of a case, regardless of whether they actually did something wrong or not. It has a massive chilling effect on the entire judicial system. If somebody does not feel confident that they can be fully open and honest with their attorney, how the hell can they expect to get any kind of good legal representation if their attorney doesn't know the full facts of their case?
When clients come to me, I say, you got to have a good relationship with your attorney. It's like your doctor. You have to be able to go and talk about your warts and your weaknesses to figure out what you need to cure, what needs to be done about these various things. And if people cannot do that, then justice in a very fundamental way will be denied in some very fundamental ways themselves. And so Adam Waldman might not be your favorite attorney and Johnny Depp might not be your favorite client. And you look at this and say it's ridiculous in that context. That is definitely and 100% not the only context that it appears in. And you cannot just start bashing down the wall because you don't like Johnny Depp or you don't like Adam Waldman. So everything there was proper. Ben Chu's objections were entirely proper. And I think Rob's point is well taken in terms of introducing it was by design, by Heard's team, by my best guess, to include all of that, all of the objections, which you'll note are usually cut out of the depositions. You just sometimes hear somebody yell, and then it cuts to the next thing because it's not necessary. They wanted to show something that looked like we're hiding something. And that is a BS interpretation of that.
And to answer this question from Dan Gleebles, is Elaine asking these questions in full knowledge of the extent of attorney-client privilege not improper?
It's not improper. Putting the deposition in front of the jury.
I would disagree. I would disagree. So. The characterization that she made in some of those questions, there were some that were completely out of bounds. Like I get that there were some that were completely important. You know, did Johnny Depp tell you to make this statement? You have to ask that.
Yes.
But the other thing was there were some that were that went over the line.
Okay.
Well, we've got some more.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and
no. I think Rob and I are coming at it from just different angles because I don't think the questioning is out of bounds, and I think Elaine. I said this while it was streaming. Elaine, as Rob said, has to ask some of these. Knows what the answer is going to be. Needs that to be on the record. Can't have skipped that. Essentially, it's malpractice, right? You've got a countersuit that's about this person's statements. You have to say, were you hired by this person? You know, did he ask you to say these things? Now, the ones that I didn't like were the intimations. He didn't fire you after this happened, did he? It's
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
A couple things here. I see DUI guy in the chat. He says, I will try to be back in the courtroom on Monday, LB. Great.
Cool.
Awesome. Amazing. And you, I think, no, I did send you a link also to join. So
Yeah.
if you want to hop in and comment as well, even though you're
And-
not in the courtroom, feel free to join in. You're going to say
DUI guy, if you need a place to crash, just text me.
I love that, like, you've become this like house of law tube for
Right,
local
I'm telling you,
counsel.
there needs to be a YouTube video, Rob and Ian sleepover with some popcorn and a Pirates of the Caribbean on the screen, or maybe just an Instagram
Yes.
post. I need
There's
a
no
picture.
sleeping. Like there's no sleeping. There's no nothing.
You stage it. Have you learned nothing from the Amber Heard side of this trial?
No,
Stage
but
your
I think-
photo for
There's
Instagram.
no sleeping at a normal sleepover anyway. Don't you know that?
I
Don't you
know.
remember sleepovers?
I know. I think I'm gonna take him out to dinner tonight for his 100K. So
Yes.
congratulate him.
Yes.
What a nice thing.
Yes. Oh my God. I love this. I love how all of
I
this
still
is
want
developed.
a sleepover picture. You know,
Yes,
potentially
me
with some
too.
braiding
I
of
want
Ian's hair.
sleeping
know.
bags. I want popcorn. I want like some kind of like drinks. I want to see some pizza. Like this is how I want this. I want this to be as composed as that Australia cocaine photo, but without the cocaine.
I'm telling you, man. Photo Rob, you want the next million video hit? You know, something like 2 minutes with some underlying Google audio about the antics Ian and Rob are having at LawTube House. You can call it
Yes.
LawTube House.
Let me-
Is 2 minutes straight to the moon. Straight to the moon.
Let me get some Ian tweets here. You guys ready for them?
Yes, let's do it.
Shoot.
Alrighty. Yeah, we've got a few here. Okay, so he says, when did the jury get back into interest? When they heard the word perjury repeated about 100 times. I have no idea why AH team played that clip. I guess they want people to infer Johnny was the source of that info, but and jurors might, even though you can't answer either way. But they sure heard Amber Heard and perjury in the same sentence a lot. And not only that, but they got to hear that a fairly mild-mannered, affable lawyer thinks Amber Heard committed perjury. This seems like something I'd have fought to the death to keep away from the jury's ears, not to make the highlight of the morning. Why the F, I'm censoring him, why the F play that? My only guess is that, see, that's one that I will censor. Bullshit is fine. The F word, maybe not. Why the F play that? My only guess is that Amber thinks she's winning hard on JD's claim and is going for the counterclaim bonus objective. The question about it's ultimately the client's decision, even if you disagree, might have been prophetic. Also, he's really going for it. Also, for the folks asking me where I'm streaming, I can't right now, so this lunch break will be thoughts via tweet. So I'm going to keep refreshing so that I can see more tweets from him, because this is so good.
Dude,
Rob, I absolutely
delirious,
love it.
sleep deprived Ian is hilarious.
He goes.
Oh
so,
my God.
He goes so
Yes.
hyperbolic as he loses more and more sleep. I love it. I also love
Yeah.
the super chat that said law, lumber, and lodging. I enjoyed that.
Law, lumber, and
as a name
lodging.
change.
Video title.
Law,
Good.
there you go. Law, lumber, and logic.
Excellent super chat.
Oh man. And then and then my brain just went right to Arrested Development too. I wanted to add to it like law, lumber, and lodging, lobs, law bombs.
Rob
along
does
with
have a
blah,
name
blah,
for it.
blah.
We can make it work.
This is my delirium. Anyway.
Yeah.
Not
It's
funny
Thursday.
jokes,
We
but
always
we'll
get
make
like
'em funny,
this on
right?
Thursday, folks. If you aren't used to Thursday yet, just imagine
No,
Friday.
I think
next week.
I can't wait till tomorrow when there's no trial and everyone's streaming and we're just making nonsense all day long.
Yeah.
And I have so many documents to draft.
I have so much work to do.
Yes. I'm also planning personal events and all kinds of stuff that are supposed to be coming up. We'll see. It's moving. It's moving. I actually made some good progress last week.
We're gonna head into week 6. Final mile markers on the horizon. It's gonna be great.
I feel like the last 5-6 weeks, I guess it's been 6 weeks with the break. I don't know about you guys. It feels like I've been sprinting a marathon. Does anybody else feel that way?
I do.
Like not just running a marathon, but sprinting one.
Well, it feels
Yeah.
unusual. Yeah, and doing my channel and the firm stuff and your channel, it's like it's fun. It's keeping me going. We're gonna have a great 6th week. Get excited, people. But
my God, yeah.
it's like it's just running.
Yeah, and I've been taking a lot more breaks than a lot of you guys have because you guys been streaming pretty much every day and popping up on almost everyone's channel.
Oh,
But
God.
my law firm has been running, and then also trying to keep up with my schedule in LawTube and then pop into some of your guys. I feel exhausted, so I can only imagine how you guys feel.
It's great to be
Yeah.
busy. I always say that. It's great to be
Yes.
busy. It's great to have things that are working.
Agreed.
It's great to have everybody be interested in all this and getting to
Blessings
comment. It's great to
abound.
have clients. It's so much better than the alternative. The lulls during the
Yes.
pandemic were no fun. So,
No, for sure. I 100% agree with that. These are absolute blessings. And also, I mean, we could be spending a lot of time talking about I love Law and Border, hosted by Rob. I love
chat,
it.
these puns are wonderful.
Did you
That
see
is all the
the one
puns.
that the one they're calling me on Twitch now? Apparently,
What?
Bed guy?
No.
Bed breaker?
Wood Daddy?
Oh,
Yep, that
Oh,
sounds
I
like
saw
Twitch.
that yesterday.
That sounds like Twitch.
Oh no.
I saw
Rob,
that in
just
the
hide
chat
it.
yesterday,
Your eyes, because
actually.
this is how you get really, really successful really fast. So just get it. It'll be fine.
Just
It'll be
roll
fine.
with it. Just roll with it. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Nobody's asked
man.
for photos of your feet yet, right?
Not yet, I
No.
don't think.
No.
Okay. All right. Cool.
New streams of income, Rob. New
Yeah,
streams
and
of
it's-
income.
You know
Oh,
what? I
Bree.
think
People make a lot
I
of
mean,
money with the feet pics.
Oh God.
I did.
Bree's bringing the real.
Bree is bringing in for Rob what like I used to experience in Ricada's chat all the time when I would go in there with fair regularity. And not to say that I've been avoiding it. I just have been not having enough time for even sleep. But
Yeah.
I'm excited to go back and hang out with him again. But I mean, yeah, that was like pretty much every time I'd go in there, people would be like, you would just see feet emoji showing up the chat.
Yeah. Rob, I think you made a terrible and grievous error by telling our chat your nickname. I don't know if
They're
you're watching-
going
I don't know
No,
if you're
there's
watching
the funny
chat.
thing
It's out
is
there, though.
the funny thing is it's already out there.
Okay.
It's already out there. People are tagging me in it on Twitter. It's out there. There's no getting rid of it.
Law and Lumber is 61.1 thousand. Hey,
Oh,
DM me when you pass
congrats.
me, Rob.
DM me when you pass me.
Yeah,
Seriously.
at this rate. DM me when
Then
you
I'll be like,
pass
why
me.
did I ever bring Rob on the channel?
Remember rewind. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh no, not OnlyFans. No.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Anyhow, I guess we're almost caught up with the I guess we're caught up with the statement super chats. Let's get some questions in here. Adventures in Lauren Land says, I know the jurors won't have a copy of the trial transcript and I understand why, but can they really not ask questions once they're in deliberation? What if them all agreeing on a verdict hangs on one question?
They can ask.
Yeah,
So
they can ask
when
questions.
when they're in deliberations, they can talk, they can ask, they can send questions to the judge. If they need clarification, if they need to see certain pieces of evidence again, like there's all kinds of things. And this is one of the things that like this is when we get into like hyper analysis mode too. Is like if they're allowing cameras in the courtroom during that time, and then we start to get that information of like questions coming out from the jury to the judge. This is when we get into like, okay, what was the question? What does this indicate? Does this indicate people are on one side or another side? And then like people start talking about like, oh, the language that they use and the handwriting analysis, and like it kind of goes crazy. But
yeah, no, absolutely. Well, when they ask for the knife, I mean, what do you do with that? Whose side is that? You know, so
Maybe they can just show it.
Yeah.
it means they are finished with watching video depositions and they want to be done with
They're
everything.
gonna start cutting each other. Okay, yeah. Don't give the jury a knife. No, I mean it's but that's the kind of analysis we do. And you know, some people think it'll be very quick on verdicts, but yeah, we will still be on while the jury is deliberating. Those are fun conversations. So don't skip out on week 7. The unknown country could be very fun.
Kelly Lee Phillips says, would it be possible for Amber to be sued for damages to Aquaman 2 if it fails very badly? I'm guessing no, but hoping yes. No, I don't
Too
think so.
attenuated. No.
Yeah. It's you. Yeah, the causation. How would you prove causation? There's a lot of things that can be involved in that. Lenny Callback says, question, can we get a behavioral arts breakdown of the tension between AH and WH yesterday? AH was glaring at her the whole time, and WH looked so afraid. Did you, Rob? You said that you did a collab with behavioral arts.
I was filming with behavioral arts yesterday until about 11:30 p.m. I can tell you he's working his butt off to get as much analysis as he can. He's not sleeping very much.
Yeah, like a lot of it.
But
Yeah.
I know he's doing a full breakdown of Amber Heard's cross and entire testimony. Yesterday, we were filming a breakdown of his and my analysis of her direct testimony and Camille's first shots across the bow that day.
All right. All right. So I'm sure at some point we will be seeing all kinds of breakdowns from Spidey, since he's, I mean, it sounds like he's just trying to get everything out there. Nathan C says, doesn't the amount of time for closing for each side depend on how much time they have remaining based on what the judge has said about sticking strictly to the time limits for each side?
I don't think so. I think what she said was, I think what she said is, here's the hours, and then we have closing on Friday. So I mean, I think closings are set by schedule.
And I think so. This is an important point too. People have been talking about why the plaintiff gets to go first and how that works. And this is kind of a clarification. There's an equal amount of time that's given to both sides. The plaintiff, yes, has the advantage of speaking last, but they have to shorten their first and last statement, allowing for the defense to have that full block of time as one congruent period they can speak.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because so they have the same amount of time. The plaintiff can just break theirs up into segments, essentially. So
have they announced how long each will have for a closing argument?
Speculation is the beginning of the day, and she wants them deliberating after lunch.
Oh, okay. So half a day total. All right. All right. Peter Pan Jan says, have you read the note to Whitney from JH? It is quite damning. Do you think it will be the smoking gun? I have not read it. I've seen it. I've seen that there's like a lot of highlighting on the page or whatever. But no, I haven't read it yet, because I'd like to see it come out in evidence first. If it doesn't come out in evidence and then we get to jury deliberations, we will look at everything while they're talking. Yes. Next one is the Duchess of Dutchness says, do you know how long AH case in chief will be? It can only last until, I would say, latest Tuesday, right? Because if there's time for Johnny's team to do a rebuttal, we don't know exactly. I mean, it's however many minutes that he has left overall. That includes getting taken away from cross-examination, and I mean that's basically it at this point, because it's Amber's case in chief.
It's 8.5 hours a day, 7.5. What is it? What is that right now in terms of actual time total?
I don't know, but by the end of the day, the judge has been pretty good about, at the end of day Thursday, she gives an update on hours.
I know. I was just thinking about the math for when Amber would have to be done. So if we go from 9 to 5:30 and we have an hour-long lunch break and 2 other breaks, what are we actually looking at in terms of somebody's spend per court day right now? It's like 6.5, something like that.
Yeah, I was eagerly awaiting you to finish that, because I'm a lawyer. I don't math.
Lawyer math. Hey, that's totally awful. Lawyer math. I yell this on my channel. Lawyer math. So I think, based on the numbers, I think Amber could go like into Tuesday. She could also like finish today. I mean, I don't know.
And there's confusion about whether there's court tomorrow. There is not court tomorrow.
Not for us.
Yes. Well, right. So there is court the following Friday, but that is because it is strictly just for closing arguments. So think of it as we still have testimony Monday through Thursday this week and next week, and then we've got an extra day for the closing arguments. DRH says, could you explain the TMZ thing?
Yeah, it looked like Amber leaked her stuff to TMZ.
Yes. She
I mean, I don't know how to take
the
this.
divorce.
Which time?
Yeah. So there are actually 2 TMZ issues here. The one thing is that came out in that video deposition that got played for an impeachment, which was like, oh my God, the fact that they were able to get that out was amazing. But so that one was basically where she essentially admitted and caught herself halfway through saying that she had leaked the divorce to TMZ. And that was basically how the whole public found out about it before Johnny did. And then the other TMZ issue is the question about whether or not she also sold that video of Johnny roughing up the kitchen cabinets. That we haven't gotten confirmation about that. She hasn't admitted to it, but we do have a strong suspicion of that.
It was certainly intimated pretty heavily, and I did like the piece they got in where it's like TMZ claims copyright, and I think what was the snotty question? It was like, so you mean to suggest that Johnny Depp's team released that video?
Yeah, yeah, and then
It's like
also
that doesn't make any sense at all.
and then there was also the question of like, okay, so you're saying that you handed it over to your legal team. You're saying your legal team released confidential information that you provided to them. Is that what you're saying? So it's like there's absolutely no way that she could win with that line of questioning. There was no way.
It sure seems like they had a direct pipeline to TMZ based on what we saw.
Yeah.
Does that make the defamation case? No, but I mean it doesn't look great.
Yeah. Ronnie P says, how does the rebuttal case work? It's going to look a lot like Johnny's case in chief, where they put on a witness and then Amber Heard's team cross-examines, and then Johnny's team does the redirect. So, when you see the passing the witness like that, it's going to look exactly like that. The difference is that this is going to be after Amber's done putting on her witnesses, and then basically it's like it passes back, the ball passes back to Johnny, but he's only limited to putting on witnesses that can respond to certain things that came up in Amber's case. So they can't just like repeat everything that they did in their own redirect. They can't just like open it up to everything possible that could help Johnny's case, but it's just to respond to things that came up in Amber's, out of Amber's witnesses, essentially, that are basically new things that they would need to respond to. Matthew Lawler says, how would Jen Howell's statements not be hearsay? Well, ideally, she is either testifying in court or through a live link or through a video deposition. I mean, this is how witnesses are going to be testifying in court. I think that people are wondering if they can just admit her declaration or her statement and that is her testifying. That's not her testifying. The court has outlined 3 ways for a witness to testify in this case. So it wouldn't be hearsay because it's in court. It's an in-court statement.
But I think what they're worried about, if I understand what she might say, because I haven't read this, is that her testimony is primarily Whitney told me something different. And I do think it can come in as flat impeachment, regardless of what she said. It's different now than it was before. But I don't know. I suspect it's actually the real answer is it's a deposition video and everything goes and whatever was taped. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. It's because remember, hearsay, the definition of hearsay, it's not just the statement being out of court, but it's the reason that it's being offered. And so that's the last piece that we can predict what we think that it's going to be offered for, because basically putting
just based on what y'all had told me.
yeah but there's always a possibility that there's some piece of information that we don't know, or some nuance or some argument that they decide to make that makes things look like, oh, okay, like maybe that's not actually hearsay then. Anyhow, so we'll
it would be a back door, by the way, because the truth of the matter asserted would be very important to people. But you could potentially offer it for not that. Who knows?
Yeah. But think about it though. Like when they entered the Dutch TV show with Amber saying I donated, the question is, I guess that wasn't her
interest, party interest, right?
Yeah. But it's like for impeachment purposes, it's the same thing that you're trying to do there. Anyhow,
I hear you. Hearsay, it's fun.
Yeah. Miss Lou says, Miss Lou says, if the jury can't agree, can both parties lose? Yeah. It would technically be a mistrial.
If they can't agree, everybody lost, but maybe law tube in case the case comes back. That's that. If it's a hung jury, nobody's happy.
Yeah. In which case it's a hung jury. They could refile, redo the whole trial. I don't know if anybody wants to do that at this point. I think most people would like to move on. But yeah, Me, Myself, and Hyde says, you mentioned the cold and distant look had during the Kate James testimony. It was brought up during Josh Drew's testimony after the May 21st, I think, incident. Do you think there's a connection to be made there? It was brought up during Josh Drew's testimony. I don't remember hearing it.
That's the
be brought up.
catatonic. So that's Josh Drew saying that her response was catatonicness.
Yeah, that to me is
catatonia.
different. To me, like someone being catatonic is like they're in shock, which is different than the look that Amber was giving during the Kate James testimony. Hey, Peter.
What's up?
How's it going?
Peter's back.
It's going.
How's the PGA tournament going?
You know what? It's actually over there right now. Last I saw, Rory was 4 under leading, but a lot has
Fair
probably
enough.
changed in the last hour.
Nice. And I'm seeing
Rory's
apparently
leading?
He was leading.
Rob
Rory
has
was
also
leading,
turned it on.
4 under. Last I saw.
Michael Young says that I guess there's 26 hours total, I guess, between the two parties, but I want to see the breakdown of who has how many hours left because I think there's a difference between
The gap's
how many
getting
hours
wider.
Amber.
Johnny's
Yeah, it
short
is.
cross examinations has increased the gap.
Yes. Agreed. Vicky Mills says, can AH be in trouble for contacting Mr. Drew before? I don't think so. There doesn't seem to be enough there in the level of communication to suggest that something improper has happened. Just because
You're
she's
allowed to
contacted
contact
him.
witnesses.
You're
Yeah.
allowed to say you're probably going to get deposed.
For sure.
Yeah.
You can even ask him, what are you going to say? Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. CNEI Happy says, AH said, Google me for negative info for her character to Camilla. Is door open to any recordings? Australia Audio, JD Finger, AH has guilt.
To be clear, she wasn't marketing
no.
for Alphabet at the time. She said, "Look me up," but no.
Yeah, that wouldn't open the door to like absolutely everything on Amber.
Rob, was it you that got really mad at Look Me Up? You thought it was asking the
Yeah,
jury?
I thought it was improper. I thought that there should have been an instruction after that, a reminder to
Yeah,
the
to
jury.
say, please do not actually do any independent research on this person.
Yeah,
That was
sure.
way out of bounds.
She's intimated that multiple times. Like she's doing
Yes.
that with the UK trial with headlines that aren't coming in. I feel like she's baiting them to do outside research,
She is
hoping that
openly
they do something
suggesting-
that makes them feel bad.
And her PR team is going left, right, and center, trying to influence the jury one way. The funny thing is, people were making the comment about the Johnny Depp fans and the inside that courtroom, and the Johnny Depp fans might be trying to influence the jury. They don't feel like they have to. They have been outside. They might be loud. They might be vocal, but they have been very respectful of the proceedings, and they don't feel like they have to influence or play any dirty pool. I don't think that's the case for Amber Heard's team.
I have to admit, with that crew and the circus outside the courtroom, I am very surprised there hasn't been more of a distraction element at least one of these days. So you were absolutely right, Rob. They really haven't been in there to create a circus inside the courthouse.
Yeah.
We've got some more Ian tweets if you guys want to hear them.
Yeah.
All right. He says, got some questions about whether Marilyn Manson is making any impact. If the jury gives a teacup Yorkies shit about it. I love his tweets. Like,
He's
they're not
so
showing
out of
it.
his mind right now. He is so tired.
Yeah, he's cranky Runkle is best Runkle, I think. He said that they're not showing it. Witkin was an interesting witness in part because he comes off as sympathetic to JD. When he said everybody wants something about the issues with JD's life, Juror H turned to JD with what I read as a sympathetic look. Interesting. Jurors also looked annoyed as yet another AH witness says he never directly saw any violence. When he started getting into JD and anger, Juror I had his head up in a somewhat combative pose. Did not like that. For Mandel, I seemed to be napping again at the start. E watching the gallery. Oh, I seem to know. So not Ian, Juror I. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was like, oh, Ian, you fell asleep. Juror I seemed to be napping again at the start. E watching the gallery. D tuned out. C perked up at the mention that things started to go downhill for JD around the Rum Diaries time. Anything else notable happened then? Didn't think so.
How about Juror A removing his mask?
So Ian hasn't tweeted about. Oh, sorry. There's more tweets that he may have. Let's continue. With the agent, H did not like the comment about the cash ask being phrased as a demand, visible change in her expression.
That was bullshit. Sorry.
That's okay. No, you can say bullshit. That's fine.
Yeah, Elaine intimating that someone coming in and saying essentially, I need 20 million, give me 20 million. And then like freaking agent person saying, no, it was just a demand. It's like, I've been with clients. That is how they ask for you to facilitate money. Okay.
Yeah.
That is such a crap way to characterize that. It wouldn't surprise me if a juror believed it, sure, but also was like, no, I have been in business before and I know what that client is like. That is not really, they're not holding you at gunpoint, talent agency.
Yeah. So he says with the agent, H did not like the comment about the cash ask being phrased as a demand, visible change in her expression. I got the impression it was turning her off the witness. Can't be certain. It might have just been news she didn't want to hear. I would have thought the allegation that Johnny was lying about Mendel not filing taxes would have landed with some facial expressions, but it didn't crack the poker faces.
I don't think that was easy to understand in the middle.
Do you think they're going to be surprised by anything? Honestly,
at this point,
with these
we've already got
people's
bloated
lives,
writing on the walls. Past that point, who knows?
Yeah. Cocaine, MDMA, shrooms. We do it all for fun and make sure we have enough for the wedding.
Yeah. And it's on the agenda. It's literally on the agenda.
Yeah, like typed out unabashedly.
Yes.
I just don't want to know anything more about cuddle puddles ever. Thank you.
Oh, and in something of a big development for me, Juror A decided to take off his mask around the time of the Waldman deposition. He's still pretty stone-faced, though. Let me just make sure I've got this here. Okay. Also, in the last 2 days, the part Juror B enjoyed most was all of the screw off, that's privileged back and forth. He was pleased. Everyone else looked annoyed. I think he's been dying for some fireworks.
It's just fun to hear Ben Chu yell at someone.
It is. Some surprising animation among the jurors as well about hearing about Waldman's Twitter suspension. H thought this was funny. F looked a bit indignant about it. Elaine tries to catch him on, so you broke that rule, right? Paraphrased. Swing and a miss. It wasn't a bad swing to take. The rule about never ask a question you don't know the answer to is not a great rule. Well, I mean, this is a deposition. It's different. It's different than actually putting someone on the stand. Never ask a question. He says never ask a question where the answer could hurt you. There you go. That's a good point. She didn't lose anything for asking. Might have been able to make hay on the other answer. Also, note that I've had no contact with the Depp team except to briefly tell CV that her cross was amazing because it was amazing. Then again, I'm always down for info dumps and I can figure out what my rate is in alpacas. Oh my gosh, I love Tired Runkle.
Yep, no, he's on fire. His
Runkle.
tweets.
He really
it's funny
is.
because I usually consider Ian a very staid social media Twitter user. Like if you go past the trial, and he's very professional, and like these are hilarious.
So professional. Every single time we've got him on a live stream, like he's your stereotypical Canadian, right? Just like so genteel, just so like polite and everything. So the fact that
we're just gonna get a show
so
idea.
Animated, just so
we're
funny.
gonna call it Sleep Deprived Ian, and it's gonna be everybody's gonna love it.
I think I'm gonna film him like the first 5 minutes he walks in the house because he comes inside and it's like he needs 5 minutes to vent about all the crazy bullshit he went through that day. He's like, this is ridiculous. Like,
just call it Amber Cabinet Cam and put it up on the corner
and then sell it to TMZ.
Yeah, hey. Ian's a celebrity right now. He was on the DC news this morning. He was on Court TV yesterday.
I love it. It's so great. Okay.
Rip Van Runkle is good. That's
I
good
love
job,
that.
Super Chat.
Yeah, that is a good one. Tom Stark says, have you seen the Jennifer Powell declaration and can they get her testimony in without hearsay? It's just, we talked about that, right? So just a few minutes ago before we started going through his tweets.
Have not read it, but the internet is super excited about it. So I imagine it says some stuff.
Yeah. Barking Lynx says, can AH sue for damages due to this trial being live streamed and her career after this is essentially ruined? Love the stream, by the way, that you all do make watching the boring parts of the trial easier. No, because there is a court There's a court order allowing cameras in the courtroom. It's also a public proceeding, so the public is allowed to get in there. It's not a private thing.
Good luck suing the court system for damages. Good luck, honest to God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you literally can't, since the judge has absolute immunity. So, there's that.
Small issues.
Small issues.
What did the cops say about domestic violence or whatever and how they're supposed to handle it?
Policies on how they're supposed to handle it.
So she didn't say they did anything wrong?
No.
No, all the cops basically testified we didn't see anything. We left a card, and
They
we
said
left.
that the only thing that I got was oh, so if they see something, they should put it in their report, right? Yeah. They asked the cops on the in their depositions before. So if you would have seen something, you would have put it in your report, right? Yeah.
So I heard the first 5 minutes where she says basically, if you see abuse, whether or not the victim wants to cooperate, you still make an arrest, which to me is evidence for Johnny Depp to say, yeah, they didn't see anything. That's why they didn't make an arrest. Because
Exactly.
people were up in arms about they can't make an arrest if the victim doesn't cooperate in other cases. And it's yeah, they can, because they have a state interest to protect the
Pressing
public.
charge is not a thing.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think what they're trying to get to is the cops are all in on it, and they didn't want to implicate a big celebrity. But you have cops' testimony that's I didn't know it was Johnny Depp. I didn't see anything. What the
Amber
heck do
says
you
the
want me
same
to
thing.
do?
Amber says she never told him it was Johnny.
That's so true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So no damages against the court here. Liz Smith says, reminder, ask James with the good hair. I mean, James from court. He does have good hair. What, if any, was the jury's reaction to Amber walking out after her testimony? Okay, I'm going to save this one.
I talked to the DUI guy about that, and he said that the jury didn't even notice it.
Oh, that's so disappointing.
I know.
But our DUI guy had a very loud tweet about it later, about how disrespectful it was, and she disrespected the court and the lawyers. I was like, come on.
No, that's about right for me.
It does sound like Larry.
I'm with Larry.
Oh, dude, that during a break,
it is disrespectful.
The bailiff escorted her out.
No, he didn't. Look at it again.
Look at the female bailiff walking out with her.
He was
the
chasing
bailiff
her.
does a double check. The bailiff there isn't a corrective action.
All right,
it was bad.
See, lawyer, is in
optics.
dissent from us. That's okay. I'll correct him.
All right, so we got that answer. Sarah Cordova says,
welcome.
Any thoughts on the fact that many people saying that this case hurts Me Too didn't say that about questioning Jussie Smollett? I was kind of the same. But the same criticism, racial bias for Amber? No. I think this is
The level of the noise might be different, but they definitely were saying things about Jussie Smollett too.
Yes.
Same thing, this will prevent real victims coming forward. They were definitely saying those kind of things.
After the sentencing hearing, Natalie Lawyerchick had a long stream where she went through everything, and then at the very end, she had the best mic drop sort of lecture about those of you who are saying we should be behind him because of race relations or whatever, despite everything, because of how many guys have been improperly locked up. She's like, y'all need to get a grip. He is hurting people of color. He is hurting the real people that are actually getting hate crimes, that are victims of hate crimes and all this kind of stuff. She had the best rant that I would highly recommend anyone to go and check out. And I have to address this. I'm sorry, guys. Haya, thank you for this insanely generous super chat.
Oh, wow.
This is the most that I've ever received from anyone, and I am incredibly flabbergasted and super freaking grateful. Just checked the day 15 trial where the judge mentions the hours left. JD used 35 hours and 6 minutes and has 26 hours and 9 minutes left. AH used 36 hours and 31 minutes and has 24 hours and 44 minutes left. Weird that AH's team used more time, even though it was the time where JD's team was presenting their case. That's because cross-examination counts against them. So they had some very long cross-examinations of these witnesses. But at this point,
was very long.
So we are in it's day 19, right? Yeah, it's day 19. So we've got about a week since then. It definitely has cut down since that time. I'd like to see what the numbers are now at this point. But Haya, I thank you. That's very incredibly generous of you.
And Ian just shamed me on Twitter.
What did he say? Did he say that you're not there?
No. No.
Did he use your nickname, Rob?
No.
Okay.
I gave him a legal pad. Apparently, my nieces had been coloring in the legal pad.
Oh no. Oh no. Did they use up half of the legal pad and he has nowhere else to write?
No, but
Sounds
there's
to me like,
there's a
sounds like
giant-
Amber's witnesses who are complaining about freeloading. You gave
Not
him that
good
legal
enough.
pad. He should appreciate it.
Oh man. Tay Johnson says, question, please explain witnesses' impeachments. Sorry if asked and answered. It is asked and answered. So I'm going to direct you to the asked and answered video. The first one talks about impeachments. So I'm sorry, we're not going to give you a substantive response here, but that's one of the reasons why we made those asked and answered videos. Daniel Fjord says, who is going on the stand today since JD's team is having the big time lawyer there? I still expected, well, maybe we still will see an expert witness coming for Amber's side for some kind of damages.
Doctors,
doctors. I can't imagine doctors coming in to help her because what would they would the first question would be what if anything did you analyze in order to form your opinion? Any medical records? There are none.
Like
how
how about
possibly?
Yeah,
I examined
when-
her physically, but I didn't keep any records because I'm a bad doctor.
What about her actual treating psychologist?
That'd be good.
Bring Hughes back again?
Hughes is not her
No,
treating
Hughes isn't
psychologist.
treating.
That's right. Cowan,
Treating
maybe.
psychologist is
Cowan, but I thought he was bad for her.
That he probably is. That's
Yeah, I don't.
I think that was
That
the point
hasn't
of the
I'm not trying to
reference.
guess experts.
These witnesses being bad for Amber Heard so far has not stopped them today.
Mm.
So, they could still put on Dr. Cowan. I don't know. I can't
I'm
say
just
that
trying to guess. I don't know.
If JH loses the case, he's still winning in the court of public opinion. Isn't that what he ultimately wants and needs? He's vindicated either way. Yeah, I would agree. I definitely would agree, but he still wants that piece of paper so that he can go back to Hollywood and they can all officially say like, all right, this is a guy who has won in his case. Derek Tam says, question, what if Johnny wins this trial but Amber can't afford to pay the $50 million? Too bad, so sad. Maybe garnish her wages, take her stuff. That's what they can do, but he may not get everything. It happens all the time.
Take her stuff, make her hurt.
Yep. Commander Obvious says, question, could the abuse type MEPS be a muddy point?
Yeah, it's mental, emotional, physical, and sexual. I think.
Yeah.
Nice
Yeah,
deception or deciphering.
Yeah.
One
Also,
of those
if
words.
only
Deception.
yeah. Also, if only P/S, the staircase, and May 21st seem muddiest to clean up. Thoughts? Yeah. I mean, even the issue is if you are looking at this from the question is, for Johnny to prove is, did Amber lie about being abused in various ways? The title would suggest SA. So was she lying about being a victim of SA? The staircase for physical abuse, yes, but the SA really comes in with Australia. Do you believe that he did the thing that she said that he did with the bottle in Australia? If not, then he should win on that statement. Then you look at the other statements, you look at each statement individually to say, like, physical abuse, SA, mental, emotional abuse, was she abused in these various ways? He only has to win on one of them. And the fact that she has brought in this SA allegation, the fact that the title alleges that it insinuates that she has been violated in that way, I think that is probably his strongest point, is leaning into Australia. We're beyond a muddy middle on that point as far as I'm concerned. Andrew Jackson says, Hogue, what plugin for highlights on articles?
I use a Chrome plugin called Super Simple Highlighter, and I also use one called Weeva.
I use Super Simple Highlighter too. I like it. Missy Clark says, I just can't see jury giving AH the muddy middle. With the extent of her fabrications, I just don't see jury giving AH justification. Panels thought, like I just said.
She did that to herself. Yes,
Yeah, she really did.
I agree.
That was a self-own. Two self-owns here. Number one, by filing the counterclaims in the first place. Number two, by going off with these wild accusations that don't seem to have any basis in reality. There's no corroboration. There's no medical records. There's no, and I'm not saying that this is the case for all DV, victims or alleged victims, but this is someone who had a concierge nurse that was dedicated to her. Like that is what is so suspicious about her case. So yeah. Anyhow, Michael Thomas says, question for Hogue. Rob is at just over 60K. Predictions for him by the end of trial. Alita should start charging a startup fee.
Okay, so Rob's at just over 60,000. We got a week or 2 weeks left. I think Rob's got a shot at 100,000. Now we don't want to make Kurt sad, so I don't want to say that. But I do want DMs from Rob when he passes each of us. So I think he has to contact each law tuber.
That sounds like a great idea. I really love the DMs when Rob passes me. Please, everyone, remember to DM and at me when Rob passes me.
No. They are going to remember that now, Kurt. No, so I think Rob's got a shot at 100,000.
I lived in Fairfax for 14 years, so I know the really good places to hide the bodies. So I got that going on.
Okay. See, now if he dies mysteriously, what are we going to do, Kurt? Okay?
I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer.
Okay. All right.
I popped in on a possible criminal.
He's gonna live stream. He's gonna live.
He's like, what did I just walk into?
I don't know what the second half of the question was, but Rob's doing great.
Lauren Indelicato says, I haven't seen answered or addressed. Everyone keeps saying how she has no medical record for injuries. A broken nose, especially repeatedly broke, does not heal into her perfect little nose. Not without plastic surgery, right?
No, she still looks pretty good for what she's claimed. Yep.
She sure does. Question: if Amber had filler around this time, would this have been able to be submitted into evidence if it had existed?
They had proof of it.
Yeah. Medical records of her going to a plastic surgeon, of course. Deposing the plastic surgeon.
The weird part about that, of course, right, is if you really think that is, there's no question Discovery asked for that and it wasn't provided to them. So,
For one
there's
reason.
problems there.
Yeah. Derek Tam says, question, what will happen if Johnny wins this trial, but Amber can't afford to pay the $50 million damages that she's sued for? We did answer this earlier, so I will, and I think at length. So I'm gonna parlay that one. Allison Suter says, will Jennifer Howell's testimony be brought in to show WH was actually trying to break up the fight between H and JD, not JD and WH? I think it might. Oh, we can't say will. Anytime we get a question asking will something happen, I always am like, I don't know, because I don't have any direct communications with either of these legal teams. But I think that there's a substantial chance that can happen based on what we have heard and based on the perceived excitement about getting that name kind of like ripped out of Whitney. Elisa Elisa and Con, I'm sorry. It says, did you catch how they tried to trip Whitney during cross by asking if she'd heard what Isaac said about her during this testimony? Do you think that they really were trying to like catch her on? Like, did you see? Do you know that he said this thing to be like, you've been listening to witness testimony?
And maybe it was a little faint, right? I mean, it was a very short set of questions, but it was like, yeah, maybe that one would stick out in your mind because we remember him saying that.
Yeah, it was a very memorable quote by him. Avani says, name's pronounced Avani. Thank you. How did Elaine know what transpired inside JD's house, i.e. Dr. Curry having dinner and drinks with his team? They asked, so what happens when you designate a witness is the other side is able to ask them all kinds of questions. They can sit for a deposition. They can ask them, written questions, all kinds of stuff, and they have to answer because they have been designated as a witness. So what happens is they can then ask them about what happened in the process of hiring them. They can ask them what that looked like. They can ask them about their fees. They can ask them about their experience. They can ask them all kinds of stuff because that's all very valid stuff to probe into. So how they found out that she had dinner and drinks with his team, they probably asked her, how did you end up getting this job in the first place? Okay, guys, keep yourselves unmuted because I'm going to turn everybody down to match the court feed.
Fantastic. And since we just saw a sidebar and I didn't hear anybody talk about it, I know you all love this part from me. please do remember to like and subscribe to Legalbytes and hit those buttons, because that helps get the message out there, helps get the coverage out there. I will shut up about it for a good long time, so I don't need to be told by chat. But please do hit those buttons. As we talked about, Alita does not sleep. She physically does not. We have no idea where she gets her energy from, but she might derive it from likes and subscribes. We don't know. We're not sure. It's just a hypothesis. But keep Alita going with likes and subscribes.
I think you might actually be right about that. Yeah, I mean, we're at 17,000. We've got 51, almost 52,000 people in the chat. It would be great if we could get around, if we could get like to half of the viewership. That would be amazing.
Seated. Your next witness.
30,000.
We call Ron Schnell.
Okay. Chanel.
SCHNELL.
Thank you, sir.
SCHENNEL. Okay. Ron, they said? Ooh.
Yeah.
Expert, I think.
All right.
It's a live
Somebody
witness,
in
though, so
person.
whatever. I'm interested.
Yes, I'm in.
It's a real person.
All right.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the
I was a child
social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
Is he going to testify that we just saw NPCs for the last 2 hours?
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system.
Like,
Unix
Marvelous Mrs.
is
Maisel.
an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It's called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
SOS.
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to
Sly
Secure Online
Stallone.
Systems?
He was not on my bingo card.
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then.
Could be
So we had to
metadata, could be data analytics, could be bots.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in that matter.
Wow.
In those matters.
Special master.
And you said you were
Master Chief
in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
This is
It was
Metadata
11.
guy.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay, and that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment. Although since COVID, I haven't.
Does it feel like maybe he peaked
And have
at
you
14?
published
to
any
anybody
scholarly
else?
articles?
Yes,
I had a lot of very
2
good
published
jobs.
articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
Sounds like this is an expert.
And
that
what
laid a
experience do you
very
have in
detailed
statistical or
foundation
forensic analysis of social
for
media?
his expertise.
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves
Forensic analysis of
analyzing
social media. You might
data
be a data
from
analytics guy for
social media.
instead.
Most of them
Yeah,
have
'cause I don't
been
think
consulting for
I don't think the
litigation. Some of
metadata
them are consulting
expert
for
is gonna help them.
non-litigation. Yeah.
This guy's
And
just
is that
Alan
work
Turing.
both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more
From a jury's
in terms of
perspective,
what
I
you've
think I've got it
performed
written down as
regarding
smart
statistical or
computer
forensic
guy.
analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
Is this to
What are
see
some
if
what are the major
the
ones?
Justice for Johnny
Twitter,
Depp community is all
Instagram,
bots?
Facebook, Reddit.
I think it's a bot analysis. Yeah.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs?
Sure,
versus
H is
work for
like, did you
defendants?
kick me off Twitter?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely
Is that umbrella
seriously.
guy a bot?
But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Really?
I don't.
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Sir, my
Could
name's
backfire.
Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, I may have misspelled Ron Schnell. I'm gonna.
I think he's going to
I'm gonna
challenge the
check.
scope of the qualification.
Yeah.
I'm checking the witness list, guys, for folks that are saying I misspelled it. I thought they spelled it out, but I am 100% could have misheard them.
Special master, by the way, is a technical legal term. I know they blew past it and didn't explain it, but
Oh yeah,
it's a big
100%
deal.
blew it. Yeah.
It
I
basically is
recognize
kind of
it.
like a
What does it
mini
mean?
judge over a
Okay.
case because you need someone to manage things in highly technical manners. So basically, what he said, they didn't explain it, but what he said is in the Microsoft antitrust cases, basically because of all the technical aspects, he was basically appointed essentially as a mini judge to help the judge in discovery issues and all kinds of things to assess the case. The special master is a big deal. Did I explain it adequately?
Kurt, I'll be honest, I
I-
didn't recognize the term. So
Okay.
if you tell me that's right, yeah.
I would trust you on it. I'm also just I'm grokking my way through misspelling Ron Schnell's name. So
They do it in
I've got- I'm
e-discovery.
trying to-
E-discovery
All right,
too.
so
They'll
Mr.
appoint
Dennison, do you have
a
any
discovery
objection to him moving
conciliator
in as an
that
expert?
is an expert in that field.
All
so they
right,
can
then I'll
actually tell
move
when
him
discovery
in as
disputes
an
are
expert in
valid or not.
statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay?
So whatever Dennison was planning to
Yes, sir,
do,
your question.
he lost.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag. And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were
Didn't take
negative
long to
towards
find them,
Ms.
did
Heard,
it?
and I found that
Will we hear justice for
a
Johnny
supermajority
now?
of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million.
To answer the question about why is the
And
MSM
how did
so
you determine
biased,
that the tweets were negative
don't
about
know.
Ms. Heard?
I honestly don't know.
Well, I hadn't been asked that until
not good at pivoting
later on in
when
this,
new
but
information
I
comes
didn't
out.
think that that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really
What a world
surprise me
we
that
live in,
anyone would
that
think that they wouldn't be
experts on
negative
hashtags.
towards Ms. Heard. But when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1?
I think they might be trying to go for like
is
emotional
on the
damages
5th
through the
page of
social
Mr.
impact on
of the
social
chapter
media.
four,
That
Mr.
might be
Schnell.
the
Definitely.
purpose of this guy.
It's definitely damages because
For
they took the dates from
defamation.
the Waldman statements.
And I'm wondering if that he ties that to her income, her future
Mr.
work,
Schnell,
that kind of stuff.
did you
too.
create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
So this is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of each.
I love a demonstrative.
2 years.
Publish it.
Yeah, 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to I'd make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1.
I can't
Or do you
believe it
want
took
to
us
be in-
If I could
5
get
weeks
one
of
of the numbers since
testimony
it's
to get a
part
single
of the record.
demonstrative.
Okay.
Actually,
we
that's
call
not
it
true.
Schnell
As a
demonstrative
group,
1, and then I will give you a
Q-score guy
number.
had some terrible demonstratives.
Well, the last
Oh,
number I
God.
have is
I wanted to forget
1837.
those.
No.
Do we know if that's the last?
Oh,
Can we make it? Can we?
You wanna
How about we make it
That's
1900?
Mr. Dennison.
That way, it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
They lost track of the what their current evidence is.
Let's just call it 1900.
Let's just
Move
go.
on.
Just go to 1900.
And is this a chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see, in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last 3 hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
Okay. And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of
doesn't make a ton of
2020
sense.
for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I would have liked to see a
I
dumbed
also
down
see a
version
large
of this
jump
demonstrative
from October to November.
in a
of
language
2020.
that's not robot.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there. There are single digit ones, but prior to November of
This matters for
2020,
damages.
there are basically none. And then it
For
jumps up
reputational
to
harm.
over
In a
2,000.
defamation case, we're talking about reputational
And do
harm.
you know what happened in November of 2020?
It's like a
My
part.
understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901
It's interesting they got that in there. Johnny Depp is a wife beater. It's my understanding
Any
that's when the
objection?
UK trial ended.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Quite the
1901
sequence.
Can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020,
Alita, you gotta stop the super chats with the
that came
demonstrative.
before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements,
It's not actually covered.
even taking account for that spike, what time period has more
one is
negative
fine.
tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you recall at your deposition being asked that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Good.
I remember questions regarding particular dates. Yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020, as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day by day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them.
Why wouldn't
I don't
the
have
world
it.
would you
They'll
bring
ask
the
on
6th and the
cross-examination.
7th?
In the 7th,
They'll
I think
ask
it's the
on
same exact terms
cross-examination
that are used in
what
the
other
one on the 8th, but
hashtags he
the 6th
searched
may be
for.
slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative.
Why would you bring your countersuit on the third
What's
day?
being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Which would make 1902?
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
I don't understand why
objection
it sounds like they're
1902?
trying to say that there's
No,
like,
this is
a
demonstrative.
coordinated attempt for this, because
Publish that.
those were claims that she had in her original counterclaim that were dismissed. So I don't understand what they're doing with this right now.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. And that's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look
Almost
at
a
the
year of tweets. That's a
for
really
hoax, fake,
not
and
that
fraud
impressive
within
number.
and this is within the negative hashtags or misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Well, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what
That
searches did
demonstrative
you
should
perform?
have the dates on it.
So I also
by the
looked
way.
in that
It annoys
same
me that it doesn't.
data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minions, Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or Minions. And looked for those in the same data.
I love
Oh,
the
that was
energy.
perfect.
In terms of the
That was
percentage
literally
of the
a perfect
amount
laugh.
of times
Computer
Waldman
experts
or
explaining
Waldman
hashtags
was
should be
used
its own channel.
in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldman-Young.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes, why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I
find it
catch
interesting that they
everything.
just put in evidence the rampant
And
popularity of hashtag justice for
Based
Trump.
on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what are the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but
sure.
You know, when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particular the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
Yeah, you're not an
To
expert.
a
at
reasonable
that.
degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's like the blanket answer.
You're not an expert at whether there is a correlation there or not. I weigh that
It's
at
not a cause.
zero.
Yeah, I agree. The other guy who's actually more.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted
That was a very short
on
direct.
litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And this is, and you've
You're not
never
a
been
data
involved
analyst guy at
in a
all.
defamation case before.
That's correct.
And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated. Yes,
At $600 an hour.
that's what they're getting paid.
Right.
It's underpriced.
It is underpriced.
And you're aware
I love
that
that
you
answer.
get
That's
cut of
what
that.
they're getting.
Depp is
paid.
being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements.
You should work on your contract.
What are
Mr.
the
Schnell.
dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. So, and where do you understand those statements to have
He
resided?
absolutely does. This data
In the
analytics
public
is crap.
media.
And that's not because of Amber Heard
In
or
any
Johnny Depp.
particular-
That was just crap.
Article or,
I didn't consider that.
so you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read.
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman.
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles.
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where in general do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, justice for Johnny Depp. That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
You definitely want to say that. in
Amber
open court.
Heard is an abuser. That's
You
one of
definitely
them.
want to say that
is
in
one of
open
them.
court.
We
Name
just
every
don't
single one
like
of
you,
them. They brought
Amber.
them up.
That's one of them.
That is one of them.
And the last one was Amber Turd, right?
That is another one.
Okay.
Shout out to Dragon's Treasure using the coupon
These
code.
4 hashtags you identified and searched for.
Dennison saying the
You have
last
no-
one is Amber Turd. Yes.
You don't
Fantastic.
believe they have any connection, or you
This
testified
case
that you have
is
no
a movie.
connection to these 3 Waldman
It
statements.
is a movie.
This is not real life.
The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to
Oh,
any
it's
of the
trending.
Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting
didn't show a
an
large number in
opinion
either
that
instance,
hasn't
my
been
man.
rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya.
Has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I would know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but,
you're adopting your own opinion.
no, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
Oh.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Media. Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and
Why do you
Amber
need
Turd
justice
first
in
appeared in
2013?
2016, correct?
You really gotta stop saying Amber is an
don't
abuser
recall,
and Amber
actually.
Turd. Any time would be great.
Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right.
I'm sorry.
People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't
little
consider
glib.
whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
And a good thing too.
You didn't
because
form
3/4
any
didn't have Waldman
opinion
in it.
that of the million plus tweets that you looked at, were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
And there are spikes that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement, you were asked about that by counsel?
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the
That
statement.
was the Tell the World Johnny
Right,
audio
the
tape.
date he
Did
leaked
he
the
leak
audio.
that?
And
Is
then
that
there were
known?
many statements.
No, it's not in evidence.
You can't say that.
Were there
correct?
many
Yeah, this guy is
hashtags,
seeming very biased with that little
uses of the
slip in.
hashtag that follow the statements?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you looked at 1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but
Why are you
I'll take your word for it.
asking these questions this way?
But the vast majority of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority
I
of
just
them
think
were.
he's playing a game.
I
with
would've
himself
asked-
to say
Wasn't the
Justice for Johnny
majority
Depp as
so
many times as
large that
possible.
you had to
What
draw
audio?
another chart?
Yeah.
What audio did he leak?
The reason for drawing another chart is
Apparently tell the world.
because
Right.
Yes.
the numbers were high at
say that,
particular
acted like that
points,
was
so you
negative.
wouldn't be
That's
able to
true.
see the
She
other
said it. The jury heard
hashtags.
it.
Yeah.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of
Yeah,
the
I wish
other
you would ask about
activity
it.
at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag. But when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining
I
as
can
to
tell you what
why these
hashtag's going
spikes
to
are
get a
there.
spike today.
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020
Careful, Dennis.
I'm aware.
and in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
All right. There are a number of things called out in your chart relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right.
It's just bizarre.
All right. At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms, hoax, fraud. I think you said fake. And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Young terms. So.
Oh, he ran out of juice.
Best cross ever. Say the hashtag again.
He probably will. Alita, do you want to refresh or something? Oh no.
Oh,
Are
no,
out
we
of
lost
juice 'cause
Alita.
Alita's out of juice?
Okay, so we lost the quarter and we lost Alita. So how's everyone doing today? Everyone having a good morning?
I don't think I can share around her. Editor, can you?
No. Since
I know you have
we're not
access
watching
to her
the trial
account.
or watching Alita anymore. What do you guys want to talk about?
Well,
I'm offended by the science here. For the record, this is not a Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. If you recall, I was offended by the Q-score science as well. This is experts, man, experts.
We have lost Alita.
Oh, we have
I'd like
lost
to
her
introduce you to the
completely.
Uncivil Law channel right now. Please
she's gonna
remember
be
to
back.
subscribe.
She's gonna be back. Keep sending her super chats.
You're muted.
She needs that energy.
Down below, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that this guy is totally worthless. I think that I mean they could destroy him even more than they are destroying him. Just that, why didn't you just do hashtag Adam Waldman to see who
Alita's
was
back.
actually
Yay.
hashtagging that? Hello, Alita.
Sorry,
I need that
guys.
baseline. I need a baseline. I need you to tell me what's a normal size of tweets per year. I need to know how many use Waldman and itself nakedly. I need
And
you
how
to
Twitter
set the
compares
baseline.
to everything else when people search for reputation in social media and things like that.
But
we got none of that.
It's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right. And so you identified all of these hashtags as negative towards Miss Heard, right?
Right.
Which is the subjective opinion.
Justice Johnny
you're getting
Depp
there, Dennison.
negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the
Your opinion.
itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
You just said you can't read people's minds. How are you evaluating these
Hashtag
things?
itself
sir?
is not
Easy
negative.
K, thank you so much for the generous super chat.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
Do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
It's not part of my assignment.
Okay, but you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too.
I like those
No further
questions.
question.
All right, redirect.
And a justice.
I love questions like that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Great ending.
That was a nice one for a mic drop moment. I like that cross very much.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
And
That's a
what
blatant
percentage of
lie.
the tweets
Plenty of
with
people
negative
just
hashtags
wrote
between
hashtag
April
justice for Johnny
2020
Depp
and
with nothing
January
else.
31st, 2021
Yeah, if you
contain the
assume
terms
that our
Waldman or Waldman
advocating for
Young?
Johnny Depp's position
Over.
is negative towards Amber Heard, I mean that's ridiculous.
Overruled, I'll allow.
Over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time did the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman Young go? Like how far to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. I didn't see any end to it at all.
And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard, before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
Yeah, there's
Based
no
on
way.
his analysis up until the time.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, how
Did
could
you
he
see
possibly
based
look
on your
into a crystal
analysis,
ball?
at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Chanel, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so you
I
can
sure
have
hope
a seat
not.
in the courtroom
That
or
would
you're
be
free to go. Okay,
embarrassing
sir?
if it took a little
Thank you.
cross to change.
Well,
your
it's a
mind.
good news
Wow.
because my
Witness.
opinions didn't change after his testimony either. So we're on equal footing.
I have to say, look at Ian. Ian might be doing an emergency stream here. He looks like he's ready to go somewhere and do an emergency stream. But I do have to say, I love the fact so very, very much. The attorney for Johnny Depp was able to say justice for Johnny Depp so many times and was able to get out that 1.2 million people were saying justice for Johnny Depp, and then threw in a couple for just good measure, Amber Turds in there. And I'm like, well,
that's what I was saying. You introduced evidence that shows a huge amount of people saying justice for Johnny Depp to the jury.
Yeah.
I
What
mean,
are you
this is
doing?
like,
So
This is what,
true.
What they're trying
This
to,
is so
keep the
true.
jury from finding. Literally.
Yeah.
What a way to backdoor improper information, but
Literally.
through the defendant's witness.
yeah, no,
That guy
it's-
was an
it's-
expert
it's-
in jack and shit.
This
on
might be
this
the most
particular point.
This
I'm
might
sure
be the
he's
worst
an excellent
unforced
kernel
error yet.
engineer,
Like,
and he seems like
this
he's a
is just-
godfather of Unix. But on freaking Twitter analysis, get out of here. That's why he tried to voir dire him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we didn't disqualify him as an expert because we got such great evidence on cross, man. This is the
So
best
good.
expert ever for Johnny Depp, man.
I tell you what, that gives experts a bad name. That looks like for the right price, you can find someone who will say whatever the hell you need.
Well, we all know
we
that.
knew that was true.
But it's not so usually nakedly obvious. I get so
Yes,
pissed
yes.
at that. I know.
Yes,
I'll
it
back
is.
off.
I disagree. I think it's very obvious.
So it is now.
And lots of experts do this. Here's the point. That guy's obviously a genius.
Obviously.
Like, an obvious
He's a
genius.
wunderkind.
What the heck is he doing talking about hashtags? Like, the guy needs to be, I don't know, curing cancer or something. Like, don't be looking at Amber Turd hashtags.
Why is he being charging $600 an hour? Given that resume, it seems ridiculous.
600 is so small.
I
for
feel-
I
what
worked
you
I
need to
worked on
pay
the
for that.
Unix core at Sun Microsystems and IBM.
I feel a little bit better about Mr. Q score.
Yeah, no, I feel a lot better
Honestly,
about
I
Mr.
do
Q
too,
score.
but I shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
At least he was honest. Like, he said, no, I can't correlate it. He was honest. Like, these
Yeah,
are what
he
the
was.
numbers show. This is what it means. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure why this is happening, but this is what's happening. This guy tried to correlate it all, which you can't do. There's too many
Okay.
factors.
Let's get some Runkle tweets in here because he booked it out of there. He
Ian,
said
I want to
technology
hear your fire.
technology is how you get a good lawyer to do a bad cross. And it was like watching someone get served a massive, delicious steak and just eat the garnish. Loved his finish, and so did the jury, but that needed another 30 minutes of ripping his model a new one.
I agree.
Nobody
That's
believes
what I was saying.
he said.
I thought there was a lot more to get out of that cross, but I did love the ending.
I'm surprised.
You know
guys
what?
did
They
it. This is
probably,
the
but
first
you know
time. We've
what?
never done this.
They probably are looking at the time that they have left and deciding,
Maybe.
you know what? Let's save it. This guy sucks already.
Could be
Let's
true.
save it for rebuttal.
It wouldn't have surprised me if they said this is the first time you've ever done this, right? You don't talk about analytics here. Justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny, justice for Johnny. Amber Turd, I'm out.
Yeah,
like
everybody is on the Justice for Johnny Depp train.
Would you say that everyone on Twitter is basically posting justice for Johnny?
Right now, would you say everyone outside the courtroom right now is in favor of Johnny Depp?
Yeah. Members
According
of the
to these
jury, we don't
hashtags?
want you to look at any news media or any social media. Oh, by the way, 1.2 million people have tweeted the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, just to let you know.
So I loved when he went down the list. So these are all Amber Turd, justice for Johnny Depp. Yeah,
It's crazy.
So it's just
Which
and I'm just the bullshit of the logic of I can't read people's minds. How many of those tweets were negative? All of them. How did you come to that determination, Karnak?
That's a good question.
Yep.
Yeah, that too.
And for anybody in the chat that sees that camera and gets alerted, that is media, that's press. They are allowed to be there, allowed to do that.
I mean,
That's-
there's no way you are sneaking a shot with a camera that big. So obviously they're
Yeah,
allowed.
yeah, that
The
bailiff
deputies are
knows where
fully
that guy
asleep.
is.
They don't see it big.
Yeah, that's pretty upfront.
There, Ian's coming back. He had to run out. So I will respectfully disagree with Ian's opinion. I mean, he's in the room, and I love the man. But I thought that was a great cross.
I just don't think it
I
was.
thought it was a great cross.
Could it have been better in a perfect world? Yes, but I truly think that they decided. I think that this is the best cross that they could have done with the time that they have allotted, and that they will be using that time better
Thank
on
you,
a
Your Honor.
rebuttal
We will be
witness.
calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation and restart.
Remember,
Okay.
they've got to be playing to the jury, and this jury is already.
Did you
It
see?
sounds
you
like
you
looking
talk
like
about
it's
Spidey or
favoring
whatnot.
Johnny.
Did you see a couple of Amber's reactions to Amber Turd? They were not.
No.
They were not good.
Looking at her own counsel, like, hey, why did we bring in that information again?
She looked visibly. She visibly reacted to Amber Turd.
On that note, if you guys want 10% discount from thedragonstreasure.com, use the code AmberTurd at coupon code at checkout.
There you go.
You get 10% off, and I get a small commission back. And you also benefit a small tea company. My favorite is Butterbeer. There's also a really good Earl Grey.
You have an over/under on how many of those hashtags are going to trend in the next hour?
All of them, several times.
Los Angeles, California, 90067.
I'm sorry, I totally spoke over who this witness is.
What is your
She's Mulroney.
I'm
I want to say Michelle.
partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice.
Could Venable's real.
Please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history.
Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982.
Go Trojans.
And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991.
These are awesome.
And
captions
then
for
I
the
worked
Walkerman.
for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch when I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And
The
then
New York Times
in
bought that one.
in 2011,
What did they block?
I joined Venable
Amber Heard is a
LLP
psychopath, hashtag.
as a partner.
Thank you. What
I
are
mean,
your
that was-
areas of
she's either a
practice and
psychopath or
expertise?
Johnny Depp's lying.
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable.
And
Okay, she's
does
a
that
trusted state's
estate
attorney.
planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do
Okay.
prenups, cohabitation, and post-up agreements
Prenup,
for.
post-nup lawyer.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a post-nup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulroney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Yes.
And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately?
What if any? What if any? What if any?
Were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No.
What is it?
It's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50. Each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings.
Why is this relevant?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose
That
of the
she asked for less than she was owed, I would be
Very
willing to bet,
standard
but I don't
when
know
you're
what that
doing a
establishes.
prenup,
What's it have to do with
prenuptial agreement
defamation?
or a postnuptial agreement when
It's like
either
bolster.
party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a
We'll see where this
confidentiality
goes.
agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
Show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling that she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18th. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. What did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked, that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back ends?
back end is either profit participations or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
You think he was trying to prove that was true?
Why did you think that?
He was
Fun fact,
slurring
as a
his
lawyer, I
words,
have
and
been
his
called that
speech
by an
pattern
angry client. So
was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were on different. I was just extremely rattled by the call. I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
I bet it was Johnny Depp.
it was almost certainly Johnny Depp.
Was it
but
your
that doesn't make
understanding that
Johnny Depp
Mr.
the client.
Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Right.
Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
Yes. Yeah.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I that in writing.
But you didn't ask your client first.
She just
Somehow
quit.
she knew.
I guess.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
He definitely doesn't.
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential post-nuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the post-nuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
Oh,
what was that?
All right. Yes,
I-
ma'am, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
Oh,
Let's talk.
This is a wild hodgepodge today.
Well, that was pointless.
Yes.
I mean, I feel bad for anybody getting yelled at randomly, especially if it's by a famous pirate actor.
Sure.
But I mean, I have literally been called worse by my own clients.
Business address for the record.
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
I met her.
And what is your current
Really?
occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
good, I got it.
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask.
Her
you to
background is
take a
lovely.
Look
It
at what
is. I was thinking the
just
same thing.
highlighted under topic number, it's subpoena ducus tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different
Just Dave.
production.
Could be.
Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents
I
you
think it does.
reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena ducus tecum, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different
What is
production?
this Pirates of the Caribbean?
No.
I'm not familiar with that
Did you
franchise.
have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role.
Man, this is
unless
quite the question,
a wider
Elaine.
role, a different role. Or a
Katrina,
different
after
production.
Amber's witnesses are finished.
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know
Right.
one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
Good.
I don't know one way or the other.
Do
It
you
doesn't
know?
fall.
There we go.
Go ahead.
I was
Useful
just gonna
corporate
say
representative then.
that decision
Abby,
doesn't
it
fall
could,
within
maybe.
my
Okay, so why are
job
we here?
responsibility. It's above my head. It's the best way to say it.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
What
Like
do
I
you
said,
know?
I just
Fair
know that
question.
it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
Oh, please.
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at
Glenda
Disney
Finn, thank you for
who
the very
has
generous super chat.
knowledge
We
of
run
the
our
topic
multinational
areas
media company with
in
no
the
knowledge of news
deposition
events
notice
whatsoever.
of Deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say, I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, that plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Man, how did
this?
Disney
God,
get
I
away
love
with
Is
this.
Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Would Disney
They might as well have sent a craft services rep.
entertain
I mean,
Mr. Depp
no,
more than $300 million?
this is
in
Exxon
connection
at
with
a
more
government
than
hearing, at like a
alpacas
congressional hearing. That's
to
what
be
this
able
is.
to obtain his, services
Here's
for
the
any
intern from
future
Succession. Go answer
Pirates
some
of the
questions.
Caribbean role.
This is what
No.
Johnny's expert said. The
I'm gonna
Hollywood
show you what had
expert,
been marked as
Richard Marks.
deposition exhibit
He's like,
number
she knew nothing.
52.
Maybe he was right.
She literally does know nothing though.
Alan Horn.
On
Who's
this, I'm not
that?
impugning her job.
Well, right. And that's what he meant
He was
too.
our co-chairman.
Of Disney.
Yes,
And Alan Bergman, who's he?
same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president of production, correct?
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
So Heard's team
Paul
intends
Rader?
this to be representative of the
Paul
fact that
Rader is
Disney
the head of
didn't base any of their
communications.
Pirates decisions on the op-ed?
All
Because
right,
this
and
does
this
not
is
say
from
that.
Angela Shaw.
I think this is the only
dated
Disney representative who's going to
5/10,
show at all.
Yeah, yeah. I
You
think
know,
this is what
so
Disney
like,
offered.
Yes.
so this is better
It
than
says,
nothing for her team. You know, I
Subject
mean,
HR.
Yeah, I guess.
it's not
Johnny
great
Depp
for
starring
Johnny.
crisis
The
you
on
know?
argument's
same
absolutely
story of his
untenable.
Missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications?
I love
on
Ben
this
Chu's
particular
tie.
group?
I don't know what the intent
I
of the
noticed it
email
until you pointed
is,
out.
but
That's
It's
where
an
I'm at.
interesting tie.
today.
obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
I
Okay.
love this.
She doesn't want to be here.
So that's
No,
your
Disney doesn't want to be here. They had to send someone. They had to send some stooge who won't say anything. You know, like, and she has enough deniability to answer these truthfully.
Yeah.
You know, without saying she knows.
That would be my
It's fine.
assumption.
She's the the
I'm going
closest
to
they
ask
could
you
get
to
with
take
the
a look at
furthest
what
that they
is
could get,
labeled
basically,
as,
from someone that knew
exhibit
anything,
number 53.
and without
and
sending
it,
like the trash guy.
is Disney
Exactly.
114
Yeah, she's legit.
through
She's a legit human being. Like,
137.
Right.
She's not
I'm going to
nobody.
ask
She
you to
really is.
recognize
Isn't?
this document.
Yeah. But she's probably like just outside that gate of people who knew about it and were
Well, it
actually
looks like
making
an
the
internal
decision.
email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
This
And
one's
Elora, to
from
answer that
Alan
last super
Horn,
chat,
and I think we've identified
they're
Alan
offering their
Horn
best
before-
evidence,
Well, actually, it starts
which
with,
is
let's start down
indicative
here.
of
On June 21st, 2018.
kind of evidence they have.
All right. And then it has a reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
The corporate
What
rep
was
is
Mr.
supposed to have
Bailey's
done diligence
position
on
with
this, on
Disney
some of
June
this stuff.
21st, 2018.
I believe he was the president.
Everybody's sounding like when Exxon shows up
may
at a
have been
congressional
the-
hearing. This is the
I
same
don't know.
stuff.
Right.
Okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC.
I actually haven't noticed until today's rip-roaring deposition
And then
crew.
it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one of the co-directors.
Yeah, to
is
some
that
extent.
correct?
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay.
That's just fair, Jordan.
and
Yeah.
Alan
Yeah.
Bergman.
It's not going to happen, though.
The other co-chairman.
Okay.
No, it's already done. This
and
fight, whatever it looked
do
like
you
with Disney
have
and
any
otherwise, it was
recollection
won
of ever
or lost.
reading
It's
the
all
Rolling
over.
Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I
No, it
may
would have been
have.
more entertaining.
Do you
Can you
have an
imagine?
understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
I'm starting to like her. She's solid.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number
But the
54.
person whose comment said is like she drew the short straw and she's tribute. Like and she's doing it. She's being the good corporate
so.
employee.
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please tell me, please describe it for me.
It's an email. Well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in post finance, and then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in post finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post production
I
on
don't
any
think,
given picture. Also
I
reporting
don't
for
think
the
that
studio.
expert
internal
witness is
reporting.
actually slyly
finances.
pro JD. No.
Yeah.
And
He
this
was
is
just trying
July
to
14,
look good.
2018 that he's sending this to
She's
you,
just
right?
like, you'll get nothing
Yes.
and like it.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I
Simon.
must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and
Let's see.
in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this when you sent it back?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56.
We'll have to
And
answer this
it
question later.
is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm gonna
At least half
ask
a
you to take
dozen
a look at the
witnesses
top
today.
there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169. It says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actors' camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a quote wife beater, unquote. Katie Kalani reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return.
Good assumption.
You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
All right.
What, if anything, did we get from that deposition?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
I get to
Ellen
put my legs
Barkin.
up on my desk.
All right.
Ellen Barkin.
B-A-R-K-I-N.
Here we go.
Thank you.
11 minutes with Ellen Barkin.
11 minutes.
I think
I think he
what
tossed a bottle.
what we learned from that depo is that no one else from Disney is going to show up, right? And so, like, no, but I mean, but I mean that as far as I don't know if that's that long.
I think the first thing that would be very short but
Talk
very
later.
simple and clear for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of
A little
brief
suck
summary
up to
11
start.
minutes.
when you started working and
I know
what
it's
you've done during
lengthy,
your-
but explain your career.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, And he, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes. 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic.
I've never heard anyone use that phrase before.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your
Can I change that to sexual?
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long
Weird.
did your relationship with
Weird.
Mr.
That's just
Depp
weird.
remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me, like, where
Yes,
you
you
would
are.
see him?
Yeah,
Give me some sense.
Sounds like she
He would
doesn't
come to
care.
my house, or I would go to his house.
In both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
That's how this is done.
Either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What was your understanding? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics. Cocaine. Marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
God, I was hoping she was going to say tripping balls.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
Her voice sounds a little bit similar.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual, then
Yet
sexual?
somehow
with
he was
Mr. Depp,
able to keep
you
getting
think you
jobs
saw
and
it?
making money.
Even tell you.
Back in the 90s.
I just know he was
Drugs
always
and alcohol.
drinking and or smoking a joint.
Yeah, I agree that romantic
fair
to
to say more than
sexual
at least
thing
dozens of
sounded
Yeah.
bitter.
Over
It
the
sounded
full
quite
course.
bitter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't help her look like an objective person for them to analyze.
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time,
You just what?
One question too
Ms.
many.
Barkin, when
Move on, after she says
Mr.
no, he
Depp
hasn't changed.
acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And
Us?
sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw
Why was
the
that
bottle.
question allowed in the
And
video?
was it when he threw it? Was it
The
in
edits
your
are super
direction?
weird.
Yes.
It's bad
Are there
edits.
other people
It's
sitting
rushed
around?
edits, I think.
Yes.
Then
That's
she was
right.
mad at
In
that.
your
Allison,
direction at a
You're
group.
right. That's where I
Yes.
recognize her from
Whose
was
hotel room
Ocean's
was it?
12.
His Johnny Depp's.
Sea of Love?
Who broke up?
He did.
How did it come about?
You really
that
don't recognize
Mr.
Ellen Barkin?
Depp broke
She
up?
looked a lot different in that movie. to my
I
mind.
went to go home.
Mark,
There was
remember
a
how
big
I said that I'm
goodbye,
basic?
Crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And
Basic is good. I
I
like
never heard
Basic.
from him again after that.
And
I'll own
did,
it.
Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
Well, that wasn't the
Ladies
kill
and gentlemen, let's go and
I
take
thought
your
it would be.
afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
Why didn't they
okay?
ask if
Be
he
back
ever hit
in
her?
15 minutes.
Because they knew the answer.
But Johnny Depp's lawyers are there.
Maybe
Makes
it's
no
coming
sense.
up. I don't know.
Her changing it from throw to toss was really interesting.
Softened it.
Softened it.
Big
How
time.
old is this woman?
She's comparable to Johnny.
We'll come back at 3:45.
Yeah.
She's like the same age as Amber, if I had to guess.
Okay.
No. She was born in I'm gonna say probably she's like my dad's age, so she's probably like born in the mid 50s, so she's probably like 65 now. Would be my guess, something like that.
Yeah, around Johnny's age, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Johnny's 65?
So she,
I think,
Ellen
I think
Barkin's
Johnny. I
born in
think Johnny was
19
born in the 60s, so he's probably late 50s.
Ellen Barkin's born in 1954. She is presently 68.
Oh,
That's pretty
okay.
impressive.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't think
for
that's
68,
Johnny's age, though. I don't think
Johnny
he's-
Depp was born in 63. He's presently
Yeah.
Oh, he's 58.
So
Woo!
a decade lower.
He was 10 years older than him. Wow.
Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah, Ellen Barkin was in stuff, in the mid 80s to late 80s, like
Kind of a big
Adventures.
deal.
Yeah. I mean, for Jeff Goldblum nerds, or actually really Peter Weller nerds, Buckaroo Banzai, Across the Ninth Dimension. She's no. Okay, whatever. But
Yes,
yeah,
I do know.
there you
Mark.
go.
You need. I can vocally affirm that I know this. I was just nodding.
Yeah. So that was a whole lot of nothing. What we got out of her was one time was we were not in a romantic relationship. We were in a sexual relationship for a period of time. Johnny did drugs. One time he threw a bottle across a room.
Tossed.
Summary.
Tossed a bottle across the room while not fighting with me. There's so many interesting details. This wasn't Ellen Barkin wasn't fighting with Johnny Depp. He didn't throw the bottle. He tossed it. It didn't. I couldn't even decide whether it hit near her.
Why wasn't
It
she
didn't hit
asked?
anyone. Didn't hit her.
Yeah. Well, no, but she didn't. But nobody asked that. I mean, nobody asked if he hit her.
No,
he
they
found-
did.
They did ask that.
They,
Oh,
they
I must
asked
have
if,
missed that.
They asked if it hit her. She said no. They asked if it hit
the
anyone.
bottle
She
did
said
not.
no.
I mean,
Oh,
they
it
hit
didn't hit
Johnny
Johnny
Depp
Depp?
hit her.
Oh,
Because
okay.
he was controlling and he got mad at a scratch on her back and he was drunk and doing drugs, but he never hit you. Because he's admitted to getting mad and getting drunk and getting high. So she would corroborate a lot of what he's, and he admitted to throwing things and smashing things, inanimate objects.
Yeah.
So why not ask, did he ever hit you? So he got mad about that scratch and he was jealous and controlling. Did he hit you when he got mad?
Well-
No, because he doesn't hit people.
Did Johnny's attorneys ask any questions?
I'm sure. I'm sure because I mean it's standard, right? For
Well, I know, but that's
depositions.
what I'm saying. Like, did we hear any in that 11-minute depo?
It may
No.
not have. It may not have made it into what we saw.
I didn't hear any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
It's hard to believe Johnny Depp's lawyers didn't ask that question. So I would
Right.
imagine that we may see this again during the rebuttal case.
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Is this whole video depo like playing them out of order? Sometimes playing the rebuttal questions like first.
I don't
and
see
then,
how they
you
would
know,
do
it's just
that.
like-
I don't see how
Yeah.
they would get the
I
whole
agree.
depot in by the rule of completion right now if they want to.
That too.
I think so.
There are
agree.
also
I agree.
sometimes what's weird about this, right? And it's different from my jurisdiction. So you do a discovery depot. Sometimes a witness doesn't hurt you, so you don't ask any questions. You just say, "Yeah, nothing. I got nothing." But then if it's going to get played at trial, that's weird because we do a separate trial depot if we're going to play a depot at trial. If they're unavailable, we will do a
Mike-
trial depot.
Mike was talking about this earlier too. He said I've never seen this before in a regular trial, or in a regular trial in any trial to use a regular discovery deposition in a trial. I said that I've seen it once, but it was because the deponent had died before they went to trial, and I think it was unexpected.
We have, and it
So-
sucks, but we have, but
But this is
Yeah, it's
not one of those
close to
cases.
normal. It is not close
And
to
I
normal.
think
and- yeah.
I think that the reason why they allowed it in this case is because it's been so contentious and so expensive, and to try to get a lot of these witnesses again. There are so many witnesses to gather for these depositions that they probably just decided, you know what, like we'll use what we have and just go from there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really weird.
I have a fear that as we end today, this will be the most useless day of testimony. Period. No, I do. I can't think of one thing that I thought was really compelling. And I'm looking for pro Amber Heard stuff. It's her.
No,
I
yeah,
thought
I disagree
hashtag
with you.
Amber
I think
Heard
there was a lot
pretty
of good for
compelling.
Johnny today.
Well,
yeah, yeah, but considering the fact that we're in Amber's case in chief, I was expecting to get some more blood drawn.
well, what do you think is so strong for Johnny today? Just out of curiosity.
So I think, first off, I think the fact that he never hit Ellen Barkin, even though we didn't actually hear that, I kind of intimated that from her testimony. I thought,
Yeah,
was
there's nothing
good.
better. Yeah.
Yeah. Ron Schnell, I thought just basically had nothing for Amber to prove that that the justice for Johnny and Amber Turd, I think that was all good for him, that everybody in the world is supporting Johnny Depp. I thought the detective that said that if they see anything, whether or not there's cooperation by the victim, they arrest them. I can infer from that they literally saw absolutely nothing, or they would have been instructed to arrest somebody, go make a DV arrest, and they didn't. Adam Waldman, I didn't think was necessarily good for Johnny Depp. The business manager, I didn't think was necessarily good for Johnny Depp or anybody. Tracy Jacobs, I thought was good for Johnny Depp. He was a superstar, whatever. Now he's not. No other women ever accused him of abuse. She knew him for 30 years. She repped him. She had to sell him. She knew the good, the bad, the ugly, and nobody ever mentioned to her that, including Amber Heard, that he beat her. And then Bruce Witkin, I thought he was going to be much worse for Johnny Depp. All he basically got out bad was, and that's the one good thing for Amber Heard, is that somebody said, if you're on the payroll, you do what Johnny Depp says, basically. But from his perspective, his best friend, his brother-in-law, no violence, no beatings. Nobody complained to him. He never saw it. They did drugs, alcohol, rock and roll together, and that never came out in front of him either.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're on the payroll, you do what Johnny Depp says. It's such a weird comment because that's kind of the nature of being on the payroll. You do what your employer says.
Well, the implication is more than that.
You'll come
right?
live.
Extra legal.
I know what the
help.
implication is, but like, yeah. Anyways,
I mean, theoretically, weren't Amber's friends on her payroll?
Yeah, I
Her
mean,
coming in
well,
as
but
an-
honestly, a lot of Amber's friends were on Johnny's payroll. You know, like, so it's
but that's
the
really
whole-
Amber's payroll, right? I mean,
but this is the whole thing. To me, these sort of levels of biases of like who is beholden to whom so often crosses out. Like, you know, even Whitney, Amber's sister, you know, like Whitney's lifestyle was being funded by Johnny, you know, and like, so she had a relationship with Johnny just like she had a relationship with her sister. So like there, you know, we can, if you like one side or the other, you can certainly point to those sort of things. But in my end, I feel like those sort of like, oh, they're beholden to this. In the end, it kind of cancels out. Everybody's beholden to everybody.
I will say
Which is
that
why the cops are so important.
Yeah,
And these
yeah.
witnesses that used to work for Johnny that Amber's calling seem important to me because they're
Well, I will just
less
say-
biased.
I will say to me, working for Johnny is the absence of things working for Amber. But by the time you bring in a video of a 30-year-old wine toss, I'm like, what do you have? This day feels worse to me for Amber because I don't feel like you did anything. You wasted my time today.
Did you guys think yesterday was a positive day for Amber?
Yes.
Yes, on the whole.
I think
started
most
off
of us did.
thinking so. And the more I thought about it, the more it kind of got diminished in my mind. The more I was really thinking about the way that the witnesses lined up or didn't line up with key points in Amber's testimony, that I was like, how can anybody really trust what's going on here with her witnesses? Because there are all kinds of things that are just not lining up.
The biggest change, I think, or at least from what I took away from most of the day, was like we all on this stream were listening to Whitney being like, okay, pretty credible witness, and then all of a sudden the people in the room were like, everybody hated Whitney in the room. We're like, oh, okay, like what was going on there that we weren't?
Did you see that Getty picture of Whitney sitting next to Ian?
Yeah.
That was quite the look.
Yeah. But anyway, to me, I'm wondering, like, the only thing so far I've gotten out of today is like, are we going to hear from anyone else from Disney? Even in Johnny's case? Like, because if we're not, that's the plus for Amber today. The plus is Johnny needs to, if Johnny wants to win a defamation case, he's going to need to prove that he lost wages and lost stuff that he was saying he was losing due to Amber's op-ed. And like the Disney execs certainly didn't add to that. That is the only potential positive.
I think that they have shown elsewhere. They have been able to show that elsewhere through other witnesses. Particularly the expert that was able to show in the difference between 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, the number of films, the kind of films that he was doing, and how it just completely fell off.
I gotta say, I think we're giving a little too much credit to the experts from a jury's perspective. If I'm sitting on that jury, I don't really care who you put on that stand. I know he was hurt from this article. I know I lived through Me Too. I know what allegations like this do to people. And yeah, he was damaged by this. If she was lying.
And it also is defamation per se.
I still say if they can't decide on the actual calculation, they give $7 million. I mean, it's popped up so many times about that's what she took from the divorce. I think it's 7.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I'm not saying like, hey, this is a great thing for Amber, but to my mind, that's the only thing I've really taken away from this is that like Disney is not getting involved. Disney wants to maintain relationships with both people, but because they don't know what the future looks like, and the way they do that is to just play both sides and be like, no, we're just we just make movies.
Don't know
Look at us,
anything.
we're the mouse people,
They're
like buy a ticket to
Warner
Doctor
Brothers.
Strange. Yeah, like buy
They're not.
They're
not busy dealing with Ezra Miller and Amber Heard and Johnny Depp simultaneously.
Right, exactly. So that's the only thing that I've gotten. And don't make me think that it was like, today's a windmill slam for Amber. It's just like that was the one thing. And we can talk about this a bit. I know I wasn't there on the stream. I don't know if I'm still like the entertainment law guy, the LA law guy.
Yeah, of course you are.
That expert testimony is just fucking. I mean,
which one?
It's just nothing.
Richard Marx.
Look at how much. Look at how much Johnny was making. Richard Marx, which is like so hard for me because he was an '80s pop star. It's not that same Richard Marx, but that's what I think of. But
Indeed, it's not.
Yeah. Is it not?
Oh, you're talking about Johnny's LA expert.
Yeah, the one who was like, look at the type of roles that Johnny was in at this time. And now look at it this time. Like
that wasn't Richard Marx. That was the one just before him. I'm blanking on his name.
It was. I mean, like I could have given that testimony. You know what I mean? Like, but it's all just horse hockey. And that's fine. The jury, the jury might look at that and like that. But like It certainly wasn't convincing of me. That
Sure,
that's all.
sure. I mean, but the thing is, that's why there's also a cross examination of it too.
Absolutely.
Is to say, like, to have someone come in and be like, okay, this is all horse racing, right? To say exactly what you said, like let's go through this. Let's break this down in a way so that people can see that this is all smoke and mirrors. Like you don't actually have real expertise in this. You don't have any extra knowledge that no one else has. I mean, but that's what cross examination is for. And if they couldn't do it, then they couldn't do it.
Well, you're right. And
least
that's
it was
what we
better
talked about
than-
at the time is they presented 3 different ways or 4 different ways for you to think about damages. They presented terrible Q score guy. They presented Richard Marks, who's just in there saying, we never talk about anything. So you'll never be able to find evidence from Disney. You'll never be able to find evidence
Well,
from Warner
he
Brothers.
said we talk about everything. We don't. We only paper
In
it after it's
writing.
officially official.
And by the way, what was the thing I said on like day 1 of this trial? What was the quote? The quote is, Hollywood doesn't do contracts; they do lunches. And
Yeah,
like,
that's true. That's true.
So,
Not
so
surprised.
but they set the groundwork for we're not going
any-
to find that gun that says
Right.
Don't hire Johnny Depp because of Washington Post op-ed. So that's a useful expert to at least be like, okay, so
That's true.
I don't have that in my expectations. Then you bring in statistics guy who, yes, I agree with you, is vague and says, well, 2018 was this, and then we had a pandemic, and so. But I did like about that statistics guy is he never, and I think Alita's mentioned this, he never reached to try to establish, he should be making what he made when Pirates 2 came out. He never overstretched that, and they didn't even ask for the full amount for what they could establish for like 2016 and 2017. They just really asked for Pirates plus generic. And I said, yeah, okay.
It seemed reasonable based on like the other data that we could see for ourselves.
Yeah.
Do you guys want some Ian tweets?
Oh yeah.
Yes, we do. Are they
Okay.
getting increasingly like hyperbolic and deranged? Because that's what I
We
love
will
about them.
see. I'm
Okay.
gonna run Burgundy this and read them aloud as I
Excellent.
see them.
Just in order.
Ian Runkle says, also not sure if you could see on the video, but Amber really, really hated hearing Amber turd. Face scrunched up, eyes blinking, rapid fire. I'm sure the internet will treat this responsibly.
Full on visceral reaction, and I like Ian's shade towards TikTok or the internet.
Yep. I had earlier said that Cross needed another 30 minutes. On further thought, that's ridiculous. It needed at most another 5 minutes, but it needed it pretty badly, in my opinion. I think the finish makes it pretty effective, but it could have been so much more. Gallery reaction to Barkin is basically to wonder what the hell was up with that. Also, the redaction from romantic to sexual was a source of much amusement for the gallery and those jurors whose poker face slipped.
It's
Disney
weird.
exec
That was weird.
bitter. Disney executives spent a lot of time testifying to being out of the loop at work.
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's right.
That's what we've got so far from him.
That's right. I want to hear Ian when he comes on our show to see exactly what 5 minutes he wanted against the expert. To me, I thought that Twitter analysis expert was so bad. I
thought it was
really
great.
say the hashtags, drop the mic. I don't.
Yeah, I on Twitter I disagreed with him on the 30-minute thing that it desperately needed 30 minutes because I was like, nope. I think that in under the circumstances, considering the fact that they have time that they need to save for rebuttal, they can more effectively use that time with a better witness.
You said that to Ian. You conditioned his tweets. I thought we were getting Ian tweets in a vacuum.
Well, we are, but I retweeted him onto my own thing. It's fine.
I don't
Retweeting
have
it without
anything else
reading it.
today. Okay,
That's where Amber
joking.
Heard got into trouble, was retweeting without reading.
Did Alita republish Ian's tweet? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but with my own disagreement. So it's not quite the same thing.
No, it's not.
So yeah. Paul M., I challenge all of you to drop a closing argument for Amber Heard. Think you can do it? You're lawyers after all.
I could.
I can. I want a little bit more sleep before I do it, so I can really think about it.
I think what Nate talked about yesterday, I think was good. I think that's the right tack to take, or at least the one I would take. I understand that
probably
the
your best
reversal
bet.
might not be. Yeah.
It's probably your best bet. I don't think that it would work in this case because of the fact that there is no muddy middle. So trying to lean on the muddy middle it's evaporated.
They're running the
eviscerated at
wrong
this point.
case. They're
But
running the wrong case to win, and I think that's probably because of Amber Heard. Like in terms of driving strategy, because I think there
you're
was a
right.
way to win this.
Yeah, I think.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
the way to win this was not to file counterclaims and not to add
That brings
all of
in
this
Curry,
extra
right?
stuff.
It's
What's
her
that?
counterclaim that brings in Curry,
Her
or
counterclaim brings in Curry because she alleged PTSD.
yeah, right.
And then she also has a burden to disprove the whole hoax thing, which means that she also basically has a burden to prove that she is a DV victim.
Yeah. That really is. I hadn't quite thought about it right now, but that counterclaim, the most damning things she brought in herself. Yep.
Yes, that was the biggest self-own of this case by far, was her deciding to bring in a counterclaim.
We saw that she used a lawyer's statements, which makes it ridiculous hard to bring in the actual relationship there.
Right. And mind you, those are the 3 statements that did not get dismissed. She had a much, much more robust counterclaim initially when she filed in August 2020. And there were all kinds of other things that she filed for that the court said, nope.
These are things I didn't know. Again,
This
you know,
is what
a jury
survived.
person. Did they try to bring in, because one piece of the testimony from Twitter expert / father of eunuchs was weird was 2 days before your actual statements, the other statements were put in that were also about hoaxes from Waldman. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense to what you brought as a case. So did they try to have those earlier statements, and they're bupkis on this question?
I don't know. I was a little bit distracted because I was trying to figure out a good way to bring in our next person. I feel like he's on the 50-yard line.
Hello, how's it looking like at the Rose Bowl today, Mike?
Yes.
I had a hearing. I had to pop out. I couldn't get to the end of Ellen Barkin's gripping testimony about their 30-year-old relationship, where apparently occasionally they did it.
Well, they certainly weren't romantic about it.
No.
Not romantic.
That was so
wanted to
odd
make
when
it a
she said,
point.
can we just call this a sexual relationship? I'm like,
All right, I've got to take off, guys. I've got a couple appointments. Thanks.
All
It was
right.
fun.
See you, Peter.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you,
Bye.
Peter.
Well, they were friends with benefits is what we're going with, I guess. I don't know.
yeah.
It was
She wanted to be
not
clear it
about
was
the
not
feels.
romantic.
What was the relevance? Did she say something nasty about him?
He threw a bottle one time.
Controlling is close enough.
Yeah. I mean,
He threw a bottle
One
at
time
her?
he might have got into
Not
an
at her.
argument with some people.
Across the room. He tossed it.
He didn't throw it; he tossed it. That was a weird change.
Well established he doesn't like inanimate objects.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Oh,
Are we ready for
Yes.
the jury?
okay.
That's right, we got to do it like Monday Night Football for Mike.
Yeah, for Mike. Yeah.
Are you ready for the jury?
This is commitment. I'm
I
in
didn't
my
make the
actual office.
connection until after Rick said it. But yes, that is basically what I was singing.
You were feeding Jer Hogue outside information. You know, I have little snippets. I have not looked at anything primary that anybody has referenced for me. I'm doing my best.
Do you know which lawyers will close for each team? Probably gonna be the same ones that opened.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be tag team from both.
Mm-hmm. Forever Wanderer 03 says if we had video of JD admitting to hitting and chasing her, laughing maniacally and calling her a baby, would we still be saying they're both awful? Probably not. Probably not. River Six says, can the losing side appeal a civil case based on the possible outside impact of media interest on the outcome of the case? Love this channel.
No, not really.
Not when you introduce it.
Yeah, especially
Well,
not when
sure.
you introduce
Yeah,
it.
well, that no.
So that's over now.
Ron and Mary Swanson says, if you discount testimony by JD's employees, Amber's friends, and the psychology experts because they are paid, who do you think wins? I think the jury could just call that testimony a wash. You could. They could just say everybody's biased.
The biggest risk of this case is a juror saying, "I can't."
Actually,
I have no idea what happened.
no. Actually, it's not a wash because you know what you're left with? The cops.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
okay.
well, it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So it depends on whether you're. I don't want to say like pro.
No,
cop
no.
or
If you have a
anti-cop, but,
proclivity
like,
to
if
believe or
you're-
disbelieve cops,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely.
But believe or disbelieve cops that also have body cam footage.
Okay. I'm not gonna jump in.
I get it.
Jump into
I get
my,
it.
like,
No. I understand. I understand. that they're-
ACLU attorney spouse who literally worked on LAPD body worn camera policies has written the body cam policies for the LAPD.
Well, it's not about the policies. It's about what the body cam
biased.
footage actually captured.
Yeah, well, it's okay. All right. I'm gonna cut it off now. I'm gonna go off.
No, we can, but we can definitely have maybe tomorrow on the Hangout show. We can talk
Yeah.
about
Mark
it.
I will
discusses
do that.
policing.
Is there a
I
hangout
will
show
do
tomorrow?
that. I will
The
go.
news
Court
story.
tomorrow.
What?
Yeah, we'll do a hangout here on the
No,
channel.
but I thought
if you
court
guys
was
want.
tomorrow. I thought they were doing Fridays now.
No court.
Okay.
No, they're
Yeah,
having
they
a
do
jury instruction fight tomorrow.
Okay.
She was saying I want all the instructions and all the objections by Thursday so I can look at it.
Yeah, jury instruction fight tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
Fun.
Yeah, next Friday we are in court, but only for closing arguments. So testimony is still Monday through Thursday.
Okay. I misunderstood the judges then.
Yeah, that's okay. You know what? I'll do one more here. Brandy says, question, what is everyone's favorite revelations from this
All
trial?
right,
Example,
thank-
drugs
your
being
next
on the wedding
witness?
schedule.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the agenda. I feel like the agenda of drugs.
For someone who knew nothing,
Your Honor, we call
it's all revelation.
Dr. Alan Blaustein,
Dr.
Is that another
Allen?
treating?
Blaustein.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I
Oh,
believe I
it's
may be the
video
only one
depo.
asking questions.
All right. All right. Thank you.
The entire screen grows.
Please provide your full name. Alan Scott Blaustein. You're a doctor,
That's
correct?
Tom Selleck. You can't lie to me.
Correct. And you're a psychiatrist? Yes. How long have you been a psychiatrist for? Since 1987. And you went to medical school? Yes. What medical school did you go to? Northwestern University. Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct? Correct. You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct? Yes. Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with? Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe. Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome? I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety. And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety? He told me that. Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar? There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion. Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis? No. What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed? Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing. In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger? I would say that he expressed having issues with anger. Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
That would be a good
Did
cameo.
Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber? He expressed having anger towards her, yes. Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber? I can't, no, I'll have to say no. In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs? I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs. Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about? No. In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience? Yes, he was impatient. what is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and, you know, high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
Okay. This is from your files?
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10/2/14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
They do. There's an exception for litigation.
Looks like 18
going on. We'll
times.
talk about it.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
Again, I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete. Yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence
I would love that.
of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used a substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work. And I assume that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Blaustein Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? You know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better.
I was going to say, he looks kind of like Mandy Patinkin.
All this
I see it.
needed me to be
I like it.
Yeah, I can totally see it.
all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
There's this violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I can remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. This is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments about
Lee, I'm not sure.
Not child custody, child care, or visitation, or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12.
Wine time mysteries could be the case.
And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
This would be after Amber's case in chief.
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait.
I don't remember this.
Wait up to fight devil.
But
you know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
Didn't stick out to me though.
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt, something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled
Reasonable description of the devil
something
slash monster.
that was internal to him as the devil,
as a representation of something horrible inside of himself. What I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was a representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to block scene 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, it says, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger, just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
Do you know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue, need a minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially
Andrew,
Mr. Depp
good
and
one.
Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But what does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
I think that's something that he told me, he said to her, that he was.
That Mr. Depp said to Amber, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister."
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page, which is Blaustein 15, and where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Something?
Self-destructed very early.
And was Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere? Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where he wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There's always another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those are things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic, grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
But the relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister. And
we'll talk about attorney-client privilege.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16. Yeah, and this is 10/29/14 at the top.
Mm-hmm. Mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
attention decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I ask him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
All right. And then what does it say after that?
It's interesting.
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps, is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
what date that was.
Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top and then 11, 10, 14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11, 10, 14?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of mania, hypomania.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next line.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late, clear, relationship stabilizing, looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that, looking at jealous parts of him?
Things that make him jealous, or what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. You see, in my next notice, it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And turning to Blaustein 18, which looks like it starts at 12:7:14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Mm-hmm. Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia?
Mm-hmm. Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's what's the next day? 12:18:14?
Yeah, let's see. 12:18:14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Patient working. So psychotherapy on phone. It's just possible it was a phone session that I didn't mark as a phone session.
big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed. Using relationship to take care of the individuals. Let's see. Not logical approach to Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
1/8/15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. Instances of vulnerability and internal fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood. Inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean? Free or fight, only way?
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through, dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
Hey guys, just so you know, we've got a lot of super chats that are
Your next
picking up
witness?
here, so we might not be able to get to all of them before the end of the stream.
Your Honor, our
whatever
next
is left
witness is
over, we will be
Eric
going over
George. He was
tomorrow
the attorney
in the Hangout
for Amber
catch-up stream.
relating to the op-ed.
Just so you guys know, so I don't want
Will you
anybody to get
please
upset from here on out if they don't see
right.
their super chats talked about today. They will be done tomorrow if we
Your
don't
name for
see
the
them
record?
today.
Sure. Eric George, ERIC. Last name is George, GEORGE.
And could you also state your business address, please?
Sure. 2121 Avenue of the Stars,
quality to
Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, BROWNE, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
Jesus Christ.
And you
Oh,
are the
love
attorney
it.
for Mr. George?
Love it. I am.
And I
You
take
don't
it
have
from
to
the name of
add
the firm
everyone
that
to the
you are one
door.
of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
Litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
I missed his name.
Have you handled defamation and
you
libel
guys catch it?
matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of?
I don't
the
think I
bar?
got a name. It was
Sure.
lawyer for the op-ed.
In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Corey, we're going to talk about the
Can you please tell
doctor-patient
us
privilege.
where you
We'll talk about
attended
it.
undergraduate and law school?
Sure. At Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999, I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through about mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson, and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, various ways that
Is he going to be an expert?
lawyers are from time to time in magazines,
video
and
depo
publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
The
Super
legal
Lawyers Sons of
paper
Black
annually
every
puts
year.
out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California.
Did
and
you
I've
have
been
to buy your
fortunate
way
be
into that?
selected
Next
as one of
question.
those.
I do
Those
pay for the
years
plaque.
ago.
Thank you for
Many
asking,
years.
Kurt.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Oh no!
no.
This is the
No.
worst.
Except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer Magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list
God.
of their super
That's funny. He
lawyers.
doesn't know what it is either. He's like, I think it's a
And
magazine. I don't
Are you
know.
also a member of the American
Someone
College
paid
of
for
Trial
it.
Lawyers?
They asked me to buy logos.
No doubt. Yeah,
What-
exactly that.
What is
Legal
one of
Bites,
the-
I
what is
recognize you as a
the-
super
one of
lawyer
the
in California.
Aw,
qualifications
thank you.
for becoming
That was total inside
a
baseball
member,
moment
being
there from the
invited
lawyers,
to
by the
be
way.
a fellow
Yes.
of the American
We'll
College of
explain.
Trial
We'll explain, guys.
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm pretty
Okay,
sure
that
if you
one's
go to my
I'm going to
website, my
now
marketing
turn
people
to
have that on
Amber
there. So.
Heard, and I'm going to
there you
ask you,
go.
Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so
For the
in
record,
Washington
I think
Post,
he
December
ran
18,
Schwarzenegger's
2018.
gubernatorial campaign.
So as I go through
This
and ask
lawyer?
these questions,
Okay.
I'm going to be using just the term op-ed.
Did
Will you
can
be
someone get
comfortable
someone
with
get
me
his name?
using op-ed and understand it to mean that
no, I'm sorry.
particular publication?
It was
on
Eric
December
George was his
18,
name. And I'm sorry, it was Pete Wilson who ran it.
So
My apologies.
what,
Yeah.
if any, legal representation
Okay, Eric
did you
George is his name.
provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel
Oh, that's
in
right.
terms
Okay.
of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
To prevent this trial.
I reviewed it and spent some significant time
Fail.
on it to make
Yeah.
sure that
Failed
there
at
would be
that
no
task.
meritorious claim that could be
But I'm
brought
a super
against
lawyer.
her. in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim. And ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
So, Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes,
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you
guys have no
familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
Advertisement.
And what was your
basically,
objective
that
in
you can buy for
representing and
yourself.
advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in
great.
connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
Mega pints are better.
My objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
Total fail.
Yeah.
And what if any indications did you
You know, one
have
thing they're doing
from
here is
Amber
they're
Heard
juxtaposing
during
an
that
interview where
time
Amber is
frame
clearly waived
that
privilege
Amber
against
did
Depp,
not
who did not.
intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel or anything of that sort. Number
Clients who
two,
rarely send the email that says, "Let her roll, lawyer."
She
Let her roll.
affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post
I'm at a
op-ed
point where
was
every time she says,
disregarded?
what if any, it is physically painful.
None, to my knowledge.
Like I'm physically in
What
pain.
if any legal advice
But what if any in one of my
provided by you
emails that
to
didn't make any
Amber
sense? I was like,
Heard
oh no, I'm
respecting
watching
the
too much of
Washington
this.
Post
And I went back
op-ed
to what?
was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
Wait, that was it? What were we supposed to get from that?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so I
We
really,
have
really hard to prevent her
Jessica
from getting sued.
Kovacevic. She's
Really hard. I'm
Amber's
super lawyer.
agent.
I'm surprised they-
And that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead, you spell the last name for me.
It's
Broadly, I
a
would say
tough
I
one.
think it is useful when we're talking about malice. Say Amber went and hired a lawyer to try to avoid it. At least a little bit.
KOVAC.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Rick, I couldn't hear you because of what's her face?
Because of
Oh,
the
me,
cord.
myself, and Hyde. Thank you very much for this very generous super chat. Sorry, Rick, can you say that one more time?
I said I think at least broadly.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you were
she went and hired a lawyer
here
to try
today
to say, help me say it's
in
not
your
malice.
personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients.
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Miss Heard?
No.
Were you working with Miss Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Miss Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Ben
Was
Q being
Miss
forced
Heard's
to say silly
performance in the
movie
film
names is my favorite
well
thing.
received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Miss Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise?
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to
Get outta here.
renegotiate Miss Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice.
Basically malpractice.
When a
for no-
movie, I
for
mean,
an agent.
when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever.
I understand making a run at it, but
So
it can't be
even more
automatic.
so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Oh, I see where they're going. Okay.
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
Talent agent, not manager.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
There are online rumors now.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
What?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
Did we lose a couple questions in there?
The financial terms.
Yes.
I think so.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Venus Duraji,
Was
thank
that
you very much
consistent
for the
with the
very generous
original
super chat.
contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason.
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly.
Lack of
which is the
chemistry
common
between
practice
Amber and
for these
Jason.
films.
You're aware
I have
that Ms.
questions.
Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's
What's a bot?
created to
Out of nowhere from
execute
the
a
top
certain
turnbuckle.
objective.
Thank you.
What
Smash cut. 7 questions later.
what is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
Feels like
What
20
was
questions.
your major?
Communications.
Are they on a date?
When WME first
This is
began
how Ben
working
dates.
with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry.
Amber Heard was
You
famous?
could call anyone and they knew who she was.
Really?
So
think Amber
she
Heard-
had
she was in the
a
most
certain
successful
level
movie of all time.
of
Drive Angry?
fame. She had starred in
Is she talking before or after?
movies and shows already by that point.
Aquaman.
Okay, going back and taking a wider lens, you know, over the time that you've,
Okay.
the
I
several
guess
years you've worked
maybe
for,
within the
with Ms.
industry.
Heard,
I didn't know
how
who
would
she
you
was.
characterize the arc of her career?
She was a working actress.
Sure.
She was an up and
I
comer.
would say she was
Fair point.
a known actress
That
when I
seems more
started working
accurate,
with her.
than-
Like I said, she
than
was
her
someone
being
that you
famous.
could call executives and producers and people about everyone knew her
we can talk about
name.
it later.
She hadn't yet like reached big star status, but she was
She was
definitely
having trouble grappling with the fact that Aquaman was a massive,
she could get
massive
the lead of
success. It was.
an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series.
But not of a movie.
When I worked with her, we
That's not what Hollywood cares about.
slowly started to like strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently
I understand your pain about
was obviously the
names
best,
and
the
last
biggest thing
names.
she had ever been a part of.
I'm there with you. As a non-traditional Anglo name.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was,
that's horrible.
their career
That would be
totally
terrible,
changes,
naming it.
and they're in a different echelon. They, get
We would
way
never
more offers. They're
name our
just put in
child
a
that.
different place, position wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What
She's not
evidence
Jason
sitting
Momoa.
here
This is true.
today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay and it's all, whatever. But there's no other reason.
Speculation.
Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away.
Define all of it.
I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
Yeah.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone?
Our host has died in the top left corner of your screen. She's dead.
She's no longer here. She's gone.
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point.
I know I'm going to lose my street cred.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
Usually always.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's
Anchorman
annual
quote?
earnings to
40% of the time, it works every time.
decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah.
And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
The most successful movie of all time.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up a longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber started more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
That is so much hearsay, speculation.
Let's bring up 30 again,
I don't even
please.
know how many levels.
Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee.
Stefan, that's a long story.
The bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay, and why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get
We're going to use the
Amber Heard dropped
change.org
from
petition as
Aquaman 2?
evidence.
I don't know when I first saw it.
Okay.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
This with the hashtag guy.
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
Aquaman was
And what
very
did you
successful.
learn when you did that?
Wildly successful.
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments. Clicking on
Dolph
them,
Lundgren would
many
say
of them
it
were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
You heard it here first, folks. If
I'm
you
sorry.
only fire Amber and
And
Johnny, you're a
so-
bot.
What did you learn from clicking onto those that
I'm
led
very
you to
sorry
believe
to
they were bots?
tell you
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set
Come
a
on,
career
Ollie. Save the
trajectory
line,
for an
Bart.
actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what
Ashley
was
Hamill,
at the time
thanks
the
so
most
much for the very
successful
generous
film
super
ever
chat.
released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say
Like
the most
someone?
successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Did she ask that question twice?
Would you
just now?
consider
It was
Anna
objected
de
to,
Armas
cut it out.
Yeah.
career to be
okay,
comparable
Yeah.
to Amber's in measuring where Amber
Wanted to make sure that wasn't
would
just
have
my
been
brain
after
tricking me
Aquaman 1?
at this hour.
Should have been.
Anna de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable.
kidding.
Yes, we do lose
That would be a good one.
comparables to negotiate comparable contracts. We
I'm
lose.
I'm in a state right now
We'll
where
just
I
have one
probably
on
could
the
get
armor,
gaslit.
Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay.
We
All right,
used them
ladies and
all,
gentlemen,
Your
we come
Honor.
to the end of our day and the end of our week. So I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom.
You're
when
not allowed
proceedings
to
are
watch
underway,
Aquaman
all right?
and assess
So enjoy
Mira.
your weekend. We'll see you
Apparently not.
early, 9 o'clock, ready to go on Monday morning, okay? Thank you.
Week 5 in the
Oh,
books.
Wow.
Amber Heard's team was so boring that they ran out of witnesses half hour before they had to.
That was awful for them today. And it was their
I picked up nothing for.
We might get a
Team
time
Amber Heard
update
today.
here.
I thought the psychiatrist
All right,
was.
and also, in this matter, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right. And we'll see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections, going through those now. I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get, so to get with Jamie so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them. Okay. So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there. And that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. It just seemed like that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files. Okay. As far as times go, I can give you your updated times as of this minute.
Yes.
For plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah, big split there from the last time.
So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. So anybody have any other issues before we're done for tonight?
That would include
10 hour difference.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Yes.
Thank you.
10-hour difference between the two. That's quite a spread.
All right. Okay. So Amber Heard is not a minor role in Aquaman. Okay. She's not somebody you see for one scene. She travels with Aquaman the whole movie. You don't have to like her acting. I don't love it. But she's not a minor role in Aquaman. You don't have to undersell it in order to still make the argument.
And yeah, I think, look, and I think I understand why you're saying what you're saying, right? Because I think that, this witness was saying factually correct statements. Yes. Aquaman was a huge hit, and you would expect that when someone of Amber's caliber, who was up and coming, who had been in smaller things and now was finally making the leap to this big thing where no one said she was difficult to work with, and there weren't major complaints about her acting, and the movie did really well. You absolutely would expect her to be in other things. And now saying, has she been in something as big a budget as Aquaman? That's ridiculous because Aquaman has a gigantic budget. But when they say, has she been in anything over $100 million budget? And is she in any indies, and they say no, those are factually correct things. And Amber is not, if you don't like her acting, I'm actually not a big fan of her acting in Aquaman.
Yeah, no,
but it is certainly at a caliber that she is not like a terrible actress who should not get work anymore. So the one thing that witness did for me is that I think the thing she was saying was correct. Now, does that really help Amber's case? It certainly helps Johnny's case.
I think she helped Johnny a lot more. I think the agent going out there and saying it's not like a studio would say anything with bad press is like bullet, kill shot, pirates. You're not going to get any more evidence. You now have Amber's team saying that if you think he lost pirates, which I don't remember who was on the panel that said, look, when that goes up in 2018, we know it hurt him. And so if you want to say pirates was lost because of it, I think that is wide open because of what that agent said on Amber Heard's side.
Yeah. I mean,
I think the psychiatrist was even more so helpful to Johnny. It made him so likable. You could kind of see him struggling with these issues. The guy was defending him. You could tell he liked him. He didn't say he was violent, and it just showed his vulnerability and made you feel for him. I cannot imagine why they would produce that. It didn't do anything for Amber Heard.
Well, nothing. I thought it was useful for Amber Heard. Out of the things we saw today, there was stuff in that testimony that suggested jealousy and control and anger issues and substance abuse. It goes along with her narrative, which we may not feel is strong, but I thought that was a useful witness for Amber Heard when I saw so much crap today.
And look, if they were going to bring in those notes, right, which Elliot, I know you want to talk about because a lot of people have been asking why those psychiatrist was even testifying, based but like if they were going to bring in those notes into evidence, they were going to need to produce the psychiatrist to explain these notes, which anyone who's worked in the field knows that because mental health professionals know that those notes are obtainable for trial, often they are kind of purposely vague. They don't produce a lot of work product that can be. So you're gonna have the psychiatrist show up, whether
Okay, Tumpura, just really quick answer: no, because I will get copyright claimed.
You can't just stream movies here, folks.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's the biggest movie of all time, so I don't really see the problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Nobody
Sorry,
is
Mark.
saying
I totally cut you off.
Avatar. Nobody is saying that Aquaman is the biggest movie of all time. It might be the biggest movie for Warner Brothers.
I think
it's going to be that or Harry Potter.
Yeah,
It's gonna be that or Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It was definitely the biggest
Mark.
DC movie at the time too, right?
Yeah.
So
No, it was a big deal when it passes Dark Knight. I remember when it passes Dark Knight, that was a big deal. It became the biggest comic book movie that Warner Brothers had done. I don't know whether it cleared Harry Potter or not, but those are like the top end of Warner Brothers.
Yeah. So it was a very big movie. And hey, and I'm gonna cut off one more thing in the leg here. Amber Heard, especially in the industry, was famous before Aquaman.
She was a
as
working
someone who was literally
that's fair.
working.
I can understand that's from someone from like within the industry, different from being a lay person that's just in the United States, may or may not have heard of her.
Well, and Mark
may
loved
or may not
Nicolas
have seen the
Cage,
movie.
so he was, of course, introduced to Amber Heard in Drive Angry.
Because for me, I didn't know who she was before Aquaman. I definitely didn't know who she was, and even then, I was like vaguely familiar with her because I didn't even see Aquaman.
But it's interesting because so Jessica Kovacevic, she is the woman, the witness. She is a legit agent. She has a lot of pretty big clients. She works for the second largest agency, and getting Amber Heard was like a lot of people wanted to get that up and comer who had been in these things, who has a really cool look and is people like working with, so anyway,
I have to make my admissions, right? I mean, like, this is what Twitter is about. So yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Aquaman. I like Aquaman. It is goofball. It has got sharks with lasers. It has got Willem Dafoe. It's got Dolph Lundgren. It's got a lot of crazy stuff in it that is absolutely insane. And I really like James Wan as an actor, as a director. So I'm going to stick by this. Jason Momoa's got charisma. James Wan has directorial vision. You see sharks with lasers. You know what? It earned my $750.
Rick, and you know what, Rick?
Beams.
I'm going to totally 100% agree with you. And even further off brand for me, I will totally go ahead and admit that the only part that really brought it down for me was Amber. Is I thought Amber was lackluster. She wasn't up to, especially with how fun and ridiculous and ludicrous the rest of the film was, how not self-serious the film was, which we had been coming out of
scenery
this,
chewing, right? You got people storming into a main lighthouse with plasma guns. I mean, it's all ridiculous. And yes, when you see Amber Heard in her first scene in Aquaman, and she's like coming out of the water and she's having like a serious talk with Jason Momoa, and you're like, okay, so that isn't perfect.
Right. And that's, look, and so so that's all. But I'm with you on this. Aquaman is a successful film monetarily, and it in a lot of ways got DC out of that trap that it was just making these overly self-serious comic book films that were doing worse and worse at the box office and critically. And so then they started diversifying their tones, and they started seeing results, I think. Anyway, there we go.
Aquaman has some really fun sequences.
Shona McMahon, this is different because number one, it's a court proceeding. So government edicts doctrine says it, I believe, says it should not be copyrightable in the first place. But number two, it's fair use because we are adding our commentary on top of it. If I streamed Pirates of the Caribbean, I mean, we could try to talk over it the whole time.
The thing with the editors that you see on YouTube where it zooms in and out, it does weird things.
Yeah.
So, as someone who has a one-man show about Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider, that
is different. Your one-man show of Ghost Rider is good.
But I still, if I perform it live and it's fine. But if I tried to do that digitally and do my show while Ghost Rider is on in the background, I was gonna say,
and gun to your head, when you get the cease and desist letter, you're gonna have to listen to it.
Yeah, I mean,
and then probably frame it because you're like, oh, Nicolas Cage, you sent me a cease and desist.
Well, I mean,
letter.
that's the thing. But that's the thing. Yeah, no, we can't stream movies.
Yeah.
So
I'm actually
Twitch
gonna
with
save
their
this one.
agreement on Prime, but I'm not sure that's one of them.
Now we'd have to look.
The what?
Sorry,
I was just saying,
if you do the all Prime. Yeah.
Thank you, Kelsey. You get it.
No, and you're right. We could get back to that. We got off track on Aquaman, but like I think the psychiatrist had both. I understood why Heard's team, was like happy to show parts of it, but I also agree that it was not a clean win, if you could call it a win at all. There was a lot of empathy for Johnny in there as well. Absolutely.
Well, I look at all this and think that this is what you got. I mean, it was just a myriad of stuff. Most of it I've forgotten already. Okay. Most of these witnesses I wouldn't produce if I was representing Amber. I'd say this isn't helping us. There's also sort of a collective when you keep going lame witness after lame witness after lame witness, it just projects weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does. It does, because it says we have nothing better. This is the best that we have.
Yeah,
totally. And by the way, Darcy Sharon, thank you for this super chat, because saying, can you please give a shout out to JD's doctor, because he's now getting bombarded with negative reviews on his doc site. I hate that. I hate that. We please do not do that. If you are doing that from this stream, I think you very much misunderstand what our live streams are all about, because I'm so not in favor of making fraudulent reviews. If you have not been treated by him, do not give a review. Please.
And also, I'm going to go further than that, is that if you go to like bombard anybody because they participated as a witness in a trial, you have no idea what their background, why they're participating, what they're doing. You are a spectator. These are not actors for you on stage to like grab and interact with. Like that is not. They are lucky enough, or we are lucky enough that they are showing this on TV. We can watch it. We can do this thing, but it is for our entertainment, not for our participation in that way. And yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we want people to show up on both sides of the case as witnesses, and without threats of violence, without threats against their
work. Yeah.
Their practices, their work, their income. Like, I mean, come on, guys. Like, are we really gonna try to like impact people's income so that they can pay their bills? Come on. I really dislike that. Very much
on a fundamental level, what do you even want from him for all these negative reviews? What do you want from him? Because he's a professional and he's obligated to participate according to law, right? He's participating in a legal process. He is participating under the rules of law. He is compelled to give truthful answers and truthful testimony. It's like, what do you want from him? It's just, it's totally unfair.
Yes. Yeah. All of these witnesses that are participating in this trial have been served a subpoena, which means that they are under a court order to attend either the deposition or in person or through a video link. So they are required to attend, and they are required to tell the truth as they understand it. Okay. And maybe you disagree with the things that they're saying. Yeah, no one does.
Except maybe expert witnesses who are getting paid for it. They love doing it. But everyone else
means under penalty.
Except for Amber's doctor, who apparently doesn't love doing it.
Yeah, Amber's, and you know what? Amber's the guy who helped draft the op-ed. He seemed fine with it, Mr. Super Lawyer. He was here. He's doing his job. It's just another day.
He dropped the super lawyer, and we're all like, "Oh, please!" With this.
Well, it wasn't a very long. That's not a long engagement. Here's the draft. Do you think it violates anything from defamation standpoint? You run the read through, give the okay, ask for $3,000, and you're done.
Yeah. And then of course he flunked because she got sued for defamation, and it's not going well either.
I still stand by like the defamation. I don't know how much money this defamation, or if I think the defamation suit is good. Like, as much as at this point I think Johnny has achieved everything that he's wanted to achieve, and it was a great move for him. I'm not sure about the defamation case, but. But you know what? Yeah, failed. Probably, you're called, man. You got called in.
Now that I think about it, that was probably their best witness of the day, the attorney. I still don't think it's effective at all. But they did get an attorney who got to say he was a super lawyer. They built up his resume with all this BS. Okay,
And
then
God,
he's
I
like,
wish you
"Oh,
could
in
vet
my
that. It's like,
opinion-"
please don't say that. You want to say
Hey.
my class rank now?
You
Come
can't
on,
blame
quick.
him for that. You can't blame him for that. That was clearly like,
Really-
trying to bolster his resume. He didn't even know
Really
what it was.
quick.
He's like, I guess it's the magazine.
Where were they?
Really quick, I've got to point this out because I'm getting a few
Underneath.
things, a few comments in the chat about super chats, guys. We have around, I think, like 300 super chats that are in the queue right now. For me, it only shows like 137 because when I got kicked off because my internet took a dump. So if you haven't seen it yet, we have a queue. Like there's a bunch that are starred, they're saved. So there's a lot that we have not gone through. So please, be patient. We will go through all of them. If not today, I will tell you right now. I said earlier, we're not going to be able to go through all of these tonight because I am somewhat delirious and I definitely need sleep. But we will have a live stream tomorrow to get caught up on all of the super chats before I go to bed. I will be screenshotting all of them so I don't have the same problem as I did last time where I had 350 of them disappear on me. Just so you guys know, I don't want people to be upset about not seeing super chats addressed yet. They will absolutely get addressed. Sorry, I had to jump in there because I can see people getting a little upset.
Alina, what if any maladies are you suffering from right now?
What if any super chats are we going to get through today?
We will be going through some. We're going to make a best effort to get through as many as possible here. But yes. Apparently she was in Magic Mike part 2. XXL. Yeah. So
I mean, who didn't see that?
That movie's amazing.
I saw it.
What?
I 100% saw it, but I don't remember. I remember Channing Tatum. I don't remember Amber Heard in it.
I remember
Right, right.
Michael
Can you blame me?
Now there was a lot of truth there in our upper left corner, folks.
Could I be so
blame me?
Could I be so bold as to suggest we should change the topic to the issue of the privilege issue because it keeps coming
Yes.
up, and I feel like we should really talk about it and address
Yes.
it.
I have to go to
Yes.
the bank, and I know nothing about privilege. Nothing.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Tim Burke.
That's
Yeah,
always a good thing to
let's-
hear from
let's
your
talk-
attorney.
Let's talk about
You do realize you can't talk about what the client tells you, right?
See you later, Mike.
So the doctor-patient privilege is of course taken very, very seriously. In litigation, you can. I don't want to say you can get around it. The issue here is where it has been placed at issue in the case. Most specifically is when it has been placed at issue by a plaintiff, because this is the person who has chosen to bring litigation forward. They've chosen to bring claims forward. And if they are responsible for that, they're the ones that chose to take a private matter public and to make it an issue so that the defense has a right to be able to respond. They have a right to be able to rebut all of your arguments that you are bringing forward. So if you say, for example, I was in a car accident and now I have all of these medical issues. And then and then the defense wants to say, well, we have a right to, to figure out if your medical issues really are as bad as you say they are. They have a right to get into your medical records. They have a right to get to talk to your doctors, to talk to all kinds of medical personnel. And hey, Ron, how's it going? And so this is how you can get into
Hey guys.
information that is otherwise very, very much privileged. So, yeah.
Well, and as we saw, Amber clearly waived the privilege to the attorney that helped her review the op-ed. And if I were Amber's team, I probably would have slammed the Adam Waldman and the Amber attorney's videos together. I probably would have highlighted even more that Adam Waldman is hiding as compared to Amber's lawyer. Completely unfairly, but I probably would have put those together.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about the super lawyer stuff?
Yes.
I mean, we know what we can tell people what super lawyer is. I mean,
Yes. Go talk about it. Let's do it.
I just see it a lot in the comments. That's all. So.
It's a marketing.
This feels like a Mark issue. Mark, you do it.
Yes.
No, Rick was really excited about it. Look,
or was I?
Super lawyer is it is nothing. It's not nothing. It's
nothing.
marketing.
It's a marketing label that you can put on that they promise that it's. I think you heard him say the top 1% of attorneys in various fields. Now they can divide attorneys into such small fields that most people can qualify that have ever worked in anything remotely like a firm, because the way that they check for that top 1% is to essentially get people to nominate other people. And so one of the things that gets passed around, so I worked in big law for, a dozen years, 13 years, is you basically get orders from your HR people to name the rest of your department and send them into super lawyers. And then at that point in time, the whole firm qualifies. I was a rising star for 10 years because that's the time that you can be a rising star. Woo! And then what super lawyers does is they say, would you like to buy the use of our logo on your website? Would you like to buy a fancy plaque? Would you like a copy of the magazine in a frame? Other things that they sell you. And then we get those in I can't remember what the timing is. We get those in March. Don't tell anybody. This is super secret and important. And then we'll reveal them in August. And I'm probably getting those months wrong. But it's something like that. They try to sell you things for 6 months. And I don't know of any lawyer in that context that would say, I'm a super lawyer. And again, it isn't that guy's fault. He gets pinged on it by, I think it's Elaine at that point in time.
Elaine.
Yeah. And then she follows up with, could you please tell people what a super lawyer is? I'm like, oh my God. Because if you will go watch that stream, I joke about after he's asked whatever it is.
Lawyer MLM, yes. That kind of is it.
Yeah.
I actually I literally this morning attended a CLE on lawyer advertising this morning here at the New Jersey State Bar Association, where I am, where they said, easy, one thing we know, one thing you should be very clear about, super lawyers, we don't want to see it on your website. We don't want to see it on your signature. We don't want to see it on your,
that's a First Amendment violation. I would challenge my bar. I would not get out of here, bar.
You can't tell me what to do.
I'm putting it on my website if I feel like it. Bar Association.
I am getting all of LawTube to nominate Alita as a super lawyer. We are going to force her into this.
She's not in country, Kurt.
Huh? That's
I'm
even better.
still acting under a bar license, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So anyway,
everyone in the chat, please nominate Alita for super lawyer. And
so it has to be other attorneys.
Well, there's some attorneys in there.
What if any super lawyer designations do you have?
We'll nominate you for media law or something. YouTuber law.
Yes.
YouTuber law.
But I got to admit, it's possible that some of those jurors, if you're not in the legal field, you might hear super lawyer, top 1% of lawyers. Wow, you're legit. And that's why, quite frankly, a super lawyer has a business model that works, because
you'd be amazed what a motivated marketing agency can do to get everybody in 1%. Yes.
Yeah.
Mark, do you remember driving around LA and Orange County? There's billboards around there about one female attorney who calls herself like super woman, super lawyer, and it's it looks like an attorney mill kind of place.
Yeah,
that works for her. That's what I think of as this kind of I don't want to be rude. I'm not going to name her, right? I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. But it's
we're already going to get a letter from super lawyers on this. All right,
probably.
But Alita's going to get a letter that says, "You stop defaming us.
You keep our super lawyers out of your mouth." No, but it's it just you get a certain impression. If you know, you know. Basically,
look, you remember living around Austin, the attorney that rocks, David Comey. He had huge dreads, and he had giant billboards all across Austin. He's the attorney that rocks, and he's a successful marketer.
No, that's fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that kind of thing.
What's the difference between the attorney milling
who rocks, or you want to be the eagle guy with the eagle craw, Well,
I'll tell you straight up.
You want to puff yourself up by being like, I'm the hammer, and blah, blah, blah. It's that's fine by me. But you say I'm straight up. You say I'm a super lawyer, and I was I never want to talk to you ever again.
Well, if you introduce yourself that way. But I'll tell you straight up, the Hogue Law YouTube channel started up and still ostensibly is a marketing arm of the Hogue Law firm. That's what it was for, is to explore YouTube and to try to say smart things. Yeah. Because it's hard to evaluate lawyers.
The only thing worse than a person who calls themselves a super lawyer or a who's who is a lawyer who insists that other people call them doctor. That is the ultimate.
Okay. How about signing your own letters as Esquire?
Yeah,
I was thinking Esquire, that. Ron. I hate Esquire.
I've been putting Esquire as the suffix on airline things since I was 18. You know what I mean?
Excellent.
Like well before, like for years before I was attorney, I was holding myself out to be an attorney to my airline seatmates. You know what I mean?
California bar is like knock, 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 knock. Excuse me, Mr. Calderaro.
Yeah,
Hello.
unauthorized practice of airline law. But anyway, I think the fact that we're talking about, I think the fact that we're talking about all this minutia at the end of the week really does exemplify how kind of we all feel about the day's testimony for the most part.
It was,
you know,
that was the dullest day, I think, maybe.
which is a big clue.
I long for the days of ECB foundational entry of surveillance videos. I don't know what to tell you.
That was easy. Ron, how are you? How are you doing?
I am, you know, it's very kind of you to ask. I had a very good I came here, I gave a presentation on internet content moderation.
Oh,
Who knows
nice.
more about that than I do? I'm a super lawyer in internet content regulation.
You are qualified then.
I'm the super lawyer. And but it was fun because on the panel was my frequent internet antagonist, Ari Cohn, and it was such a love fest. We had so much fun together. Question for you. Since I've been so busy getting CLE credits and being dutiful and listening to ethical things, what's the 5-minute bottom line? That I need to be ready to opine on something I didn't view or experience. I'm counting on you guys to give me the raw material.
So today there's been a whole lot of nothing.
No, nothing's plenty for me.
Yeah, I'm honestly feeling a little bit slap happy from everything. Also because it's a Thursday. It's the end of the day on a Thursday.
So
Thursdays are my
nothing
favorites.
today means that they've already forgotten yesterday.
Yeah, I think that absolutely. Today was positive for Johnny because of how neutral it was coming off a pretty positive day for Amber. Yeah, I don't think today was a big win for either party, but the fact that it is such a downer from probably one of Amber's best day, Amber's team's best days at all.
Yesterday was the best day.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. By the end of Johnny's case in chief, it looked very strong for Johnny, right? Like it was like he had this upward momentum that just ended with basically a crescendo. And then we were like, all right, but remember, this is how it should look. Otherwise, something had gone wrong for his case. So we were like, all right, so get ready for things to suddenly look terrible for Johnny. And then they didn't. I mean, at first, when Amber first took the stand, we were like, "Oh, this is very emotional. This is very like, ooh, how is this going to look?" But then we realized we all started to get exhausted of the level of emotion because she was always at an 11, and then it just kind of like started to go down from there for her, and it has since then turned neutral. What she needed to do was for it to either stay up here or ramp up. But it has gone down and then neutral, which means that she has not done enough to shift the momentum, in my opinion, in her favor.
And I think the witnesses you missed today, basically like the headline, it was all the perfunctory witnesses, the people who are like explaining potential damages for the defamation counterclaim, or the people who are like explaining the psychiatrist's notes that were already admitted into evidence. There were just kind of these sort of, if this wasn't being televised, you're in the jury box and you're like, yeah, we just got to hear this. I'll review it. I'll review the testimony later. Like it was that sort of a day. And so kind of like ending the week with this was not a good look, especially coming out of what I think most of us agree was a pretty successful Wednesday for them.
So.
Yeah.
There was the one item of note that was in any way notable was the cross-examination to Amber Heard's data analytics guy, the Q guy for Amber Heard, because it's like, let's look at the sentiment analysis, right? And so they were looking at various terms to do sentiment analysis, but the terms they were looking at were things like hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, hashtag Amber Turd, and what was the other one? Amber abuser, or what was it?
There was I stand with Johnny.
Yeah.
Justice for Johnny Depp.
Justice for Johnny.
There was one for Johnny without
Amber Turd.
They don't have the equivalent of Daubert in Virginia?
No.
It didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like it from that guy.
Anyways, but that's not really the important aspect of it, because what's really important is on cross-examination, because this guy brought this in and he even had the chart and was even labeled with these hashtags at the top, which was nice. Then Johnny Depp's lawyers get to come in and use these hashtags in their thing. It's like they get to, so they're actually now saying the words hashtag for Johnny Depp, hashtag Amber Turd
was said by counsel,
hashtag all the rest of it. And it's like, they even get into basically, I forget the exact question, but the sentiment is, isn't it true that justice for Johnny Depp was tweeted 1.2 million times, basically,
this is
the
so
takeaway.
improper. This is so improper. This is basically telling the jury, I understand it's a defamation case, but you're telling the jury, here's what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, but it's because they brought it in. This falls into the not my problem category. You're the ones who brought it in, all this external stuff about the public and what they think, and now I get to say the hashtags a whole bunch of times and mention. I even summed it up with this sort of quasi joke of the judge saying, please don't remember to take in any external things. Also, by the way, did you know that 1.2 million people tweeted justice for Johnny Depp? So,
and
I mean, that's where we're at today.
But keep in mind, too, that they are not, I mean,
Amber is the abuser,
jurors
was the
are
other
also,
hashtag.
Ian Runkle is telling us that he's having to avoid the jurors because they're all parking nearby.
Can I say something about marketing, though? What an amazing, and I'm not on either side of this, outside of the trial evidence, what an amazing hashtag for that group of people to pick. Because one of the things Dennison is able to say is that that's not inherently negative, is it? We all like justice, don't we? Like the hashtag that took all momentum about this is a neutral sounding hashtag. We all know what it is. And he goes up and say all 2,000 tweets are negative, which I refuse to believe that, by the way, my guy. But outside of that, justice for Johnny, who can disagree with justice for whoever?
That was the nice little mic drop in terms of the cross-examination. The very last question was essentially to the things like, don't you think justice is good? And he's like, I like justice. Justice is great.
Whoever
like, great,
came up
I'm
with
done.
that,
There
whoever
is
came up
such
with
a
that
thing-
label.
People do use hashtags to trash the sentiments. In other words, I want to get the attention of lefties, so I'll use whatever.
Dude,
you know,
if that guy were
whatever.
serious, he would have said, well, 4 to 6% were actually advertisements for things that were trying to go viral at the same time. Like, that guy is completely unbelievable.
Yeah, that's so true.
You get justice for Johnny, and PlayStation 5s are available in your local back alley. I mean, like, that's how the Twitter works.
So we should start talking about, I think you guys who are here all the time need to start socializing the audience to the idea that regardless of the verdict, there's going to be an appeal.
Yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere.
No, it's not going to go anywhere.
I just don't see
let's put it this way.
What's the basis of the appeal going to be? I mean,
all right. So one thing listeners need to understand is that appellate courts almost never care in a civil case about evidentiary errors.
Yes.
Those are always left to the discretion of the trial judge. And to show on an evidentiary issue, you have to show both that an error of law or an abuse of discretion took place and that it mattered.
Yeah.
And that is one of the, there the appellate court absolutely plays God, which they're quite used to doing, and says, we know that even if the jury hadn't heard this, or even if the judge hadn't quite messed up that instruction or that corrective instruction, it wouldn't have made a difference, or it would have made a difference. So the example, what it was that prompted me, because that's this expert testimony, if it had been introduced by Johnny, it would have been palpably improper. I don't even know methodologically whether it was proper.
No.
Of course not, right? For the defendant, was a conscious decision made by Johnny's team? Are they that good that they said, this is such hot garbage that's actually going to help us? I would never do that. If I can keep my adversary's expert out, I keep it out.
They tried to voir dire him actually as he comes in, because this was the first time that he was ever testifying to essentially social media and analysis. This guy is the inventor of Unix, or one of the founding fathers of Unix, and big time in computer circles, but he's never testified to this. It's evident why, once you actually hear what he says. They get up there and say, I'd like to voir dire him. He does it improperly because, well, he's our friend, Counsel Dennison. And then he lets him in, and then you see exactly what he says. Like, look, all right, I'm an economics major. I took a bunch of statistics classes though. It's like there's a host of things in terms of correlation that he's doing that's weird and statistics that are weird, not doing proper.
There
It's
were
nothing like a scientific
20-year-old
study.
SEO specialists who probably could have done a better job from what
Yeah,
you're
no
telling me.
doubt.
I think an SEO specialist to keep their job would have had to have done a better job.
And total non sequitur, but I see the super chat about House and Habit got taken down off of Instagram. That sucks because I know that she and I have started following each other. She's been posting a lot of stuff from our
Due to
live streams
trial
onto
That
her
is some
stories.
bullshit.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's some
I have
bullshit.
no
Instagram
idea
claim.
how or why or what, but I have seen some reports in the chat about that, and I looked her up on Instagram. I don't see her. So that sucks. That sucks.
Paige,
that sucks.
can you
I'm not
get-
sure.
can you
I'm not
explain
sure
to
what
us
can be
more?
done, but we've got to figure out something.
What does it mean due to trial coverage? That can mean that what was she streaming stuff that was
Wrong
someone
thing, I
else's?
assume.
No, she wasn't streaming anything. So on Instagram, she'll take like portions of our live stream and kind of comment on it, and it'll be like small little clips. And then she's also got all kinds of, it's not just us, but like she also has all kinds of photos and videos and music and stuff. She actually does a phenomenal job of
Did
like
somebody
really
DMCA
creating
her?
a whole new like medium of storytelling. It really is
Wow.
amazing.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
gotta go.
DMCA'd her that's not you, presumably.
Yeah. What's that?
Could somebody DMCA
No,
her?
I don't know. I don't know, but I think someone may have complained about her coverage because they're just upset about her coverage being either an independent like journalist. I think a friend of mine
The
said that she
wrong
doesn't
thing.
refer to
It's
herself
just
as
the
an
wrong
independent
thing.
journalist, but storyteller or something like that. But basically, like when you have someone that is independently working on these things, sometimes some people get a little bit jealous when they get a little big and they get a little bit of attention. And
DMCA fraud is a thing. I was just curious
Yes.
about whether or not somebody
don't know.
through that avenue. Okay.
yeah,
All right.
I don't know. I wish I could ask her, but
right,
we have
we'll get the
DMs through
story.
Instagram, so I don't have a way of.
Hopefully she'll reach out to us on Twitter or something, because maybe we can
Yes.
talk about it tomorrow or something in more detail.
Yes, if she can.
Should I send her a tweet?
Send her a tweet. Let her
If-
know we're interested.
Yeah, I think she is on Twitter, but I don't know if that is the same.
She ain't on
the same
Instagram,
thing
so
for her on Twitter.
She has a backup,
me see.
apparently.
yeah, apparently right.
Someone DM me. Oh yeah, no, just kidding. Oh yeah, no, she is the same thing on.
Is that Jessica?
Yeah, Jessica Reed Krause. Yeah, she posted an hour ago, a good time for a first tweet. My IG account was taken down this afternoon right after I posted the videos Courtney Love sent me. We are currently working on it. Please stay tuned.
Oh, that's an answer. Okay, I don't have to bother.
Courtney Love
Okay.
sends her videos, according to her. She puts them
Oh,
up. And we get them
Courtney
and
Love
she
sends
gets-
everyone's video. You haven't gotten videos from Courtney Love?
No, Ron, I'm not as famous as you,
blocked-
man.
Oh, I blocked her. Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah,
What?
well, I'm not getting any videos from Courtney Love. I'm sorry. That's interesting.
Okay,
Love told me
yeah,
she
I'm
loved my
gonna
name.
I'm gonna try to keep track of that though. But I just
Yeah.
retweeted it. So if anybody wants to also show their support,
If it's directly after something goes up, it just strikes me as a DMCA. But we'll
yeah.
see.
And Jessica,
Yeah.
if you're watching, if there's any way that I can help, let me know. Other than that, I'm my brain is a little bit fried right now. But if there's any,
Mostly yelling at Instagram through the YouTubes and just yelling at people for being sucking.
yeah,
Well, we don't know the whole story yet, Kurt.
Yeah,
We can
that's
wait-
a-
we can
No,
wait on the
I know
accusation.
enough. Instagram's wrong. Screw 'em.
No, wait a minute. Okay, all right. You're gonna make me go. See, this is how I get in trouble on my channel. It's their platform.
Uh-huh.
No, let's not do it. Let's
tell
not
us
do it.
more,
Let's not do
Rich,
it. No,
please. Tell
okay,
us more
all right,
about
guys.
the Instagram.
How
and
about this?
they're
I'm gonna
bastion
pivot.
of
I'm gonna give
righteousness.
Alita 45 seconds to think about where we're gonna go next, and I'm going to answer a lot of questions I've been seeing in the YouTube comments, which is
Do it.
yes, I am just shuffling magic cards. No, they are nothing special. They are just an old
They're
mystery.
all black lotuses, folks. He
They're all
shuffles
black
lotuses.
Just an old draft deck that I had from the mystery boosters that is just around. If you are a Magic player, if you're a card player, you know that at your desk in your office, you just tend to have these things around. So shout out to all the Magic players around. As you may or may not know, I worked for Wizards of the Coast for 13 years. So
Yeah, I mean,
There
I
you
was
go.
just planning on shuffling I Feel Attacked cards here, but I don't see a promotional copy on my desk yet. So I'm
Okay,
sure that's
I'm making
just
a
a
note.
mistake.
Make it a note. Make it a note right now. I'm DMing you. For your
I talk
have
about
one, but it's
games
in
a
the
lot,
other
Mark.
room. Oh, it's back up as house inhabited. That's what
That's
the
her
super chat says.
Yeah, she said she
Backup.
threw up a backup.
Okay. I don't.
Chat thinks it's trolls reporting her. It could be.
It
What
could
I'm
be.
saying is, if you have an automated system, which Instagram undoubtedly does, you could have a switch flipped. It's unclear. We can't just jump to Instagram is doing
we
god
can.
awful things.
We absolutely can and should.
No, we can't. I thought I gave you the option to.
We
pick it
tried.
up
We
on
tried to
this guy.
shift.
I'm sorry.
It was a lovely attempt, Mark. Kurt is dialed in.
He's so mad he just turned off the cam.
In fairness, he was with me at the crack of dawn this morning, and I upset him greatly with bogus New York Times articles. So
I completely understand if everyone is slap happy right now because I know I am.
It's Thursday. It's 9 hours in. I did 2 hours before that. It's great.
Okay, let's okay, so House Inhabited is her backup, but I just don't see that coming from her Twitter. That's the one reason why I question that. I'm not
Funny,
yeah,
it is automated trolls. It's amazing how fast you can get back up if you're worth 1 million follows to the platform.
She's almost 1 million follows last I checked. So actually, yeah, for sure.
Don't try this at home, kids, if you don't have 1 million next to that number.
Let's get some questions super chats
Sure.
here. Because we've got a ton, and let's see what kind of work we can do to get through this. Wayne Mayer says, question, did JD's teams prefer depots versus live? They couldn't revise their testimony to add SA claims or change the Weinstein claims after the police cameras. I think those things help them. I think they do.
Those are valuable notices. Yeah,
they do. Yeah. Although even if they did change their testimony in light of that evidence, they still have these depositions that they can use for impeachment. So it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
There's no.
I think everyone prefers the other team use video depots instead of in person.
Yes, just because they're boring.
Yeah,
it's remarkable how many Amber Heard's team has. Like nobody wanted to show up.
The only exception to that is Amber Heard's deposition testimony. That it would have been nice to show hers, just because of the character difference. Yes. Colleen says, would yesterday's depositions be enough to recall AH since people said they saw things? I don't think so because that all came up in her case in chief. So they craft her stuff for that, right?
I thought they were asking about Johnny recalling her, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what they meant. I would assume, but yeah, I don't.
Okay. Yeah.
It can only get better for her from a recall, so don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Just leave her where she is. Jam or JAM says, thanks for your fairness. Can the jury see AH scary smiles and fake sad face during JD's pain? Can divorce lawyer be called to talk about AH questions about JD's will? They are in fact watching around the courtroom, especially during these video depositions when they are bored as all get out. So I don't know if they are actually seeing them. Because she's on the other side of the room, kind of mostly sitting by the wall. Today she wasn't exactly by the wall, but they finally took her a little bit out of Siberia. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just ending my.
I 100% agree. Yeah, I thought I was giving you out there. I 100% agree. I just want to get back on my high horse again. Please try not to read into. I mean, the jury's going to do it anyway. Absolutely right. But don't assume whether or not someone's look at the table is fake or they are trying to be stoic. They are sitting there all day for 4 weeks, and they know that any expression they show, positive, negative, people are going to read into it, and they are being advised of don't show anything, just sit there. And even then, just sitting there can also be inferred to be bad too. So
right,
it's just
it's
hard.
it's like I think it was yesterday, the day before, somebody asked well, is it good or bad, or is it good or bad that Johnny is writing so much, that he's so focused on writing? And I said it's a Rorschach test. It depends on who you ask, right?
Yeah, be aware of where your tilt is
to look good.
Be aware of where your tilt is, because generally speaking, your brain can see it however you like. It's that meme about that bitch over there eating crackers, right? you know that one?
I don't, but I get it. I get it.
A little girl eating crackers. Yeah.
The stress on the people in court, on the teams at the two tables, must be extraordinary. Even a normal trial that is not televised, at least there you get to scratch your nose, and I hope the jury knows I wasn't picking my nose. I have this itch right here.
Yeah, that's what this one's for.
Listening to some to direct testimony, even in an interesting case, can be incredibly boring. And these people have to be on the whole time those cameras are rolling. It's a lot to ask of anyone.
Absolutely. And a case that is as big as this one. A case that is as big as this one is like it's times a million, right? I mean,
And there's
it's,
nothing they can do.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do. They're either bored or they want to jump out of their seat and complain or argue with whoever's saying something against them. So I think Johnny's found a good method of just being like, I'm going to draw until my hand falls off.
Yeah, he's doodling.
And
good on him.
And
yeah,
Amber's method is fine.
So I will tell you, clients frequently, it's a very common thing for clients to take lots and lots of notes during a trial because they don't know what matters.
Sure.
And the more intelligent they are, the more they're going to write because they're trying to process a lot of information and they're just dying to tell the lawyers during the breaks. And of course, we're thinking, I've got this freaking outline, okay, which was written 3 weeks ago. And these are the rules of evidence, and none of your ideas are
these are the rules of evidence.
Third of all, no.
Yeah.
It's so funny. You started it out by being like, yeah, it's a positive. Like the smarter they are, the more they'll write. But then you're like, but writing is completely unhelpful.
The hardest clients. The smartest clients are the hardest clients to please, and that's fine.
One of the hardest parts about practicing law is the clients.
Yes.
I love them. Love my clients.
Yes. Agreed. Oh, thank you so much, Cheryl. That's very kind of you to point out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been huge blessings. All of these live streams have absolutely been.
Can I play the role of Rick for a moment?
Yeah.
Why aren't you number one? You have been number one in the past. I don't know what
we love all of LawTube, and Emily Baker being number one is a victory for all of us.
Okay, absolutely.
There'll be purple hearts in our chat randomly. Emily Baker makes appearances like descending on high from a purple heart shaped cloud, and she'll appear.
Fine. Why not number two? How's that?
There we go. You want me to look at who's number two?
Like,
it'll be like PewDiePie or something.
Yeah. Well, actually, I can't remember what what ranking that super chat said that. Oh, I'm number 3. Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I have been.
You'll be happy to know that Legalbytes is number 2 today.
There we go. Okay, I am happy to know that. Thank you.
In fact,
oh yeah, but yeah, look at all those purple hearts in there. No, I will be the first to say that I look up to Emily D. Baker tremendously. She is wonderful. She has been such a wonderful, supportive lawyer in LawTube, as has everyone around LawTube as well. But she also has, I mean, she'll people will like flood the chat and be like, Emily D. Baker sent me here, and like, so it's just
come over to virtual reality and see a clip of Emily trying not to swear because I have a family-friendly rule on my channel. It is a complete failure. Please do check it out.
So if Emily D. Baker beats me in super chats in a day, I'm 100% okay.
That's
with that.
fine. I'm just mad here that like for the first time I took Hoag's role from him to prop you up, and then he immediately jumps in to undercut me. Like, what is that garbage? Like,
did I undercut you right there, Mark?
I appreciate.
Yeah.
I
Do you
appreciate
feel attacked?
you, Mark.
I have a question. Do you feel attacked?
No, I appreciate you, Mark, and I love it, and I totally understand your heart.
Because Mark, I have a number of missions here, and one of them is keep LawTube together. And the chat already believes like there's infighting and civil wars and groups fighting. There are not. We have to control multiple narratives. I'll let you in on the newsletter later, Mark.
Okay, can I do anything to like seed these rumors? I'm totally. Where do I go to start?
The chat will do this, Mark. You just look for a few hooks. You'll find them.
Chat, let me know. Let me know how to sow salt. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your very generous super chat. That is very, very, very generous. Thank you.
Wow.
Amazing. Yes. Thank you. I'm honestly, I am very overwhelmed at the amount of support that people have been giving to these live streams. Because when I started them, I honestly didn't know if anyone was going to watch with me. Because I was like, I knew of quite a few different channels that were going to be live streaming it, and I was like, there's the viewership is likely to be split. If I get 3,000 concurrent viewers, that's great. That's fantastic for my channel size, for what I had experienced before.
You're not lying. We were running.
Remember,
the first week at that
now
number.
it owns you.
Yeah.
Now it owns you.
But you want to talk about it. Like I grift a lot here, right? And I want to make Mark look bad. So you should definitely like and subscribe to Alita. But if you go back in those first weeks and you look at what the number was, we were super excited about hitting 3. We were super excited about hitting, 6 and then 8. And then I remember 11. 11 was huge. And so
getting to
have
5
put in
figures was like, oh my God.
you have to put in the time. And
I'm looking
Alita has
someday
been
for 5
among the
figures.
best of us in putting in that time without knowing about whether or not any of this would work.
And I'm not a streamer. You guys know I don't
Okay,
hold myself
Tempura,
out as a
thank
streamer.
you. Also very, very, very generous. Okay, Tempura, thank you. Thank you.
How much is that in American money?
It's a red one, so it's probably around
a goodly
100
amount.
plus. Yeah. But yeah, usually red super chats are $100 or up. So thank you. Yeah, no, I'm like I said, I'm overwhelmed by the amount of support that we've been getting for these live streams, and also like non-monetary ones, like House and Habit, who's been promoting on Instagram, and other folks that have been promoting on Instagram and other channels, and other, on Twitter, and elsewhere on YouTube. I've been very, very humbled and overwhelmed by all of the support from all kinds of folks that have their hearts in the right place as well, so it's been, there's a lot of folks that feel very passionately about this case, and very passionately about the kind of conversations that we're having here, and here and elsewhere on other people's channels that are live streaming this case as well. So I think it's great.
By the way, we got a call for merch on one of the super chats a second ago. They said they a graduate of LawTube University. I thought that maybe I'm a mega lawyer at LawTube University. I think that might be,
Yeah. Okay, I'll take note of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, LawTube University. I love that.
LawTube
Okay.
University. LawTube University could work too.
I'm legit writing it. So let's get some more of these questions here. Okay, Jam, I think we got this one. Yes. Yes. Colin Bam says, please explain what a trial lawyer is and what the plaintiff and defendant attorneys are. Also, why pull attorneys from different law firms? Thanks. Trial lawyer is the lawyers that you see at trial. They are the ones that are designed to take the case all the way into trial and to actually be the performative artists that you see down on the floor. Not every lawyer is going to be as performative as the ones that are trial lawyers. Like, for example, Rick over here is strictly transactional. No, he does not have to put on any kind of a public performance for any of the work that he really does.
I know you can't tell using me as an example there, but yes, no.
But also, and then there are appellate lawyers who take a case that has been already litigated at trial, and then they have to argue it in front of an appellate court. Usually you have somebody who's going to be much more focused on that. So typically trial lawyers are the ones that are litigating it from the beginning through trial.
Yeah, the way I have to hand off to a litigator, something's gone wrong in one of my contracts.
Yeah, the way that you can kind of break lawyers down into two big groups, and the groups are people you hire before bad-ish happens, and people you hire after the bad-ish has happened.
Yes.
And so
the ones you hire to prevent it and then to clean it up.
Right, exactly.
What I call transactional and litigatory. Yeah.
Yes.
I like
not only performing. It's a matter of, they're two different competences altogether.
Yeah, absolutely.
People who don't try cases simply have no business in a courtroom, regardless of their personality. Some of the most colorful and flamboyant people in the world put that personality to use doing deals.
I appreciate the shout out, Ron.
Who has been a litigator for 30 something years, you wouldn't want me reviewing any kind of transactional document above a certain very, very basic. Because we often negotiate settlements, we do have to have some of the skills.
Some transactional.
There are even times when, in a firm with multiple competencies, you'll ask someone for the banking department, or someone for the bankruptcy department, or someone for whatever is at stake to take a look at it. And then within the rate, then there's also trial lawyers versus litigators, but I don't think that's what the question was. Yeah. And I don't want to chew up your
no worries. And then the difference between plaintiffs and defendants, the plaintiff is the one that brings the case. So when we are, it's the parallel. So plaintiff and defendant is what you would use in a civil case to label these parties. In a criminal case, it's the prosecution and the defendant. So the prosecutor is like the plaintiff. They're the ones that are bringing it, but the prosecution is the state. The plaintiff is the one who decides to file the complaint against the other person. The defendant is always the one that's defending. It's a little easier to remember because of the name. And then why pull attorneys from different law firms? Sometimes when you have a really big case, it's helpful to bring in some extra firepower.
Bodies.
Yeah, extra bodies. You might have a small firm that you realize like we need some extra help here. Or sometimes they have a personal connection with another attorney that they feel like would be a great addition to that particular case. So you can kind of bring someone in like an ad hoc kind of.
Or there are tactical or manipulative reasons. In other words, somebody wants a female lawyer to lead their case. If somebody wants, I had an Orthodox Jewish organization that wanted me to get a Gentile to be first chair in one of my cases.
I'm sorry. Is that common?
Not in my case.
Yeah. I have to run. I gotta pick up a baby nuisance. So
yay!
It's
okay, everybody
great.
go and subscribe to Mark's channel, Attractive Nuisance. He now has a new YouTube channel. Let's see how high we can get his channel in terms of subscribers before he gets any content out there.
And I see, thank you. And I see people who've been asking about content. There is no way between my regular job and this that I am going to have any content out before this trial is over. I promise.
Don't use
once this
content,
trial
put
ends,
videos up like I do.
So let's see how high we can get his subscriber count just based off of his content creation skills over here on this channel.
It's a good name, right? Just make a 60-second video of you looking lovingly at the Nicolas Cage poster and put it up, and it'll be fine.
Actually, not even kidding.
What do you mean? What Nicolas Cage poster?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man.
Oh, is that?
You could just do a brief tour of Attractive Nuisance's office, and then you just stay on the Nicolas Cage poster for solid 45 seconds. Call it a video. You're in,
and then you've got content.
Here I was just going to make a video about the attractive nuisance doctrine so that I didn't look like a conceited jerk naming my thing that. But you know what?
You should not make a video about that. Make people wonder
the
about
substantive videos, they can come, but
okay.
Yeah.
You could start simple. Start simple.
Have a great day. Thank you all for letting me join. It's great to see all your faces. Okay,
thanks so much for jumping in.
Nate, this is Muffin Country.
This is Muffin Country. Yes. How you guys doing, Ron?
How are you doing?
It's Thursday. It's Thursday night. We're doing good.
Oh, yeah. Today's there's no trial tomorrow, right? There's
no trial tomorrow.
Yeah.
We get to
There's
recover.
a lot of practicing law tomorrow.
Oh my God, I was practicing today. It's it's weird when you got to tell a client, like, listen, this thing ain't going too well. It ain't going, we got reality we got to start looking at.
Yep.
And they don't want to look at reality.
It's an important part of the job.
Expectation setting.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Trust me, you don't
yes.
know.
But
it's good.
All right. We have a guest. Ian.
Ian.
Can you hear us?
You can't lie to me. That's a puppy.
Ian is everywhere. Ian is
Yes.
everywhere.
Ian,
What's up,
congratulations on 100,000 subscribers.
100,000.
In the house.
Ian, yes.
That was completely unexpected because I came here and I was at like 70,000, and I popped on Emily's channel at one of the breaks there, and she's like, "When was the last time you checked your subscriber count?" I was like, "A while. I haven't even been sleeping." She's like, "You are just about to take over 100,000." I went,
Wow.
"You are kidding me!" So yeah.
Amazing.
That's been crazy. Also, I understand I need to defend Rob's honor because I see people on Twitter who are chirping at him and they should not be.
They're very upset about a turkey sticker.
What?
Wait, huh?
I
Can you
don't.
explain?
So what I'm seeing,
you were a turkey sticker, but I never believed that. That just never made any sense to me. You're not that kind of guy.
what I'm seeing on Twitter is that people are upset because I had said that the one cross-examination was not a great cross. And apparently Rob disagreed with me, which is a perfectly reasonable position to take. Like,
wait,
that is
also
there's
disagreed
all
with
sorts
you, and
of-
I feel like I'm not getting dragged in the mud.
I'm also
Yeah.
seeing people like, and I'm just like, this is a perfectly reasonable position. I am not, omniscient. I thought it was not a great cross. I thought it finished great, but I thought the rest of it was not good. So, I mean, but it's perfectly reasonable to, to disagree. But what I'm kind of annoyed about is I saw people going and saying that Rob was disrespectful. And that is complete crap, because Rob has been nothing but respectful. And also, Rob has been allowing me to stay with him like rent free. And, people are like, oh, he's staying at your house. And, you say, and I'm like, who do you think is getting the favor out of this? Like, so yeah, no, he's been nothing but awesome to me, and his position is entirely reasonable and was presented in a respectful fashion. So all of those people can just maybe not. Yeah, so I wanted to say that. I mean, I didn't think it was a great cross, except for the finish. I thought the finish was fantastic. And I was watching them set this up, and I'm like, is this where and he drops that like a bomb. But I thought he needed to do a little bit more in the lead up, and what he was trying to do, he was kind of fumbling at. And I think that's because he was having a difficult time sort of explaining the technological problem that really undermines this whole, this expert, his entire idea for how you get to this conclusion he's trying to prove is crap. And it's just like this ridiculous notion, because they would have been able to access this guy's data set in order to, assess and respond to him. It took me about 0 seconds when I was just looking on my phone, in a brief moment between sort of court going, to find, things where people are saying like justice for Johnny Depp, but we're dragging Johnny. And, that takes 0 moments. So this assumption that, just because somebody's using one of these hashtags, that they agree with it is complete trash, because people use hashtags that they disagree with to get attention because they want to fight the other side. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
And it would have taken no time at all to find, something like, here's a tweet from your data set, right? This is tweet number 600,802. It says, Amber Heard is not a fraud, hashtag justice for Johnny, right? And you go, okay, yeah. So under your data set, that comes up as fraud and the justice for Johnny tag, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that this says that this is a pro-Amber tweet? Yeah, I guess. Would you agree that your search terms have no way to determine between, using the positive or the negative? Well, what do you mean? Well, you can, if you say somebody, Amber Heard is a fraud and Amber Heard is not a fraud, your search terms factor those in exactly the same way, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so did you manually go through and determine how many of those were? Well, no, I don't read minds. Okay, so you have no way of knowing how many of these, points you've got up here are for one side or the other. Okay, so this is complete garbage and you've just wasted the jury's time? Great. Now let's go into that justice bomb that was fan-freaking-tastic. Sit down and, smoke a cigar because,
Ian, yours was better. I just think the guy was an idiot. I don't know that anybody believed him.
Hey, James from court. Good to see you too.
There was so much.
I'm gonna run. Good to see you as usual. Catch you later.
Ron.
All right.
Later, Ron.
See you, Ron.
Yeah, there's so much better that could be done there. And what I see there is a really good lawyer struggling with the technological aspects of it. And technology does this to good lawyers all the time.
It does. That's true.
And because he was such a good lawyer, he was able to be like, okay, let's close this out with a bomb and run away from it. Like he drops a grenade and runs. And
Ian,
yeah,
are you throwing out the baby with the bathwater in terms of, we all agreed generally that cross is about moments in the commando raid, right? You want to get in and get out and get the best moments. So even with all that fumbling, the jury Do you think the jury's really going to remember the struggle, or do you think they're going to remember the moment? I'm thinking they're going to remember the moment in a mic drop, right?
I think they're
the
gonna remember
struggle.
here. Yeah.
Here's the concern I have. When this guy was talking about his technological aspect, like his technological background, jurors A and G sat right up and were paying attention. And they got really intensely interested in hearing this guy's background. And what that makes me think is that jurors A and G may have some IT or technological background, or at least interest themselves. And for them, they'd want to hear the actual why this is bullshit, not just the mic drop.
Here's a question for you, Ian. Are those the same two that when Adam Waldman testified about getting kicked off of Twitter, were those the same two that laughed?
No, F made a really sort of, I kind of feel that he was like, maybe has a grudge against Twitter from his reaction.
Exactly what I was getting at. So I think that the jury
H thought it was
reactions.
funny.
I think that the based on those reactions, hearing about those, I'm so not concerned about this explanation about Twitter hashtags, because these guys understand Twitter. They understand that, and they understand how these things work as well. We've got a much younger jury than we will often see elsewhere. What's that?
F is in his 60s.
Okay,
juror F is in his 60s. I feel that he's more. The impression I get from that reaction is that he's more upset about like cancel culture and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he may not actually be on Twitter. He might just be hearing that Twitter is bad.
Yeah.
So
fair point. But the rest of the jury, you've got some younger members of the jury. You know, maybe they're not familiar with Twitter, but most likely they are. So something tells me this is not going to be something that is going to be totally foreign to this jury. Twitter is omnipresent for so many Americans. And I think that is something that I'm much less concerned about people understanding the ways in which hashtags will work. That it means more about the conversation. But I get what you're saying about the lawyering involved. Like, of course, we are going to be very critical of the lawyering to make sure that there is that you don't have to rely on the knowledge of the jury, right? You want to be able to like serve that on a platter for them. But I think
what I saw him doing, you know, he's going in trying to do that, struggling. And because he's so good, he was able to just be like, okay, I've got a big, good finish. I'm going to, drop that and get out. It was an abort.
I think that was the right move, was to end where he did.
Yes.
And I think that ultimately, having that be a very short cross-examination was smart. He could have very easily gotten very lost in the weeds. Now he has reserved, I mean, not just single-handedly, but him along with the efforts of the other attorneys, they have reserved an extra 10 hours above what Amber Heard's team has in terms of time left over during the rebuttal portion of this trial, / whatever witnesses they have left.
When I heard those numbers, I was just like, what game is Amber Heard's team even playing? Because they're running a real risk of just having their clock run out. And then Depp's team can just run the field unopposed, and they can't even respond to it.
I think they're playing for the muddy middle. I think what we've been seeing is just muddy middle, right? Nobody sees anything, but everybody kind of says it may have been something, but I never saw anything. So I think they're playing.
But if they're playing the muddy middle, they are playing for sunshine on a rainy day. You know what I mean? Like they are woefully underprepared for the conditions of the realities of the case that they are in, because Amber's case is not a muddy middle case. Ever since she got up on the stand and testified to the facts that she did, this was no longer a muddy middle case.
Yeah. No, this is a hanging off the cliff and trying not to fall case right now.
I wonder if they wish they had today's time back, because I really don't think they moved any ball anywhere.
Oh, they moved the ball. I think they moved the ball a lot. They just didn't realize which goal was which.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
I remember where you were going with that, Ian, because I was like, wait, did I watch the wrong day of testimony?
Yeah, no, yeah.
They grabbed the ball and they ran with it, and Depp's team was like, good, keep going, go, because they're running towards their own net.
It's like the kid scoring a goal against their own goalie.
Yeah, there were plenty of times when I'm like, what the hell are you doing? They call Depp's former lawyer, and they get to run through like a half hour of him going, yeah, no, that's privileged, which the jurors thought was funny. Like some of them were initially like, you got to remember, this was a real boring day, right? This was rough.
I do remember.
In the audience, it was, in the gallery, it was rough for the jurors. Everybody was just trying hard to stay awake. And now this is excitement because now you've got this whole thing of, I want to do this thing. No, you can't. That's exciting. People are interested. Now, most of the jurors pretty quickly figured out that they weren't actually going to get to hear anything interesting. And so they were like, okay, they're wasting our time again. And in fact, they're wasting their time because they're on the clock. Juror B thought this was the funniest thing that he'd ever heard because they keep going like, oh, hey, so did you tell Johnny to do this? That's privilege. Well, did you not tell Johnny to not do it? Okay, that's still privilege. And what the hell are you doing? Like Juror B thought this was freaking hilarious. He loved this section. And when he thinks it's freaking hilarious, it's not because Amber Heard is doing a great, Amber Heard is achieving much. He was laughing at their counsel, which is, that's not where you want to be.
Right.
And then after that ends, it's like, okay, well, now we do have some stuff we could ask you about. And what we're going to ask you to do is basically say the words Amber Heard and perjury together for another 10 minutes, as many times as you possibly can. And then remind the jury that you are a very relatable lawyer who seems like a kind of mild-mannered, just sort of a decent guy who also totally is a lawyer and thinks Amber Heard committed perjury and thinks.
We lost Ian.
Oh no. Yeah, to answer that previous super chat, muddy middle. This is a good answer for it. Sorry. You cut out for a minute there.
Oh, I'm just like, in what universe like a good idea? I would have expected Amber Heard's team to fight to keep this out. If Johnny Depp's side was saying, listen, what we want is to bring Johnny Depp's previous lawyer in to testify about how much he thinks this was perjury, what judge would ever have allowed that?
Right, exactly. Never.
Well, here's the thing, Ian, though, but this is the checkmate of this particular deposition testimony is that they needed it because they alleged these statements are defamatory, that they had to do something to try to prove that Adam Waldman's statements are defamation that can be pinned on Johnny. And the only way to do that is to try to link the conversations between them. But it's so stupid because they're all going to be privileged. Whoever, like who in their right mind, what freaking lawyer looked at that set of facts and said, yup, this is possibly a winning case. Yup, this is something that we can probably prove. I mean, this is the dumbest self-own in this case. And I'm mad just because this is just bad lawyering, bad analysis on the front end. Before you file any kind of claims or counterclaims, you've got to run an analysis on it to say, is this even a viable claim? Is this something that we could actually prove? And someone along the line in the beginning stages did not do their job properly because you end up in this position. The only way to get that information is to talk to Adam Waldman, and you can't get it because of privilege.
Were they compelled to use the deposition once were they compelled to call the deposition once they'd done it? Is that a rule?
I think, but even if they don't, let's say they don't bring in the deposition, the jury says there's supposed to be some kind of statements by this guy named Adam Waldman. He's not appeared. I don't know who he is. We're going to disregard it.
Right.
I mean, this is why I think that one of the big problems that Elaine has right now is that she's not running the show. Amber's running the show.
Yep.
And I think Amber thinks she's winning and says, you know what? I insist that you go for the bonus goal. I want to end up with money out of this. I want you to go for the bonus goal, which means we got to use that Waldman testimony. And because if I'm running the show, if I've got a client who's actually listening to my advice and I'm looking at the case as it was before that, I say, yeah, we've got this deposition. We're not touching it. It can just sit on a shelf and gather as much dust as possible between now and bit rot, because there's no way I want to put this in front of a jury. It's just a massive own goal.
But here's something to keep in mind too, is that the attorneys that are representing her right now are not the same attorneys that were representing her in the beginning of this litigation. I don't know when they were replaced, but she has at least once replaced her attorneys representing her. So my guess is that Rottenborn and Elaine Bredehoft, that they were not the ones that were responsible for filing that counterclaim. You know, but someone along the line said, okay, I guess we'll take this case, you know, like
they could have dropped it at any time, though. There's nothing stopping them from dropping it. Yeah.
Or they could just,
I don't think you could drop that counterclaim.
Or here's the thing, you don't drop it, you just lose on it, right? You just don't call the deposition. You know that you're going to get it struck at the end. You can make a public statement about how unfair it was that it was struck, but you don't threaten the other, like you don't threaten your defense for it, because that's what they did. They really threatened their defense by, you know, and if they've got to think that they've got 9 people in that room who've been instructed to never go online and never see anything about it, and at least one of them is probably breaking that right now and is probably seeing that Amber Heard is being investigated for perjury in the UK, because that's going around the internet.
Yep.
And, you know, now what are they going to be thinking? Oh, well, not only is this some internet rumor, but also this very nice lawyer thinks it's a thing. Oh, man. Yeah. Would you change your vote in the jury room to say that Depp should owe money if you were convinced that, you know, she's about to go to jail for perjury in the UK? You know, would you... They spent so much time running the ball towards their own goal today.
Yeah,
in so many ways.
They really did.
And then at the end of it, it's like, oh, by the way, you only have 8 hours left, and they have a whole 10 more hours than you because you spent today dropping the ball repeatedly into your own face.
Pete Shoemaker, I hope you're wrong about that. I really do hope that you're wrong about that. And I saw a super chat from Phyllis K earlier pointing out that she's over 60 and she's on Twitter. Thank you so much for pointing that out. And that's a very good point. There it is right there. So thank you so much for pointing that out, because and I saw that there was another one. I think it was one of the others, Tempura, I think, said that he's like 23 and not on Twitter. So anyway,
yeah, and I mean, you can't
totally understand that we can't make broad conclusions about people based on their age as to their competency of various social media platforms. Of course, we're simply operating off of like percentages and likelihoods and whatnot. But I do want to be clear that we're not making like hard and fast conclusions on these people based on that information. And I thank you guys for pointing those facts out to us, to call that into the conversation.
Yeah, I'm basing it more on his facial expressions. I got the sense that he is a person who dislikes Twitter and dislikes the idea of people getting kicked off Twitter. That's kind of my feeling. I might be wrong about it, but that's my guess from what he was, from the reaction there. Juror H thought that the whole him getting kicked off Twitter thing was funny.
My guess is that the reason why it's funny is because it was relatable.
Yeah, so it's probably she knows people who've been kicked off Twitter, or she's been kicked off herself, or
someone they know has been kicked off of Twitter, and they understand the frustrations of it. So that's my guess, is that it was a laugh of relatability.
Yeah, and I think that's a very likely conclusion. So it's what's her name, the previous, or the movie star, that was just a clown show.
Ellen Barkin.
Yeah, that was just a clown show.
The point of that one it also escapes me, because it showed that she was obviously very, very bitter about something about Johnny Depp, something that happened in their don't call it a relationship.
Yeah,
Right? Definitely not romantic. Because
It's a
she was
kind
very,
of
very,
relationship.
very spicily clear about that.
people laughed in the courtroom at that.
We did
Like, that
too.
was funny.
Yeah, and you know, and then it was all of what, 11 minutes, I think this is what they said. And it was, the whole point of it was to show that he threw a bottle one time in a hotel room or something, not even
And
at
it
her,
was
but
20 years ago,
across the
maybe.
room.
Not
20
didn't hit
years ago,
anybody.
right?
Didn't hear it hit anybody. It was a toss. She can't tell if it was at her, but it was near her and a bunch of other people, and it wasn't even about her. It's like,
Yeah, he said
okay,
they said they weren't fighting. So it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, okay, that was pointless.
what did you think about the psychiatrist?
I mean, in what respect? I thought he was fine.
I thought that calling or that presenting his thing was a major mistake on their part too.
Why?
Because the jury was looking sad for Johnny Depp at the points where he was talking about the struggles Johnny Depp has had.
Okay.
Oh.
Why would you
there's a
use
lot
up
of
your own
empathy for
time
him.
to make the jury feel sad for Johnny Depp?
Maybe it was a calculated risk. Maybe, you know, we may lose a little bit here, but the fruits of whatever he had to give out is, can overcome that. Maybe that might have.
Yeah, because I think analytically, without seeing the jury, I thought the psychiatrist said some things that were good for Amber Heard's side, talking about his controllingness, his jealousy, talking about demons and monsters. I thought there was usefulness there, but definitely not if the jury is looking at it as feeling sorry for Johnny Depp at the time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the thing that he was most persuasive on to the jury was, I think he did a really good job at convincing them that a rock star, movie star did drugs. Which,
yeah, we kind of gotten that memo already.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that landed the way they wanted it to.
Yeah.
No.
And it felt like they spent the entire day trying to undo anything that they might have accomplished repeatedly and in a variety of ways. I don't know.
Well, from being in there, it seems like from what you're saying, it seems like the jury's pretty much checked out, right? It seems like they've kind of already made up a decision based on what they've already seen and just going through the motions. Is that kind of like the body language you're looking at when you're looking at the jury? That's
kind of what I'm feeling. At least one of them is just actively, like, I don't think they can move him because I don't think he's listening anymore. I think at some point he's actually been napping, like actually asleep. And the jury seems really tired and really bored. And, that's also not it's been a long trial. But, when you've got a juror who is occasionally willing to just tilt his head to the side, close his eyes, and is immobile for like 15 minutes at a time, and then sometimes jerks when he sort of comes back to life, I'm going, I think he's napping. I think he's actually, just serious. And if he's willing to just go out and have a nap right at that point, then I'm thinking he's already made his decision and that there's nothing that they can do that's going to sway that.
Yeah.
I remember there was one time a juror in a trial I was watching. The juror was sleeping. They said, they tried to wake the juror up, but when he woke up, he said, "Amen." Like he looked up, he knew, like he's just praying for that short little time. Like no, thank God. Oh my God. So
I mean, that's a good strategy.
So I don't feel it's going all that well for Amber Heard. I still don't know if that means she's gonna, or that Depp's gonna win, because of course there's going to be jury instructions, and they're going to hear about how hard it is to prove defamation. So
yeah, if it comes down to the jury instructions, Amber Heard is toast.
Yeah, if you're praying for jury instructions at this point,
if they're not paying attention at this point, you think they're paying attention to the jury instructions? I mean,
Well, the other thing I noticed is there's a few deposition tapes where it'll switch back to Elaine, and I've seen jurors just make a face when she suddenly comes on the radio or comes on the recording, and they really don't like her. At least a couple of the jurors really don't like Elaine, and I think it's kind of on a personal level. Like they just because it's before she's asked a question, like before she's even finished a question, she just comes on and says, "Okay, so what I want to ask you next," and you can see them make the face.
I can understand.
That's a real bad
What if any
sign.
faces did she make?
Well, it's just like this face of like really disliking something. Like if you just bit into an apple and it tasted like worm, you know, that kind of expression.
And that's the issue with the attorney's likability too, is that as an attorney, you have to, like, that has to be part of your calculus for how you do these things, because if they don't like you, they may shut off from your voice, because they may get entirely sick of anything that you have to say. The what if anything meme is I mean, I expressed earlier tonight very clearly that I am very much struggling with it. I'm struggling with hearing her say, what if anything, what if anything, what if anything, what if anything.
ultimate
Every single time
cure-all.
I don't hear the question that she's asking anymore. I just hear what if anything. And it is physically painful for me at this point. There could be a juror that's feeling the same way, that might just be like, I can't listen to you anymore.
You've got to mix those things up. You can't just ask what if anything every time. And the other really funny moment was that they let Depp's team drop all those hashtags, because once they put them in as the live issue, like, you couldn't just go in and say, you know, you can't just call Amber a turd in court. As a lawyer, you're really restricted. But now, because they've given them those hashtags to play with, he could say Amber turd like 3 times.
I don't understand.
She hated that. She hated, like, the other ones annoyed her.
See that.
Amber turd just got her twitching. And I was just like,
I can understand that.
why? Like, why are you doing this to your own client?
Yeah.
Quick question. Sorry, I just wanted to ask Ian about the detective they had. I honestly don't understand really why they put the detective on, to really just kind of corroborate why the police. They didn't see anything. They wouldn't have wrote a police report.
Yeah.
It just, how did the jury, consume that? Because that's essentially what they were trying to impeach the police officers with the detective, but the detective seemed to back up the police officers.
Yeah, I don't know what they were hoping to get out of that. The jury was really attentive when the detective starts. So, really attentive at the beginning. But I got to turn the camera on here, because I've just gotten, actually, hold on a sec. Maybe I'll just read it rather than putting any details here that might reveal Rob's location. But there's he's put up "congrats on 100K" up on the door here, as I've just gotten here. So,
Rob,
nice. Take a picture of it and then check with Rob if it's okay to
fair enough. I will. I'm going to leave it as it is, and then I will take a picture later and check, because I don't want Rob getting harassed by some sort of weird stalker, because that could be a thing.
You might have to get a poster ready for Rob at his rate before you leave.
I suspect I might, because I don't want people like harassing Rob for feet pics at his house.
That'll happen naturally. We need that to happen organically. We don't need to super accelerate that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Rob says it's safe. I can show the poster there. So Give me 1 second. I'm just going to throw the camera on and try to limit how much we see here, but. So,
yeah.
Aww. I love it. That's such a dude
That's
poster
really,
too.
It's such a.
I mean, that's a really nice gesture.
The love and attention, Alita.
Of course, no. I'm not knocking it. I think I find it really endearing that it is so clearly a dude poster. It's not like, it doesn't have all these like froofy details that someone
There
like
was a page
me would put into it.
There was a page per number. It was very effective.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's 100% endearing and adorable, and I love it.
But yeah, so again, the people who were giving Rob, noise I disagree entirely, like 150%. So yeah, anybody who's, making Yeah, that kind of annoyed me when I saw that because yeah. But yeah, no, that was what do you call it? That was kind of a nice thing there. I'm still a little just kind of shell shocked, I guess.
This is how it happens. Yeah, it's congratulations, man. It's well deserved too. Your coverage at night, I've been watching too. It's just been amazing. Listening to the jar, I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. It's like the inside man.
I know. I love it.
And I gotta say, I'm also in this daze because I am stupid levels of tired.
I'm right there with you,
Yeah,
Ian.
get some rest, man. Tomorrow, everybody gets a nice little break from it. But it's it's been an amazing, I think 4 weeks now. It's been amazing though. It's been really great.
I mean, if you count the break, it's been 5.
If you count the break, it's been 6.
6. Sorry, 6. We're at the end of week 5.
Yeah, and tomorrow I get on the plane
and their team only has 8 hours left, so that's really like a day and a half, right? They're in
How
trouble.
did they
And let's not forget, we're talking about that's also if rebuttal witnesses for cross rebuttal witnesses, right? So you're
They
really
didn't
talking
rest.
about maybe, huh? Yeah, so
They
we're
didn't
talking about
rest.
maybe what,
They're going to put
3,
up
4
more.
hours?
I can't believe it.
Well, at least you're talking about 3-4 hours of witnesses, maybe. Then you got to hold some time to just for rebuttal. If you don't, then you're going to be screwed because you're late. You just get unchallenged. You know,
Johnny's team is going to put up Kate Moss, and no one's going to be able to cross-examine her.
Oh, that would just be hilarious.
They get 10 more hours next week. I mean, they got to be happy
hours.
about their position.
Oh, I mean, they have played this just so well. And part of this, I mean, as much as I say, I think they should have had like 5 more minutes on that cross. They shouldn't have had 2 hours more on that cross. Like nothing like that. They've been doing so well at these really quick, brutal cross examinations.
Or not brutal, right? Remember when we got on about Dennison and Dr. Hughes because it was very short and didn't do anything? This seems to be a part of their macro strategy was collect hours for that last week and hammer them.
And think about this. Think about this too. If Amber Heard's team runs out of time before them, they can also
actually put on the
Hey Rob. So we were just talking about the time discrepancy between the two sides, and I had a realization too. If Amber Heard's team runs out of time before they get to the rebuttal series, Johnny's team can have surgical precision for their directs for whatever rebuttal witnesses that they want to put on there. There's no cross-examination, which means they don't have to dedicate any time to a rebuttal or a redirect of that witness, which means they can put more rebuttal witnesses on potentially.
You can bring in
because
whoever you think is high exposure. Who do you think you didn't trust in his cross? Bring him in.
Yeah. Tassia Von Rees or whatever her name is.
The ex-wife.
Maybe that's right. Yeah, the ex that was accused of domestic assault. If you think that would give you good information, you could possibly put that up with no cross.
And then you could get an assumption that she tossed.
Yep.
It could be. And the other thing is they can play the game because after Amber Heard's side is done, they can put up witnesses and be like, okay, so here's our next witness. Are you going to cross them? Are you going to burn up that little bit more time? Because Amber Heard's got to be, at that point, they're going to have to be really afraid of hitting the big 0.
Yeah.
Because once they hit 0, you can do whatever you want, basically. And they're.
And to answer a question in the chat, do the closing arguments count for time? Ruth S. wants to know. No.
Yeah, that's a good thing because otherwise getting no close would just be insane.
Oh, I was under the impression they did count for time.
No, she counts the time, and then she said, and then Friday's closing.
Can we start lining up line holders because I'd like to be there for the close.
We need to have him there for the close.
DUI guy also told me that he's going to be. I believe he's going to be there on Monday as well. He wants to be there all next week. So we've got to get in contact with Nurse Liz and see if we can get that set up over the weekend. Luckily, we've got a little bit of time from between now and then, and see if we can get that set up because that would be fantastic to get you guys in the courtroom fresh and ready to go with some sleep and all that kind of good stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that day, so that's going to be a tough line. Everybody knows what's happening, and that's culmination.
We might need some people even earlier than we anticipate.
I've got sort of notions on that, but I'm not going to put them on stream just because.
Okay.
I feel like
that.
that.
My computer. I'll be right back.
That's kind of an own goal if I do that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Got it, Ian.
There's a rebuttal witness that they're playing. Essentially people are reporting they're playing and calling. Her name is Jan Hollowell.
Jennifer Howell.
Yeah.
Jennifer Howell. And she
was.
Go ahead.
She was brought up during Whitney Henriquez's cross-examination. So she was someone that Whitney either worked for or worked with, and she gave her a very different. What's that?
Yeah,
she's straight up teed up. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
she's coming in.
Yeah, she's coming in hot. Supposedly, she filed a declaration in the UK trial.
Nate, stop. Yes, she filed a declaration. 7 million people have sent it to me. Stop.
My God.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it.
Oh,
he doesn't want to be spoiled.
You want to say
spoiler alert?
Leave the stream.
Hope needs a declaration, guys. Send it to him.
Stop it. Ian, you're all these six-figure celebrities now. I'm the only one on the stream with fewer than 100,000 subscribers. It's fine with me, by the way, chat. But no,
go subscribe to Hogue. Go subscribe to
Hogue. Don't
do it. Let's get it to 100,000.
Don't send me the declaration anymore. Nate, if you want to talk about it, I will leave. I'm happy to.
Oh no! I just found out about it. That's why I was like, oh, this is like crazy stuff. This is
yes, I believe yesterday.
She's absolutely lying.
Yesterday during Whitney's testimony, the cross just says something like, "You lived with Jennifer Howell. You trust Jennifer Howell, right?" And I think on stream live, I go, "Who the hell is Jennifer Howell?" And then everybody and their brothers like, "Oh, you haven't seen the declaration?"
Yeah,
let me send it
I saw
to
it.
you.
It's a lot of highlights on it.
No, it's Rick does not want the conclusion, the end of this story to be spoiled for him. So he does not want any spoilers. Just like the movie that this trial really is.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think the jury noted it. It's such a weird sojourn in the Whitney cross. It's like, do you know Jennifer Howell? It's like, what are we talking about, kiddos? And then it never goes anywhere.
No, it wasn't supposed to go anywhere. It was supposed to open the door for Jennifer Howell. That's what it's supposed to do. She's coming in, and she's coming in hot.
Hogue and Kurt both need to be over 100K by the end of this trial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
go get them to 100K.
Yes. 100%.
I was joking about the fact
so that I can mail them signs.
I wanted to include Ian in the six-figure club because it's so awesome. I was making a joke. You don't have to grift for me. I'm very happy with my number.
We do have to grift for you because you've been grifting for everybody else. So
everyone
go subscribe. If you have not subscribed to Rick Hogue at Hogue Law or Kurt at Uncivil Law, please do now, because we want them to have their own silver play buttons. They have been dedicating so much time to this channel, and I really not much personal benefit,
I'm
but really
uncomfortable with this.
Of course you are, because you're wonderful.
Yeah.
But you know, they have been such supporters. They have been in here day in and day out. So many hours that they have spent with their faces on this channel right here, and they don't exactly benefit from that, right? Like the content hours, the watch time hours, like they don't benefit from that. What they benefit from is getting exposure to more people that'll then go and check them out. So please do support them with all of the time that they have spent on here and the commentary and their brains. These are both big brain channels. Like your brain will grow if you subscribe and you watch their content. I am constantly learning things from the both of them by watching their content. This is as another attorney who is licensed. So this is I cannot have better accolades like for these two guys and their legal minds, especially in their commentary. So please do. We have to get them to 100K, guys. We have to. They are just too great to not get them over that line.
Oh, and I should probably eat something.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna take him out to dinner. We're gonna go get something to eat.
All right. So we'll talk to you guys later.
All righty. See ya. And folks that are asking in the chat, where are they? They're linked in the description below. So find Hogue Law, find Uncivil Law, click on that, and then it'll take you to their channels. And then there'll be a little red button that says subscribe. Click that red button to make it happy.
I appreciate it a lot, Alita. That wasn't the point. I was just okay. I like just Ian's face here. Do you think he did
Is it frozen?
I'll remove him. Oh,
I think it's frozen.
Every time. I'm sorry. I always forget that it's on that window.
Every single time. It's like, oh, it's too close. It's too close.
I know. Yeah. So yeah.
Well,
Fantastic.
I'm gonna have to run, but listen,
Okay.
it's always great seeing you guys. Hogue, I'll hopefully see you in the morning because are you doing your morning thing tomorrow?
I think there's a good chance if you saw the New York Post headline. I don't want to make promises because I never know exactly, what I'm going to be doing. But I think a headlines and hangouts in the morning is likely.
No, it's such a great. For those of you who don't know, he's been doing this headlines and hangouts in the right before Elite, and it's such a great show because it kind of gives you a little wrap up of yesterday and what everybody's kind of talking about before you go into this. So even check him. If he does it tomorrow, it'll be pleasantly surprised. I watched
Today's
it.
was pretty great.
Coffee,
I was really stoked
good.
about today's because the Vogue and New York Times articles are very, very interesting. So no, I appreciate it, Nate.
No, I watch it, so I see the notification because I'm subscribed.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you guys, if you guys before the stream, if you guys want to go check it out, check out Hogue Law. He goes through it every morning, and I think it's a good wrap up. And with the leaders thing, with the leaders every day, I don't know how you're doing it, girl. That you're insane. The daily recaps, I'm like, this woman has like
that's the part that throws me. How does that even happen?
Yeah.
I have a fantastic editor who is also very, very dedicated to the project. So and it's he's fantastic and a miracle worker in his own right. So yes, I am working hard, but I'm not doing it alone. So rest assured. But yeah,
editor.
I mean, yes.
Oh, I thought you were.
I was saying I was out of here, but to the editor, I know you're in the background clicking super chats. Listen, brother, I know the pain. Great, we all appreciate you too because we know you're back there making it happen. So
yes, the
give
Muffin
the
Man,
the
Muffin Man in the back. See this guy right here.
All right.
So yeah. So and also I did see a super chat as well for Lawyer. Also subscribe to him.
Yeah.
He's very
He
close
was
to
on
100,000 as well. We really want to get these guys over that hump. Let's get how many law tubers can we get over 100,000 through this trial?
We should be able to get everybody. Yeah.
We really should because we've got so many great folks that have such great channels, such great voices, such great minds that I think really benefit a lot of people that tune into their channels. And it's one of those things that like what kind of content can make the world a better place? This is the kind of content.
First easy
folks
A
in law
plug.
too.
Wow.
See, I'm leaving on a high note. That was like the great exit, right? I'll
Exactly.
see you later because you're right.
Alrighty.
This is the type of content. Later, guys.
See you, Nate. Yeah. So let's get some more of these super chats. I regret to say that I know that I'm not going to be able to get to all of these. Oh, hey, Chris.
Hello.
Back. Hey.
I
like the
actually
voice of God.
couldn't sleep the last 2 nights. I don't know why, because I was so tired yesterday and I couldn't sleep and I couldn't sleep the night before.
Tired.
So I'm like, I'm about to collapse and I wonder if I'll be able to sleep tonight because it's getting frustrating.
I hope so, man.
No.
Absolutely.
Oh no. Have
yeah.
a good substantial meal like before you go to bed or something like with some good protein or like that should hopefully help. I don't know. That's something that's helped me in the past. Yeah. So like I was saying, we for sure will be wrapping up the rest of these super chats. Whatever we don't get to today, we will be getting to tomorrow in our super chat hangout session. Yeah, because we've got a ton.
Absolutely. No, I was actually going to ask you what you were thinking about in terms of today. I know you've ended early on Thursdays because you have that Friday overflow. Just so I know in terms of what I'm doing, what time are you thinking?
I think maybe I don't want to go a full 12 hours because I can feel my brain slowing down.
You are hilarious in this state, though. Just for the record, it's good YouTube.
It's good content, right? Yeah, I think maybe another hour. We could do another hour.
Yeah,
perhaps.
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe you guys can chat for a minute while I get up and stretch for a second, then come back like 2 minutes.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Go stretch.
Oh, all right. Cool. And then maybe the Muffin Man can bring up some question chats or something.
That'd be fine.
Play it by ear. You'll see them appear and you can address them at will.
Hit me, editor.
Okay.
Answer
Cool.
some things.
Cool.
Go
All
stretch.
right, I guess I should turn my camera off before I get up. Okay.
Hogue, assign FF7 main characters to trial folk. Well, I think Camille is probably Eris. Obviously heart of gold,
Yes.
but still a good fighter.
Yes.
Rottenborn strikes me as something like a Kefka. You don't know which direction he's going to go, but he has a strong and powerful presence. Kefka is not in Final Fantasy VII. You asked me to limit it to Final Fantasy VII, so I guess Sephiroth then. Elaine is like one of the executive directors of Shinra.
Yes.
In that, really agitating in terms of what she says, but sometimes competent and often an antagonist to what you're looking for. And then Ben Chu, man. Ben Chu is unassuming. He's like Sid. He's Sid, the airship pilot,
Nice. Good.
pilot engineer. That's my assignment. Thank you very much.
Who's X13?
X13 is wild card, right? Let's go with one of the baby lawyers.
Okay.
In the back there. But yeah, although I do like him for Ben Chu too, because he's wise beyond his years. All right. Sebastian Topping question.
And Amber Heard is the giant snake in the desert during that cutscene.
What would Amber Heard be? That's a good question.
The giant snake in the desert.
Well, I'd have to think about it. I would love. All right, I'm going to think on that further. I like that question. Sebastian Topping question: how is being an expert in cybersecurity on Linux allowing you to be an expert on social media data analysis? That's two different fields, and it showed remarkably in what we saw as testimony today. I don't think he felt like a good scientific expert for what he was actually testifying to. How did it happen? Apparently, the judge was okay with it. I mean, that's literally what happened.
All righty.
You can stretch
Bro,
more.
Stone.
No,
Great
no.
job,
I'm
panel.
good.
Stars eyes emoji. Isn't Rob Schnell associated with Rand Paul's political campaign? I don't know.
Rob Schnell. I don't know. I was thinking of
Certainly-
Eric George. He was
certainly
Governor
a computer
Pete Wilson.
engineer, Unix, Linux type guy. That fits in with my understanding of the Pauls and Ron Paul and Rand Paul. It wouldn't surprise me, but I can't confirm. You want to take over?
Freddie
Alina?
Michael Voorhees, serious question for once. While I prefer these shorter depots, helps my ADHD, is it actually helpful for AH to show these shorter, non-telling depots?
No.
I mean,
if they had stuff in them, if they had
yeah.
stuff in them, I love shorter depot. But
Yeah.
Where's the meat?
Amber's Genova. Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up some questions.
Amber
now.
is Genova is a great answer, Super Chatter.
Yeah, no.
Nailed
it.
it.
It is a
I
good
don't know
answer.
what Genova is.
Genova is an alien presence that has a tendency to take over people's minds and or seduce them hypnotically into doing very bad things.
Oh, okay. William Degenpour says Tug at YF made videos about maybe some credible witness intimidation towards JH and also DL. Tug said his source said FBI are openly investigating.
I believe that.
So
I believe some of these witnesses are being harassed. I mean, we've seen that already with people downvoting these people just because they're doing their job. And I maintain, I think what Alita said earlier, the principal problem for the defense is the client. I don't think as much of this is on Rottenborn and Elaine as it is on Amber Heard.
Yeah, I think so too. Darcy Sharon says JD is friends with a Kate, Winona, and Vanessa. He can put them all up on rebuttal without cross, plus the lesbian police officer who arrested Amber in Seattle airport, whom they accused of being homophobic and misogynistic. Yeah, that is actually who I would prefer. If I were JD's team, I would prefer to put her on rather than Tasya Van Ree, because Tasya Van Ree came out and said like, oh no, it was all a huge mistake. And then they accused the officer of being homophobic. So
I know nothing about the details here. That sounds horrible.
Yeah. Team Sanity is closing argument out of the time they have. Yes. Yeah.
It is not out of the yes, it is outside of the time.
Yes,
they
outside.
have.
Yeah, it's outside of the scope of like the countdown that we're doing. Yeah, sorry, that's how I understood that to be.
No, I mean I heard what the judge said, but I'm still not sure about this either way, because I'd want to know if the openings were out of their time. And
I think they were.
Yeah, so why would the openings be out of their time, but not the closings?
No, I think
I think we're using out of their time in a very unfortunate way.
We're using the terms ambiguously, or I am. One of us is, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not counted in their time for putting on witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. Like the countdown that we're doing, I don't think that the opening statements counted against their time, and I don't think that the closing arguments will count against their time, or at least I very strongly believe that the closing arguments will not.
It should totally though. Give them no closing. Let them burn.
I think I don't know. I don't know.
Either way,
I'm in favor of having like the cluster of times, like cluster of time for opening, cluster of time for testimony, cluster of time for closing.
Closing statement day is definitely scheduled. They definitely have set times. It's just not out of the, what is it, 60?
Yeah.
61, I think it was, for some reason.
Yeah. Harsha Reddy says, who do you think is jury leaning towards, JD or AH? Just wondering, with all these depots, is there a chance that would affect the jury's decision? It looks like the jury is leaning towards Johnny Depp from what we've been hearing. You know, assuming that Ian and James and Rob and Larry are interpreting that, you know, correctly. Liam Jordan says, just saw the New York Post posted jealous Johnny threw the wine bottle at Ellen Barkin. Imagine if this was being live streamed. If this wasn't being live streamed.
So many people sent me that headline. So that's the headline that's nominated for tomorrow if I do one.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you to Rich for bringing it to attention, all these headlines, so I can join Alita in the Losing Sanity Club.
I think Kurt comes onto my channel. He's fantastic. He comes on and he's basically like, "Oh, I'm going to discuss this one on my channel." And I feel like I think Kurt's slowly losing it from Hangouts and Headlines. Hey, James.
Yeah. Hey, James. How's it going?
Everybody. How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
We're good.
Oh, I'm trying to hang in there. I'm so glad that we don't actually have court tomorrow and I can sleep.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. I totally hear you. So what was the thing that jumped out about the jury most to you today?
Most today, I mean, I think that moment when the lawyer said that he was banned from Twitter and juror 8, who is the woman who's like between, I don't know, 40 and 55 maybe, they've categorized her as Irish Catholic or something. I'm not sure about that, but I've heard that floating around.
Okay.
She laughed at that, and I've very rarely seen, although I did hear from Shanley, the court TV reporter today, that she actually also laughed during Johnny's testimony, but I very rarely ever see her make any facial expressions, and I thought that was interesting. I mean, overall, I have to say the takeaway is that these video depositions do nobody justice, and that I think it's overall a loss, especially when you're bringing on people who don't have like a lot of credibility. I just saw the jury swiveling in their chairs, kind of like tapping out, not interested in what they were seeing on these screens, albeit, you know, a few moments here and there where something was, you know, interesting, where maybe a point was brought up, you know, specific to a situation that's kind of contested.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So here's a question. Did the jury react to AH during turning on Elaine's mic?
Oh, I must have missed that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it was a very small detail, and we may have only seen it just because of the cameras were on them. So we've got a couple questions here. Young right here wants to know jury reaction to hashtag Amber Turd name drop. And then this one, Ramon Fernandez, please, we are dying over here. What was the reaction to the hashtags and Amber Turd?
Yes.
People want to know.
The court loved the Amber Turd. So the courtroom itself, like the audience laughed, you know, for sure. And they didn't get admonished or anything. It wasn't that serious, but it was laughter a few times when he said it. The jury, not so much. They didn't really, it's not like even the jury number 2 guy who like typically like laughs at a lot of stuff. He didn't really laugh. No one really laughed. I think they might have missed it, or maybe, to be honest, I don't think a lot of them had heard of it before. I don't think they really knew what the Amber Turd hashtag was. I think a lot of them probably first heard about that incident in court. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it was missed upon a lot of them, but also it just wasn't something that maybe was as hitting as he thought it was going to be.
I wonder. I wonder if maybe in the moment they just kind of heard it and were just like, okay, but that maybe at the end of the day when they go home, they're like, what was that people were laughing at? Amber Turd. And then they kind of like sit and think about it, because like Poopgate has come up so many times. I wonder if it's one of those things that'll connect eventually, but just in that moment, they didn't have that connection like everybody else does.
Definitely. I think because also they're disconnected to begin with. So they're already, half of them are zoning out or doing other things. So I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then, so basically, like, just like you were saying, the overall consensus seems to be that, generally speaking, they're done with these video depositions, right? Like, it sounds like they're checked out of these video depositions for the most part. Was there anything that seemed to catch their attention in those in any of the depositions today that kind of like drew them back in from the ether?
Yeah, I mean, they were interested in hearing what was this, therapist or psychiatrist?
Oh, okay. Johnny's psychiatrist, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were interested. I don't know if it necessarily like made a difference. Like I didn't see like, oh, like, or like kind of like any kind of like big facial expressions, but I think they were interested in hearing about like what the details were about what Johnny felt about himself in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, because it was kind of personal. It was like his own writings, right? So they were interested in that. I think Ellen Barkin, you know, a couple of moments, but again, I think the jury really likes the live. So the live stuff, they were into it. They were doing the tennis, looking back and forth, you know, okay, you know, like, how are they going to answer? You know, how's he going to ask the question? How is he going to respond to that question? But everything else, I think they hate it. I really think they hate the videos personally.
After a while, it does get painful. And we've had a lot of video depositions in this case. Hellsgate wants to know, how does a jury's socioeconomic and cultural background affect deliberation, assessment, and outcomes? I know this isn't so much of a how did the jury look today kind of a question, but it socioeconomic, socio-ethnic, and cultural background, it can make a difference because you've got different households, different ways of upbringing. But I also would caution before putting too much emphasis on someone's racial or ethnic background, because they might be someone who has lived, you know, whose family has been in the United States for several generations, many generations, and might be just as you know, bland American as anyone else who looks different from them. You know what I mean? So I do caution from that, but you know, it can play a role. I would say socioeconomic would be a little bit more at play, especially in a case like this where we've got, you know, Hollywood celebrities that are you know, talking about crazy amounts of wealth and owning islands and that kind of stuff.
Well,
But
can I
yeah.
say real quick to that? I thought it was, yes, the island wealth and things like that for sure. I just thought there was one moment in Amber's testimony where she was talking about getting married to Johnny Depp and the fact that he had like a couple of homes or something. And she turns to them and she's like, I know that sounds crazy. Like, you know, like it wasn't just one home we were going to. Like, you know, we married, it was like a couple homes. I'm like, you know, this is Northern Virginia, right? Like these people are quite wealthy, like most likely, like this is one of the richest suburbs in the country. And you're talking to them like they don't know like anything.
Like they're country bumpkins
Yeah,
or something
exactly.
like that.
And the one guy, like they are, and I've seen the cars that some of the juries drive, and they're premium luxury cars. You know, they're not. So,
Oh
so yeah.
wow. Yeah, that's interesting because they might take that as pure condescension. And even if they are blue collar workers, they could still take that as very condescending as well.
Exactly. I think overall, yeah, that was and the socioeconomic part kind of played into that. So I just thought that was,
Yeah.
because it's like, you know, she's acting like they're like, I don't know, again, like they're just fans or something, but it's like, you know, like these people, like they work for the government, they work for like Lockheed Martin, like, you know, you're an
Yeah.
actress. So I wouldn't be careful. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it does. I
Zayn-
think socioeconomics plays a lot into it personally.
Yeah, I would think so too. Zainab Ertu says, can juries see the support for JD in front of the building? And do you think this would affect their opinion?
Yes. The jury, like I've walked with them sometimes, not like we haven't walked together, but I've walked like to my car and been like, oh my God, that's the juror right behind me or right in front of me. So they absolutely see the crowds in front of the courthouse. They absolutely see the lines of hundreds of people lined up beforehand. Yeah, they probably hear the cheers. If the juror's already there in the back jury room, they hear the cheers, which now the sheriff has said, do not cheer in the courthouse. You can no longer cheer when the legal team walks through. it was hilarious. People literally screaming, clapping, like in the courthouse outside of the room. So, just hear all of that. They have to know,
Yeah. And then on top of that today, I feel like that just gets confirmed in the online world after today's testimony, where they heard the testimony about the hashtags and like, oh yeah, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag is like the most popular one out of all these hashtags. If they pieced that together, right? Like if they were able to connect those dots, because if these are new hashtags for them, it sounds like, which is a good thing, by the way, because it shows that they truly do not know about this case before coming in here and serving as jurors. And that's exactly what we want is people coming right off the street, not knowing anything about it. But that could also kind of play a role after hearing about that testimony and then walking outside and seeing all that support again, as it has been day in and day out. And then just kind of thinking like that could surely play a role. Lara G says, for lawyers
Can I ask
studying
a
the
question
jury.
here before we move on? For our
sure.
friend.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the jurors are driving to the courthouse, which was an interesting detail, because I think some of us had previously assumed that maybe they were meeting somewhere else and being bussed in or something.
I did.
So I'm curious to the degree that the jurors, when they're walking to or from the courthouse, appear to be concerned about being recognized, are being recognized. People are trying to meet them or talk to them. I don't know if you can comment about any of that, but I'd be curious if you could.
Yeah, without giving too many details about these folks.
Of course. Yeah, and actually, I've heard you before, actually, Alita, talk about the jurors and say like, oh, I think that they probably have like, they go into special entrance or do things like that.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
so
assumed.
much. It's very normal. It's a lot more normal than I thought it would be. I thought that just what you're saying, that people would want to talk to them, people would try to find them after, but no, I think honestly, these people are so obsessed, and not in a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way, but they are so passionate about Johnny Depp that they do not care about anything else. They don't care about the jurors. They don't care about the judge. They love Johnny. So, I mean, yeah, I guess if Amber's team wanted, they could, but obviously that's super illegal, but they, the jurors are just around, they're there in the cafeteria, they're there in the courtyard. Actually, I was there with Ian and he was streaming and he left because he's like, I probably shouldn't be streaming where you can see the jurors in the background because they're sitting in the courtyard. So yeah. But no, people don't bother them or anything like that. I've never seen anyone approach them outside of
That's
the court.
amazing. That honestly, that really kind of restores some of my faith in humanity so far. The fact that like so far nothing has happened with that. It seems like there's just been so much trust. But it also just kind of bewilders me a little bit at the same time to think like Fairfax isn't doing anything extra for such a high profile trial. But anyhow, I mean, maybe it'll be fine. Lara G says, for lawyers studying the jury, I enjoy watching court proceedings, have served on a federal jury. I checked out sometime during Crazy Hair Man. All right. Sorry, I thought there was going to be a question in there. David Greenberg says, question, could you please ask if given a chance to speak with any of the known people in the courtroom, how two jurors reacted and responded to Waldman's testimony? Thank you.
Well, we can ask James.
Yeah. Waldman was Johnny's lawyer, right? Who kept getting
yes, the big Coke bottle glasses. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, and Ben Chu kept saying like, you don't have to, you can't answer that because it's confidential.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So there wasn't much of visible physical reactions, except for the certain jurors who, in my opinion, have already kind of made up their minds to an extent. They're always kind of doing some things with their eyebrows or things here and there. But because this was like a Johnny witness, it was more about like Elaine's like line of questioning. For me, as like a layperson in this, I felt like she was asking questions that she knew she couldn't ask, but she was just doing it to set up a narrative. So that's what it felt like to me. Like, and especially, and I said this earlier, especially because the other lawyer, and it was Ben, who was the one that was the other guy who, sorry, in the recording. And because we've already established him as a figure of court, and to me, he's one of the more likable people in court. He's very nice. And the jurors see this, he's very polite to all the other attorneys, like the judge. He is the most respectful of the judge, like always says thank you, always says like very much so, more so than, I mean, Camille as well. But he's like very, very polite. So the jurors see that, and I think that they kind of like him to an extent. They respect him. So having him be there and be the one to say like, okay, well, you can't, you know, he can't answer this. It's like they trust that. I think at least I did. You know, I kind of was like, okay, well, that makes sense. Like he seems honest to me because he's already been honest in court. Like all his, you know, his objections, his line of questions has never come off like off base. So anyway,
That's
so
a
yeah.
very important point. That's a very important point. Is that's the other part about likability of the attorneys here is that over time you either develop trust or you destroy trust with these attorneys. And when it really matters in a case like this where it could be ambiguous, you know, it could end up playing in your favor if they trust that you have come across so far honestly and respectful.
Yeah, I think so. And I think especially in, well, it doesn't help these video depositions, but especially when they do all these depositions that the jury like is kind of like tuning out to, what do they focus on? The drama of the court, the interpersonal dynamics, what the jurors are doing. I mean, not the jurors, sorry, what the lawyers are doing, what the judge is doing. I see the jurors look a lot to the audience. They're looking at who's in the audience, you know? So I think that even comes more so into play. So yeah, they're looking at him and all the things that he does. And I mean, they're sitting right in front of him, you know? So I think the personalities, I mean, to say that personalities of the lawyers don't make a difference, I think, you know, I'm pretty sure it does, especially with these high profile cases.
Yeah, I think so. Caitlin Thompson wants to know overall. Oh wait, sorry, we already did this one. Rafael Guimaras Almeida says, "How does the jury react when Elaine says, 'What if any?' Do they feel as physically pained as I do?" Is what I would like to know personally.
I don't know. I don't physically what she says, but I think the few of them who maybe have more of a handle on the law and like it's like super annoying, and she's just doing it as a technicality to get out of a line. But I would say for me,
this one though, because I don't want to give details
yeah,
on these jurors, but I do want to show stream dead, stream lag. Let's see if people can refresh. It's showing up lagged for me too. It's okay, now it's better. Give me a sec here. Let me put in the chat. Let me see the stream health here back. It says healthy. Stream health is excellent. So it's not on my end, whatever's going on here. So all right, it's back. People are okay. Okay, now we've got the chat back. Okay. Rahel H wants to know what kind of cars the jurors drive. We're not going to answer that because I don't want to unintentionally give some personal information.
Can we get license plate numbers and VINs?
Yeah, no. But here's a question here is I wonder if the jury saw Ben Chu flip off AH when she was the witness. I think that what she's referring to is he had his hand on his face, but he had his middle finger up like this. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't know.
I can't imagine that was intentional just from what I've seen about him. I know I think a lot of men of that generation, they do that with their middle finger. They use I know my grandfather uses his middle finger like to point and do other things. Yeah, so I think I've seen a lot of people rest their hand with their middle finger like that. I don't think he does not seem like the type of person that would ever do, even if he felt that way to do something like that, which I don't think he would ever do in person because he seems like a very polite, like,
yeah.
Anyway, I think he knows how even the judge might perceive that, and I don't think he would ever do that in a courtroom, personally.
Yeah. No, I do have a similar vibe with him as you do. Jake Ludwig says, question, will the jury deliberations be done on Friday with a verdict? If no, how long do you predict it will last? Justice for Hogue to 100K.
My bet remains they finish that day.
I think it's probably going to be about a day or two. That's
given
what
all the reports we're hearing about how the jury's checked out and how well this case is going. I think they finish that Friday.
I like it for a half week.
Yeah,
I'll bet you on the under.
You're probably right.
Sorry, I had to take a squirt bottle away from Indy. She was about to chew it up. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. There was another question here, less so about the jury, but can and will JD file a motion to dismiss when AH rests before a bottle? Yes.
Yes. And
See if it's reported the same way, by the way.
What's that?
See if it's reported the same way, by the way.
Oh, of course. Of course.
We'll definitely file for a motion to strike.
It's a decent
Yeah.
chance he wins it too. I mean, I don't think it's a given by a stretch, but
he's got a shot.
There's a shot.
The tie to
Yeah.
Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp has to be responsible for those statements, and that's real
Yep.
weak.
Yep.
Here's a question. Elizabeth says, JD not looking at witness seems disrespectful. Not looking at AH loses impact if he's not looking at anyone. He did look prior. Jury impacts. Thoughts?
I
So-
never would have read that as anyone. So my first thought is amazing job, Alita.
Thank you.
Secondly, is he not looking at anyone else?
He has been. He
Hasn't been in that huddle he was in when Amber Heard was on the stand. So I assumed he was glancing up occasionally. I don't know.
In the beginning, the first couple witnesses, he was very much inside himself until he himself took the stand, I think. Well, and then like a few people like Isaac Baruch, you know, like when he was on the stand, like he kind of allowed himself to open up a little bit and, like, you know, watch him and whatnot. But
the other thing is there's nothing to look at for the videos. I mean, they know what the depositions are.
Yeah.
What are you gonna look at?
Yeah, James, do you have any kind of insight from being inside the court and like seeing the jury reaction? Do you have any sense that they might have felt disrespect coming from Johnny not looking at Amber when she's taking the stand?
Oh, Chet's right. He definitely looked at Whitney.
Johnny not
Yeah.
looking at Amber? No, I don't think that, because I mean, that's an uncomfortable situation. You know, what do you expect? You expect him to like look at her. I do think it doesn't help that he does look down a lot. Like he won't even like look kind of at the testimonies like on the video screen, which I can imagine, you know, if you feel like these people are lying about you, it's very hard to like look at them. But I do notice a couple of the jurors like watch him, and, you know, and sometimes it could come off disrespectful that he's just doodling and things like that. Although I think, you know, setting up the fact that he has trauma and these other things, you know, maybe that's just how he deals with it personally, you know. But it definitely can be perceived that way.
Yeah, it could. And then do you have any thoughts on him having looked at Whitney, since it does look like he was watching her for that? I mean, obviously you couldn't, maybe from your vantage point, you probably couldn't see exactly where he was looking. But I don't know if you saw the jury looking at him or something.
No, and I couldn't see if he was like staring at her or kind of just like looking up or whatnot. But the jury, they were more like looking at her at that point. Again, a lot of them don't really look at. A lot of them don't look at him that much. I would have thought that, you know, they would have maybe be staring at him more, you know, because they get a view of what he's doing. But, you know, there's a couple that'll glance on him. They look a lot at, obviously, the lawyers and stuff, but a lot they look over at Amber. Maybe it's better to see her from a far distance. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Apple Pie. I'm petting her for you. Yeah. And I did see a super chat. I think we addressed this one already, but just in case we didn't, who do you think the jury is leaning towards, Amber Heard or Johnny Depp? What are your thoughts on that one, James?
Okay, well, that's hard because it has to be unanimous. So it's not like a 50-50, you know, it's like one way or the other. Because it's unanimous, I mean, it does not seem like it's going in Amber Heard's direction, because I do believe that there are at least two people that vehemently do not believe her at all. And if those two people are like, you're not going to get a unanimous, because they're going to constantly say, no, look at this, like all of this, you know. So I do see more people changing. Again, I don't think these testimonies help at all. I don't think any of these video ones, especially these ones with it's like her friends saying these things, and nothing they say is like anything particularly violent. I mean, I guess their argument is going to be it does constitute abuse, so she wasn't lying. Except if they didn't have her do that whole crazy story in court, maybe they could make that argument by saying, look, he abused her these times because he scared her when he threw this, he scared her when he did this friend. But when she's saying he broke a bottle and he said he was going to cut my face off and do all these terrible things, you've opened the door now. Like, you have to prove that he did these things. And she can't prove it at all with any of these witnesses. So that's why I don't know if they're going to rule that he has defamation, but I don't believe they're not going to rule in her favor. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah. And then Rena Fagel says, sorry, late to this. No worries. On balance, who won the day, AH or JD? What are your thoughts on that based on what you saw today, James?
Wash. I don't know if any of it made a difference, to be honest with you. It was all, nothing.
Yeah. Which for me personally, I think that basically means that it's a Johnny win, because it's Amber's case in chief. It's her time to put on the stuff that's going to move the needle. And if it doesn't,
opportunity
then that's
cost at bare minimum. That should have moved forward, as you said, move the needle. It didn't. That's a waste of time, both literally and figuratively, as we saw from the time summaries at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Rahel
crazy.
H. Oh yeah. Rahel H says, I wrote wrong, expensive or not, trying to figure out their socioeconomic status. That
was the car question.
Yes.
Two of them do seem much higher on the socioeconomic status level. They all seem pretty put together. I mean, none of them drive like bad cars. Some of them drive very, very, very nice cars, and the rest drive, cars, regular cars that I might have something. So anyway, I'll say that.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Anyone in like a Lambo or Ferrari or something? That'd be badass.
Close. No, I haven't seen that, but very close. Very, very close. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrie Collins says, Ian, I worry for your safety. Amber Turd may lunge for your throat. Will you be there next week?
I think Ian's coming home. I mean, I think he's going back home.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Yep. Sorry, Ian's not here to hear that too. Nicole F says, Mom, can we approach the bench for pets? I might need to take her out for a minute. Although if we're going to be 18 minutes.
Yeah. When did you want to stop?
I think she can wait a little longer.
Okay.
Are you doing 18 minutes more?
You wanted to end at something like 11 hours, right?
Yeah. So we've got another like 18 minutes.
All right. I think I'm going to try to do at least an hour of after party. So let me set that up.
Okay.
Sounds good. Cool. Don Lionheart says, Alita, how much to borrow Indy for a day or ever? Not forever. I don't know. I guess we could always use pet sitters. We go on vacation too, right? Right, puppy?
Oh.
Anyhow.
Ready for his close-up.
She's a sweetie. Yeah. Venray LOL says, would it be a legit strategy for JD's team to leverage their time advantage to get a bunch of witnesses in rebuttal and force AH's team in a time crunch between cross and closing? Well, so closing is a different calculus. That time doesn't count for closing. So the clock will reset for closing essentially. But I do think that they still have not rested their case. So they still have some witnesses to put on ostensibly, which means they've got a limited number of hours to cross-examine potential rebuttal witnesses.
Absolutely. This is exactly correct.
Yeah. Super Collins, the cyber analyst here. Computer guy knows his research was skewed. Hashtags trend. Therefore, more people are tweeting the exact same hashtag. The more fair comparison is Google search trends like JD presented.
You nailed it.
All right. Has there been any medical testimony on how a broken nose heals? Says Walter Beasley. No, there has not. Lucia Petrozzi says, why is anyone bringing up the fact that JD's witnesses did not see him hit AH on the stairs, therefore disproving Whitney's testimony? That's going to be well, Travis McGivern said that he was there, right? He said that he was there. He didn't see him hit anyone. And that's argument that's going to come up in closing argument. Jack 2767 says, do you think Team JD is letting Team AH run down their clock and then bring in a bombshell witness? I think so. I think that's a grand strategy right there. Minnesota Mickey says we should all remember JD smokes insane more and weed plus ADHD, so he has to keep himself busy. Probably. Shakal 1997 says, with regard to Australia SA allegations, wouldn't there have been a bottle covered with blood from JD's severed finger? Didn't alleged SA incident happen after his finger was damaged? That's what Camille was getting at in cross-examination was, and Amber was trying to say, I didn't testify to a sequence of events, which is such a stupid thing to say because you told a story. A story has a sequence of events. So trying to say like, that you didn't tell a sequence of events, you're essentially saying I didn't tell a narrative. So, but that's what Camille was getting at. I'm a ninja says, what exactly is the purpose of a jury alternate? I can't imagine it feels good to be there for all 6 weeks only to be told you're an alternate. I know.
You had the guy in the jury that had to leave. So you pre-prep with people that are getting all the evidence in the exact same way under the exact same rules, because God help the resources that have been wasted if you lose more jurors than you have alternates and you can't actually field a jury that complies with the statute.
Yeah. So, but it does suck to be an alternate.
The worst
in this case.
2 people are going to be like,
Nicole F says, if Amber is convicted of perjury in the UK, can they overturn Johnny's case? I don't know. You know what? We're gonna have a barrister on the channel next week, so we can ask him.
Cool.
Yes. Or sorry, not next week. Well, actually, maybe he can come in for some of the testimony too. But I was going to bring him in to talk specifically about the UK case during jury deliberations. Cynthia Roberts says, will the judge speak to Elaine about mocking JD? Also, JD heavy smoker has to go a long time without smoke, drawing to help distract. I think that could very well be. And he's also been chewing gum, so there could be some like Nicorette gum and whatnot.
If the judge said anything, we wouldn't hear about it.
Yeah. Cynthia Roberts says, will the judge speak to Elaine about mocking? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we covered this one. Alicia Peterson says, there was a cast on his hand regarding stairs. Remember? Yes.
That was referenced.
Around the time of the stairs, yeah. Aaron says, motion to strike Amber countersuit. Yep.
It's
going to happen. It's going to happen. Ethan Allen says, would any of you do a Q&A for future law students? Yeah.
I talked to a lot of future law students in like DMs and chat and things.
I've chatted over Skype and whatnot. Andres Calderon says, in the depositions, when the other side is asking questions to do their time change or only affects the time of the calling side.
Strictly speaking, we don't know.
We don't know. Based on how some of the information is good for one side and good for the other side, my guess is that like the amount of time that is involved in the portion that side wants to get in is going to count against that side. Scaredy Fish says, could the $50 million make the jury reluctant to find for Johnny, even if they might tend to believe his side more? I think generally speaking, yes, but that is why it is so important for his team to kind of humanize those numbers and to draw like where those numbers come from. Like, even though this is a defamation per se case, they don't actually have to prove these economic damages because it's defamation per se. It helps to make those numbers a little bit more relatable. They have to, because otherwise the jury's just going to be like 50 million. Like, what the heck are you talking about? Elizabeth
separate questions. I think it's separate questions who wins, and then who knows what the jury does with the number if they want to give it to Johnny.
Yeah. Elizabeth says, how are the final jurors that deliberate selected? So it's going to be by a random process chosen by the judge. But
it's a game of skill. Judge Azcarate's she's going to have him throw darts. It's going to be a whole.
Thing. Seriously, could be. We've seen lotteries happen. We've seen all kinds of stuff.
We did. We saw Rittenhouse pull his own jury.
Yep. Alita, do you ever sleep and eat? I eat while I'm sitting here. I had my giant bowl of
salad.
You
see that giant salad? That was the world's biggest salad.
I've got Cheez-Its. I've got Oreos here. Not a lot of healthy stuff. That's hence the salad. But anyway, M. Strella says, would y'all have taken Amber's case or denied her? I would not have taken it. If it was pre-filed, pre-counterclaims, I would have seriously considered it and had a conversation about like this is how I would try your case, take it or leave it. But if she came to me and said, I've already filed these counterclaims, will you take my case? I would say no.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's the right answer because it's like I think there's a winnable way, but I think Amber Heard's steering the ship.
Ian Kinzel says, question 2. I read AH's net worth is around $8 million. If JD wins, where is the $50 million coming from? Future
Out of that
wages,
8.
future movies. Don Leinhart says, LawTube should consider setting up a mentorship program. Yeah. Lauren North says, I'm still a little confused about how Johnny could win if the jury believes he hit her some point, even if Amber is lying about some things.
The main way Johnny wins, if they find that he hit her, is that the headline comes in and stays in, and they don't find that the SV was there, because that's a heinous kind of claim.
Yeah.
I think if they find that Johnny hits her, you get into a weird situation where the jury's not going to like giving him a win, so it gets weird. But yeah, I think that's the main legal theory that you would use is the headline gets you a defamation claim.
Yeah. Susan Williams says, why was JD Psych Devo allowed?
Yeah, James.
He was his
I
patient.
don't mean to interrupt. If it's okay, I'm actually still in the courtroom parking lot. I'm gonna jump off, go grab something and go back to the hotel room. But
Oh yeah,
I'll be there on Monday if y'all want, or anytime. I mean,
absolutely.
To help.
Sounds great, James.
I'll send you the StreamYard link for tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon East Coast time, I will be I'm going to go live to go over a lot of these super chats and to have a hangout session. So if you want to join for that, pop in whenever you'd like. You are more than welcome to come back as well. I'll for sure send you that link.
Yeah, I'll officially do that. So, give people some time maybe to get some questions, and I'll type up all my notes and maybe get some more good information outline. So again, thank you all so much, and have a great night. Talk to y'all later.
Thank you for joining us. This has been really, really great to get your insight. All right.
Thanks so much, James.
Have a good night. Get some rest.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Do you have James's Twitter in your description?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Susan Williams, why was JD Psych Depo allowed? He was his patient because it's all of that has been put at issue by the claims and defenses in this trial. So that the doctor-client or doctor-patient privilege is real, but it can be waived in litigation if something about that treatment or basically treatment is at issue in this case. Casey Langford says, I noticed Amber's PR has gotten better in the last week. Vogue, Time, BuzzFeed. Do you think this is intentional due to how court has been going? I think they absolutely are putting forth a concerted effort in the face of this trial. Michelle White says she will pledge the $50 million. Oh, man. Yeah. Cynthia Roberts says, was Whitney in court today? Oh, I wish we could have gotten that one. I don't think so, though, because we would have seen her and she wouldn't have been allowed to sit with the team. So we would have known about it. Let's see here. What else is there? I'll get some from the top, I guess. Hey, from Israel, guys, can you talk a bit about what value AH's team wanted to get from Waldman's depot? What do you think they succeeded / failed at? I don't think they succeeded at literally anything. Michelle. Oh, okay. Gleister Legal Solicitors and Advisors says, morning. Were there any bombshells today or can I watch it 2x speed? I'd rather keep up with your commentary. Anyway, 2x speed. It was a waste. It was largely a waste. I will say that. Your name is Alita, right? Yes. It's well, that's at least I should say that's the for the international crowd. I will say this. That's the Americanized pronunciation of my name. In Lithuanian, it's Alita. It's a diminutive of another similar name. So it's like a nickname, but for non-Lithuanians, they often have a hard time pronouncing it that way. So Alita is like the best next bet. Madeline Retman says, if either makes a public statement is made by AH or JD, will they get in trouble by the judge?
Sounds like
so.
it.
Based
I thought it was
on
with
what
an
she
E at
said,
the end, not an A.
It is with an E.
Well, right, but I think that
He was
they were
asking
asking about the pronunciation.
Because I was really, really confused. Have I misspelling your name all this time? Because that would be great. news.
No, I always remember because it's Legalbytes and her name is spelled like bites.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I remember
it. Yeah. Madeline Retman. Oh yeah, we already got that one. And I'm also adding the redirect in here, the proper link here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hopefully that should work. It's not letting me like resave it though. Sorry, I'm doing multiple things at once here. Okay, that should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll get whatever version of Google redirect they decide to ding you with, Kurt.
I know. Infinite Session says, will the trial go on through next week, Monday through Thursday, until the 27th being the verdict day? 27th is maybe a verdict day, but more importantly, it is the closing arguments day in the morning.
Hogan's at 90K?
But otherwise, yes. Trial next week will be Monday through
what?
Thursday.
90K.
Oh,
90K.
Hogan's
that's
at 90K.
That's not very nice of you, fun folks. I appreciate it.
We'll get you there. Alyssa Rose says, speaking on different types of power, could you argue that the Me Too movement was a form of power that AH used against JD? Yes. Annette Camano, thank you. Baz Ratty Baz says both recorded each other, but not once has either of them professed to only defending their self. If either was totally innocent, they would not have tried to incorporate that in their recordings. Would they not have? Possibly. I would caution against that too, because, you know, as a lawyer, I want to say like, yes, of course, like if you have somebody accusing you of something and then you don't defend yourself in that could be considered an implicit admission in the face of that accusation. But at the same time, when we're talking about DV situations, you also have certain power dynamics and people being afraid to speak up against the other person for various reasons. So I would caution that. Tito Malik says, good morning to the dream team. Who is the lady regularly accompanying JD on arrival? Relative? Is it okay Whitney looked at her sis a lot? I think it's okay that Whitney looked at her sister a lot, especially given what we heard from Ian from the courtroom today, saying, look, everyone involved in this case has been totally opposed to her, and she doesn't want to look at her attorneys all the time because that looks suspicious too. It looks like you're getting guidance from them. So there's really nowhere for Whitney to look other than perhaps at her sister. So I can understand that, you know, now, especially having heard what Ian was saying about that. And then the lady that's been regularly accompanying Johnny Depp on arrival. She's another attorney. I've seen some reports about her. I can't remember her name, however. How do Bob Sinclair, how do lawyers recruit witnesses and ensure they're on their side? They have first informal chats with them to find out how they will answer questions.
One thing for seasoned witnesses, you can go and see what they said about similar circumstances. So a lot of the times when you see like Dr. Hughes has been in 51 trials, you know which side she's likely to talk about. So that's an easy one. How did they find this guy to talk about data analytics today? He would appear to be the one that was willing to do so, I would guess.
Yeah. And I will also say, so that's for expert witnesses. When it comes to regular like lay witnesses, you're going to hear from your client. You know, if they say so-and-so is here, so-and-so is there, you know, like this is somebody who's supportive of me. This is someone who's not, you know, like this, that's oftentimes what you'll do. Sometimes have an informal conversation with them before you do other stuff. You know, it's like a lot of times what you do is through the discovery process and learning about the other side's witnesses. The way you do it is you ask in written discovery requests, ask like who all was there on the day of this incident, who all have you talked to about the subject, who all have you texted with, who all have you, you know, like that kind of stuff. So it identifies people that they have had discussions with, and then you know who you can depose to get more information. And then through that process, you learn like, well, where does their loyalty really lie? What kind of information are they actually giving us? So you know everything long before you ever get to trial. Yvonne Sutton says, jealousy can be a result of childhood and adult traumas. Given JD's past and the fact that AH and JD met on set, could they explain the jealousy? Sure. Rob Kiet says, do you think JD's team wanted Whitney in just to hear her ex-roommate in to give the expected contradictory evidence? I think that they decided that, ultimately this was a game of chess for Johnny Depp's lawyers. They won if Whitney was excluded because of the deposition issue, and then they won if she was included only on a limited basis, and they were able to ask her about Jennifer Howell. So that's how I see that. Zalian X says, do you think that having all these witnesses on tape as opposed to in person makes Amber look less credible? I think having those video depositions be her supposed best friends does. I think that does. To a normal jury, like as an attorney, it shouldn't, but to a jury that can communicate that, because it says like, well, there's no loyalty there from them. There's no support for her, possibly. Haya, thanks again for this really great super chat. Sorry, you may have answered this before, but it's Jennifer Howell testifying. I heard she's testifying through deposition, but she cannot be on the stand because she's watching the trial. Second, is this the last day AH will present her case? They haven't rested yet, so my guess is they have at least one or two witnesses that they plan to put on to testify on Monday. And as for Jennifer Howell, we expect her to. We don't know for sure if she will, but she's testifying through deposition, but she cannot be on the stand because she's watching the trial. So if she is testifying through deposition, her testimony cannot change because it has already happened in the past. So that's the concern about a witness looking at the news is that they are watching the trial, so that in order to line up their testimony with the other witnesses that have already testified, you want to avoid them from doing that. But if it's through a deposition, there's almost no concern about that because it's already happened. It's already been recorded. There's nothing to change if she sees anybody testifying. We'll do like one or two more. Mixed Media and Murder says, question, can court kick you out for coughing and disrupting? If you are disrupting, yeah. Coughing, if you're coughing too much and
Say if it's
and
chronic,
people are,
could
yeah.
you take that outside? Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah. Glam Reaper says, pattern. Other relationships began to crumble when AH entered his life. Doesn't that tend to happen to victims? I don't know if that tends to happen to victims. I can't say one way or another. I'm not being skeptical. I just don't know. But it certainly looks like a pattern, doesn't it? NM says, why is EB first on some of these depots for AH? Because
they didn't use Depp's counsel on some of those videos. I don't know whether they're saving time or how that works. There were a number of videos that were just Elaine,
which
then
can
she's first.
indicate which can indicate, I mean, remember, they don't have to cross-examine every single witness. So it can indicate there's nothing to cross-examine here. There's nothing wrong with their testimony, and that's a power move.
I don't think Ellen Barkin got a Johnny Depp questioning in the depot. I'd have to look at those, but there were a couple of them.
I think you're right about that, actually. And I'm sorry, I want to do a couple more. Don Lionheart says, if we're at damages, is AH done trying to prove DV? Maybe it sounds like it.
That's how they usually organize these. So yeah.
Yeah. Just Bystander says, why can't they be live in court? Can't they demand that? Not really, because there is a rule that if somebody is unavailable, like for example, if somebody's died, there's no way to demand their presence. But the question is whether the reason for their unavailability is reasonable and whether the judge accepts that reasoning. So yeah. Ashley Hamill says, question, people are saying this is the guy who made Depp slam cabinets because he lost $600 million for JD. I think so. Wendy's Cafe says, I think AH team is wrapping up their case with these last few witnesses. NW will be rebuttal, correct?
Next week.
And next week, yeah. But maybe at some point on Monday, but not immediately on Monday. So I think that is going to be it for today. We're past 11 hours now. We've got a ton of super chats still to go over. So I'm going to do what I can to take some screenshots of all this stuff to make sure that we don't lose them like I did last time. It was devastating. But otherwise I will see you guys in tomorrow. We will be going through the rest of these super chats. I'll probably turn them off for the first hour so I can get through a bunch of them. And then invite people in and invite.
I was gonna say, you're gonna go solo for a little while?
Cool. Maybe for the first like hour, I'll probably do that just to kind of go through some lightning round. Or I can bring people in for lightning round. I guess
No, no, it's totally up to you. Whatever you want to do in terms of speed. I'm definitely going to be drafting documents. And before I go, I did want to say, chat said I hit 90,000. That's because of you, Alita, and the rest of the panel. I really appreciate that. I'm always very thankful for that. So I very much appreciate it. And I wanted to say that. But yeah, I will be around. I will try to pop in when we do super chat catch up. And
you want to pop over on my stream?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can pop over. I can pop over for like a half hour, Kurt. If you want.
Right, I'll send the link out to the Twitter thread.
Cool.
I will see anyone who wants to pop over there in a minute. So I'll see you guys soon.
All righty. And so with that, I will we'll end the stream here, and I'll take this off of here. But yeah, thank you to everyone for joining again. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Kurt, who just left. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to everybody in the chat and all the mods and everyone. This has been another really great day. It was kind of some boring testimony, but it was a great live stream. As always.
Yeah.
Somehow we just blasted right through week 5. We've got only one more week of this trial. It's crazy. Yeah. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably I will confirm this, but I'm thinking probably 1 p.m. East Coast time. Then we'll go from there. But otherwise, thank you to everyone. We will